Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He has not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say that they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
Free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again when we're together and not again. Understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I'll...
All right, so I'm going to tell you a little story time. So I realized something in the shower today. All right. Now, I'm going to back up a little bit, tell you a little bit about my apartment complex. Now, I live in a building that was built just after the burning of Richmond by Robert E. Lee when he was moving away from the retreating from Richmond after they lost Petersburg to try and make it to courthouse, and right before the end of the Civil War, right? And so my building's really old. It was a factory, and now it's an apartment complex. Now, in this old apartment complex, I've lived here for maybe like 14 months or something. And my bathroom sometimes smells like cigarettes, right? And that's because the air ducts in my bathroom are like connected to other bathrooms. Like they're like on some large system that kind of spread out throughout all of them. And while that's like sometimes you can smell cigarettes. And every now and then when I'm in my bathroom, I can like hear somebody's like phone going off, or like some like maybe like a Bluetooth speaker that they're listening to in the shower or something, with like not perfect clarity, but like decent clarity. Right? And so what this means is that you can kind of hear what's going through the air ducts. Now, I told you all that to tell you this, which is that when I shower, I always cut the cold water on. Let me just turn that volume down just a little bit. I always cut the cold water on and then like get under the cold water and rinse my head and like get wet and like wake up and snap my pores into place and, you know, just get going. And I usually shower right before stream, which means that I'm often showering right when people are getting home from a long day of work, and maybe they're taking a shit, maybe they're taking a shower themselves, an after work shower. And so with me having done this like 400 times since I've been here, it's basically statistically impossible that somebody in their own bathroom taking a shit has heard through the ventilation system with no context me taking a cold shower in the beginning, which usually goes something like this. Whoa! Whoa! Ah! Ah! And then cutting the water on warm and oh. And I was doing that in the shower, and I thought all the puzzle pieces connected. And I was just like, dude, somebody at some point, multiple times, is taking a shit and is like, what the fuck kind of masturbation routine is this man doing in his shower? And I had never thought about it until today. Like it's just me taking a cold shower and woo, you know, getting whoo, you know, ice cold shower and then boom onto the hot water and clean it on up. Oh fuck. This song is fucking with me in the background music because it's my ringtone. Xanarkand is from Final Fantasy X is my ringtone. I got it. Like, it keeps making me think my phone is ringing. I gotta skip this shit. Zulu versus Dave is funny, but can we touch a bit on Hoppa versus Malay? Yeah, I wanted to play a little bit of what Hoppa was saying. Like it's in my shit. Like, I don't want to do a whole bunch of reactions and stuff before I do this like massive reaction. Like, we're gonna just kind of hop into it. But we'll look a little bit. We'll look at some other stuff. You know, give time for people to come in. Rudy's lucky that Slope is dope isn't an early viewer. I mean, Slope's probably mad at me. I banned him from the Discord again. Dude cannot behave. Oh shit, let me put this shit on live chat. I had it on top chat. Povo, I don't like this leftist third worldism spin Hoppa has whenever Israel comes up. Yeah, I mean, like, I think Hoppa's personal. Well, fuck it. You guys brought it up. Let me finish prepping stuff, and then we'll just get into it. And we'll watch the latest thing he was talking about. Switch my glasses here in a sec. Set the mood. Like, his letter to Block was riddled with that sort of rhetoric. Yeah, his letter to Block was just like, it was riddled with collectivist thought. Which is hilarious because he was, you know, excising Walter Block from the Libertarian Party while engaged in like kind of the equal and opposite reaction. Like, neither were really behaving like libertarians, though Hoppa was closer for sure. Like, I don't know. Hoppa lately, I think, has just gone a little. I dare say Hoppa has become obsessed with the culture war, but in terms of Israel-Palestine. We got to set the mood, boys. Can't be a Zulu reaction without some nice warm scent of vanilla candle. Let's see. We don't want that one. We want vanilla with pumpkin spice. I'm so masculine that I can do the gayest shit. Because I'm just that comfortable, boys. I don't need to perform it. Got to get some alcohol as well. I'm not doing a reaction with alcohol. I don't drink on stream. Every now and like very rarely I'll have like a glass of wine or something. But I don't drink that much. I'm a lightweight. And then also it's just not a good idea, man. Like it's like, you know, like it's a really easy way to say some shit that you didn't mean to say, or like, you know, let a slur or something, TOS slip out, or just make a mistake. Happy for you, bro. Hope your channel keeps growing. Real empty words when I have 35 concurrent viewers and only 18 likes, meaning that 18 of you currently haven't even liked the stream. 17 now, right? No super chats. Rudy's over here giving money, but you know, Anki's over here like, you can have my spiritual support. Do shower sounds again? No, I'm good. I can't do. I do that. I'm gonna destroy my throat before I even start the reaction. Like when we went on that random lefty channel and I was blackout. Yeah, that was, you know, look, man, I'm glad there's almost certainly not a YouTube video of that on the internet. That probably only exists in memory. And I'm real happy about that because you went a little hard. Wanted to get your historical take on World War II. If the U.S. never got into World War II, would that be better, the U.S. long term, and would Nazi Germany would not have been more successful? Dude, I mean, I don't know. Like, the thing is that, like, would it have been better for the U.S. to not be involved in World War II? Yeah, that also would have meant that we wouldn't have antagonized the Japanese in the hopes of getting them to bomb us or attack us so that we could have an excuse to go to war with them. And instead, the Japanese would have been bombing Russia. The USSR never would have existed because Germany plus Japan focusing on Russia would have fucking hit them into the fucking dirt. We may never have had communist China because Japan would have likely decided that they were going to gobble up a lot more land in China, and the nationalists almost certainly would have been given more power versus the Chi-Coms that eventually won over. The United States government wouldn't have been infiltrated by KGB, in the State Department and the entire McCarthy era and all of that while we try, there's so many things could have gone differently. It's also true that for whatever reason, Hitler might have won and we would have had like 100 years of fascism and we'd been fucked. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's hard to know. But my guess is that the world would have been a better place if America had never gotten involved in World War II. And our involvement in World War II, insofar as we antagonized Japan to kill us, was certainly unjustified. But there wouldn't be an Israel? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Israel. Oh no. To be fair, meth heads always spiral out. Dude, Hitler was on a lot. Hitler was on like a fucking concoction of crazy shit. Nazi Germany lost to the USSR. They were losing against communists before we got in. Dude, we gave a retarded amount of money to the Soviets. Like without U.S. involvement, that's like how much money was in the Lend-Lease program?
I'm looking it up, just like a quick thing. Okay, so trucks and vehicles, 427,000 U.S. 6 Studebaker trucks, over 10% of the Soviet mobility needs, over 14,000 planes, 12,000 units of tanks and armored vehicles, 4.5 million tons of foodstuffs, canned meat and sugar, 2.7 million tons of petroleum products, critical to averting famine after the loss of 42% of Soviet farmland. Rail and industrial equipment, 1,900 locomotives and 11,000 rail cars, accounting for 92.7% of wartime Soviet rail procurement. SAID represented roughly 7% of the USSR's total wartime production, but was disproportionately vital for logistics, mobility, etc., 42 to 43. Yeah. So what is 11.3 billion in today's dollars? So about 207.4 billion. So that'd be roughly what we've paid to Ukraine. Yeah, so no, I reject the idea that, like, if we weren't involved at all, it's a total fucking wash for Germany versus the Soviets. Especially when you consider all the trading that we were doing with Europe, especially when you consider the fact that we were antagonizing Japan against us and away from attacking the Soviets. Like, we now know that, like, the OSS was involved in, like had spies in Japan, and they were trying to keep them away from the Soviets. Instead of not Nazis being real socialists, it would be communists aren't real socialists. Yeah. So no Russian job baddies, then it was justified. We go to war, stop German from getting Poland, and then we gave Poland to USSR. I mean, to be fair, Russia did fucking, they did do the Katyn massacre in Poland on behalf of the Nazis. So, I mean, by law of conquest, Russia deserved it. I don't know. But yeah. All right, so let's look at, well, before I look at what Hop was saying, dude, Elon Musk is so fucking close to being like a libertarian or like a minarchist. It's like, it's fucking infuriating how he, like, the puzzle pieces haven't clicked, but he's almost there. So this is Senator Roland Gutierrez.
On my way to Austin today, and I passed by the Tesla plant. Elon Musk is about to become a trillionaire on the backs of the American taxpayer. Because of Trump's big ugly bill, this guy, through his shareholders, they're about to make him the first trillionaire in the world.
First of all, big beautiful bill actually did the exact opposite for Elon Musk. It got rid of his EV subsidies, which Elon Musk had been begging for. And the only way that he becomes a trillionaire is by moving over stock from the company to him, so long as he meets like a goal of the stock value of Tesla.
World, after government subsidies that he's been given, government contracts that he's been given, not just here in Texas.
And this is true. Tesla did get a lot of subsidies, especially during the Obama administration, when the government was pushing all of these solar panels and, fight climate change and Green New Deal things. He did. So did Solyndra and other companies, that turned out to just be ways of stealing money from the government because it was a giant scam to get all of Obama's friends wealthy. And like the only person that actually took advantage of those subsidies and like built the company higher was Elon Musk. But I do agree he shouldn't have been given those subsidies.
Beyond in Washington, you name it. While ordinary Texans and people across this nation are struggling to get SNAP benefits, are struggling to maintain health.
Well, they're struggling to get SNAP benefits because you guys didn't want to do a continuing resolution of the Biden spending bill. So that's on the anti-Elon Musk people, despite the fact that they should struggle to get SNAP benefits.
Insurance, auto insurance, just the price of the grocery bill. A family of 4, now it costs over $400 a week to feed. How do we make it in America with greedy hogs like this that just want to screw us over and over again?
Can he give an example of screwing people over? Because if it's taking government subsidies for things that they prefer, if that's screwing the people over, then just be consistent and say that we should abolish EBT. Like, you can't say we need welfare and government subsidies for the things that I prefer, and then in the same sentence say, but not solar panels and EVs, which, by the way, all of his competitors got. Now, granted, competitors within the same industry, which is EVs and solar panels, right? Those things are competing against other forms of transportation like trains and airplanes, cars, railways and things like that. So you are moving money away from the competitors because you guys wanted EVs. But you I agree, they shouldn't get these subsidies. Neither should poor people. They shouldn't be subsidized for being poor.
It is time that we push back against this Trump agenda, this agenda that is all about billionaires and millionaires, and give back to the people what's theirs.
Billionaires and millionaires. Hold on real quick. I'm just curious. Just real quick. What is the net worth of Senator? Just curious. I'm just curious what his net worth is. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, let's just see. Billionaires and millionaires are all fucking us over. 380,000 cash on hand, funds raised, holding. Estimation challenges. Oh, just give me a fucking rough estimation. All right. All right. Okay. As of right now, not a millionaire. Best guess. 150 to 250K a year in good years. No known major investments, real estate holdings, or public liabilities. How are you making 200K a year in San Antonio for 25 years and you're not a millionaire? I think Grok might be wrong on this one. Grok, Senator Roland net worth. Let's see if somebody else has an estimation. Bitch, I'm looking for Roland. I don't want fucking net worth of I don't want some fucking averages chart. Whatever. Let's assume he's not a millionaire. Sounds like bullshit to me. But,
This is a
I'm just saying, like, if he's not a millionaire, this dude's really shitty with his money, right? You know what I mean? Like, fucking something's weird. Like, you like, are you just like fucking buying cars and you can't afford and renting? while making 200K. Because I've been to San Antonio. San Antonio is not an expensive city to live in. Like, it's cheaper than Austin, and Austin is like doing very well in terms of affordability of homes.
This is a government of, for, and by the people. We deserve more than a government for a few billionaires to screw the rest of us.
All right. Well, here's that made me mad, but here is fucking Elon Musk's response. And it's damn near taken out of Atlas Shrugged. You are a taker, not a maker. Looter, maybe, you know what I mean? Looter might have been a better word, but we'll go with taker, not a maker. All you've done your whole life is take from the makers of the world. The zero-sum mindset you have is at the root of so much evil. Once you realize that civilization is not net zero and that it is about making far more than one consumes, then it becomes obvious that the path to prosperity for all is just let the makers make. Regarding Tesla, the reality is that I've been given nothing. However, if I lead Tesla to become the most valuable company in the world by far, and it stays that way for 5 years, shareholders voted to award me 12% of what is built. Anyone who wants to come along for the ride can buy Tesla stock. If Tesla merely becomes a $1.999 trillion company, I get nothing. This is a great deal for shareholders, which is why they voted so overwhelmingly to approve this, for which I am immensely grateful. And they did so by a margin far more than you won your political seat. Oh! I read that and I was like, dude, fucking John Galt's speech over here. Oh, sorry, hold on. I didn't finish. And Tesla employs thousands of people, has brought manufacturing back to America, is decarbonizing the world, and pays out tens of billions in wages every year. And then he responded. Senator just responded with Jimmy status rustled. Trillionaires shouldn't exist, especially while people are starving. Yeah, he's far more Hank Reardon than he is John Galt, to be fair. Dude. I listened to a bit of Elon Musk lately on like podcast appearances and stuff on Joe Rogan, a couple of other like interviews he gave and stuff. And like it's very interesting. Number one, you definitely have to speed up his speech because you listen to him at normal speed, he sounds retarded. Then if you listen to him at like 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, he sounds like a genius that he is. And it is fucking insane what SpaceX has accomplished. Like, it's insane what he's been doing, but like basically everybody is silent on because MAGA is like iffy on Elon Musk because of the Epstein files and Doge, and like the left now hates him. Nobody talked about like nobody on media covered the fact that he rescued people from the International Space Station. SpaceX is set this year will achieve 90% of all space travel and payloads in the stratosphere and in space in the entire world. China is 6%. The remaining 4% is NASA, SpaceX's competitors, and the rest of the world. 90%. Isn't SpaceX quite government subsidized, though? It is. I mean, it competes for contracts, so it's kind of like a monopsony as opposed to like, you know, full-blown subsidization, you know, but regardless, he's the Raptor 3 engine. They have a new prototype on the Raptor 3 engine, and that engine is set to be on the new prototype, which is, they're testing it right now. But in those, and they're like doing limit tests. Like they did a test not too long ago where they like flew from San Antonio to Australia and they removed the heat tiles and then they brought them in at like a high degree angle to design to try and make it explode at 17,000 miles per hour, which is roughly Mach 25. And And it didn't blow up. And so that new design that they're testing will be the first rocket that is fully reusable. Every piece of that will go into the air and then land, which should reduce the cost of space flight by 100 or 1,000 times, because you can just reuse. All it needs is some repairs and some checks, and then it goes back out into space without having to rebuild the whole thing. His company is doing insane shit. But everybody hates him on both sides, so they just don't talk about him. Dude, Elon Musk is philosophically pretty fucking close to Henry Reardon at the beginning of Atlas Shrugged. Not at the end, you know what I mean? He had some hang-ups he had to get rid of. Very ignorant question, but what is SpaceX actually achieving beyond what government demand has created? Well, I just told you that, right? They've built new engines. The Raptor 3 is what is it? It weighs less than the engines on Airbuses, with way more fucking power. How do we get Elon to watch Liquidzulu? We need more. Like, share, and subscribe all of the based ANCAPs until we've taken over the internet, boys. Like, share, and subscribe Liquidzulu. Like, share, and subscribe me. Like, share, and subscribe, Tax Brass. Like, share, and subscribe Mintus Wave, and then go in the comments and tell him that he has to give up his bordertarian position. When are we starting the video? I mean, in 20 minutes or so. Maybe I'll start it right here in just a second. I'm going to pull up the thing about Hoppa because it leads into what we're talking about today, and then we'll vibe it out. I do feel like I have to mention, did you guys see that fucking Kash Patel's Jewish connected girlfriend that's 10 times hotter than Kash could ever hope to be is suing Elijah Schaffer for $5 million for insinuating that Kash Patel got honeypotted, all because he shared just a picture of them together in a quote tweet with no words. Yeah, Kash Patel's girlfriend is suing Elijah Schaffer for defamation for $5 million for insinuating with a meme that didn't even have words on it that Kash Patel was being honeypotted. Dude, I don't think we're ever going to get the Epstein files, brother. And if we do, it's just going to be more heavily redacted nonsense and missing papers. It's taken way too long to where all of the people, I mean, this stuff's mostly from the 90s anyways. Right? It's been scrubbed over and over and over again. Those files are gone. The best thing we might get is something like this. So this is the most, if we ever get the files, we'll get something like this. Right? The finders. And if you look at the finders documents, why is it not loading? Why does my internet not like this right now? What's going on? Okay, you can see the pages, but when I go to the document, it doesn't fucking, image doesn't show up. Yeah, see these whole chunks of these documents are blocked out, and they were like, yeah, there was a flood or something, and all the original documents that weren't censored are destroyed. So anyways, the CIA was running a sex trafficking organization to entrap foreign dignitaries with a cult that had kidnapped children in cages that did satanic rituals just outside of Langley, Virginia, and they were moving a whole group of them, you know, from Virginia down to the southern border for some reason, and they got caught in Tennessee, and then the FBI stepped in and made sure that that the entire investigation was shut down because it was a national security interest that we let our government rape children in satanic rituals. But anyways, we made sure that we gave you all the documents with every single name of every single person redacted. So all the important stuff is completely gone. But for whatever reason, I can't fucking... Will this one load the page? No, why will it not load the fucking pages? Is it like Brave doesn't like it or something? Yeah, nothing to see here, folks. Just... Just like, oh, this might be... Oh, that's an intelligent asset. We done redact it, but we lost the originals, so there's nothing we can do. So just have fun with all the names of everyone important missing. The news clippings aren't redacted though. Whoopsie. Yeah. All right. So, anyways, let's get into this. The latest by Hoppe talking about Malay.
But I will simply mention one thing that, in my eyes, disqualifies him from the outset to be.
The only thing that disqualifies Malay, as far as I'm concerned, from being a libertarian, is the fact that he engaged in increases, even if it was just to keep up with the cost of inflation, in welfare programs to try and win the election. I have yet to see anything else that showcases that Malay isn't a libertarian. And by the way, Javier Malay has already started calling himself a paleo-libertarian. Like, he says he's a paleo-libertarian. And yeah, so anyways, well, I'll give you my opinion. I tweeted about it a little bit earlier, a little bit before stream. I'll read the tweet to you guys. Well, who is this guy? One of the most important figures in anarcho-capitalist philosophy. This is Hans Hermann Hoppe.
Even consider,
so to speak.
Disqualifies him from the outset to be even considered to be a libertarian. And that is his relationship that he has to Israel and especially to Netanyahu in person. He received...
That is like an insane take, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like I have friends that are commies. I have friends that are socialists. I have friends of all different political persuasions. My relationship with someone, as like, especially if I'm the leader of like a small little baby country in between China's influence and U.S. influence and Israeli influence and all the other power players, is like, that's such a hilarious take.
A $1 million prize out of the hands of Netanyahu. He danced with Netanyahu in the streets while they were bombing the Gaza Strip. He excused everything that Israel does. And
that's fair. That's fair. Him being a president makes him a pragmatist, in my opinion. Well, then that's just fucking retarded. Anybody that says that shit, I immediately just assume you're a federal agent. Like, if your belief is anyone that attains any power that is able to affect change is a fake libertarian, then the only rational response is that libertarianism must be taken by a gun, and we must enact that we must grab guns and start killing people, and we must create a violent revolution. And once you say that, it feels like you're a glowy that is entered the movement to say that, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to make libertarianism, which is the most peaceful ideology in existence, make it seem like this super violent ideology. And yet you think voting is immoral? I never said voting is immoral. When did I say voting was immoral? Find that clip, boys. That doesn't exist. I have voted. Like, hold on. Like, fucking. I mean, just a second. Here's my ballot from last year. If I said it was immoral, then why would I have a picture of my ballot voting? I didn't vote for president. I voted for I wrote in John Galt. I looked at Hung Cao, which is a hilarious name, and he didn't have any evidence or anything that he wanted to grow the size and scope of the state, and he only had things that wanted to do that. I wrote in Peanut the squirrel. I wrote in Cthulhu. This guy was a small government-minded guy that wanted to maintain parental rights in parental rights in the school boards. And then this one was a vote on whether or not we should extend the tax cut to spouses of surviving soldiers killed in action. So it was a tax cut. So no, I've never said, I don't believe that I've ever said, maybe I did out of context, but I've always said that voting is fine, so long as you don't vote for someone that you have reasonable belief will increase the size and scope of the state. I've waxed on poetically, with analogies of like, two different robbers in your home holding your family at gunpoint, and one says they're going to kill you, and then the other says that they're going to kill you and your entire family. And so it's a form of defensive violence to reduce damage. You know what I mean? Like, no, that's just a bullshit statement.
And still does, yes. This is just self-defense. He hailed him as being a great liberal, despite the fact, as we have heard, that Israel is a socialist state.
Yeah, no, I mean, like he's kind of right here. Like, I do think if you want to be a full-blown libertarian, you have to you can't be butt buddies with people that are engaged in state violence. Now, Hoppe has a weird hard on. Like, there's like, I challenge Hoppe to find the one libertarian killed by Israel. Just find one. Now the kids, there are kids that have died. Like, Israel is definitely engaged in war crimes. Most wars, states have engaged in war crimes, but Israel has as well.
All land is basically owned by the Israeli government.
I believe in first repealing certain freedom restricting policies. So how are you going to do that? When you say that you can't be a politician with power and be a libertarian, then how do you repeal freedom restricting policies first if you can't vote in anyone that is someone that's actually going to do that? Are you saying you believe in voting for non-libertarians who will by happenstance repeal certain freedom restricting policies? Like, you're running into a contradiction here. Because now your claim is that you believe in utilizing state power as a means of limiting the abuses of the state. I said president specifically. What makes a president special from other people like what? And then through peaceful revolutionary secessionism. Revolutionary secessionism is a weird word. You could have just said secessionism. Revolutionary makes it seem like you want to like start a war. I mean, I know what you mean, but like, it's just like, it's redundant. It's kind of like a Fed activity where you have to throw in an extra word to be like, and don't forget, we're going to kill people. That's what libertarians do. We grab our guns and we murder. It feels like glowy activity. That's all I'm just saying. I'm not saying that you are a glowy or a fed. I think you're probably just an agorist, right? And like you have very radical beliefs. And I welcome those radical beliefs. I do think though, when I see that shit, it's suspicious. And I do think that it becomes it becomes more of a hindrance to our cause than a help. When people say that it is impossible to use the ballot box as a means of achieving our goals, then you're just left with bullets. And the government wants nothing more than that to be our message. Because as soon as that is our unifying message, they can arrest us all. And normies will say, good. These guys talk about shooting and killing and starting wars all the time. It's the easy, like the moment that becomes a major thing, then that is the moment that the state designates us a terrorist ideology like Antifa.
So that alone,
I can explain better on the Discord. I don't want violence. Kisu, I'm going hard on you as an example of something that shows up often. I believe you. I believe that that's not your goal. I'm maybe being a bit hyperbolic because you're kind of the current representative of people like this, and that you have to be fucking careful about the way that you say that shit. Black market counter economics, this is a false dichotomy. It's not a false dichotomy because I'm not saying that these are the only two options. I'm saying that when people say that they refuse to use the ballot box, that it sets off a red flag. It's a warning. It's like, this is the exact type of shit that the government wants us to be saying. And also, black market counter economics achieves fucking zero. Agorism is the most retarded fucking ideology to ever come out of our space. Konkin should go fucking eat a dick in his deathbed. Like he should forever be buried with a cock in his mouth for these retarded ideas. I genuinely mean that. This shit is so stupid. You cannot, the only thing that you can achieve through black markets when a state exists is poisoning the well of our message against the population, or you have such critical success with black markets that you have a crisis where the state collapses on itself. And when that occurs, the state uses that crisis to maintain and gain power. It is the worst form of praxis that libertarianism has ever created.
So that alone, in my eyes, given the fact that Netanyahu...
Habba's kind of right here. Like, glazing Netanyahu is wild.
In my eyes, is a mass murderer, is a war criminal. I think his being sentenced...
Gray market's different than the black market counter-economic shit. Like, I mean, like, if you're talking about just gray market shit, fine. Like I do think gray markets are a way to meaningfully stretch the system, stress the system, right? But when we're talking about just engaging in full-blown black markets, the shit is it's a fantasy that aids our cause in any way.
As a war criminal.
It only because you're competing against a non-market. Right? Like you're competing against the state, which can just tax. And so the more you stress the system, the more they just steal and tax. And then the more they can sell the concept that the utilization of violence against you and people like you is justified to normies. And because they have to tax more. Like it's counterintuitive to anything unless you can use it as a means of collapsing the state into a crisis and a war. And then at that point, you might as well just say you're for violent revolution. Like like at that point, you're already engaging in something that's meant to bring about a violent revolution. And so it's a distinction without a difference.
Was perfectly all right, despite the fact that this court that exists that pronounces these sorts of things is also occupied by somewhat crazy people. Nonetheless, sometimes even crazy people come up with correct judgments in certain cases. And I think in the case of Netanyahu, to refer to him as a person who is engaged in genocidal activities is perfectly all right. And I don't think anybody
You don't think I don't think Israel is engaged in a genocide. I think that is like I don't know why Hapa is like this, but it's like Israel's not engaged in a genocide. It's engaged in a war where it's increasingly gives less and less a fuck about how many innocent people die in the war. Like, they're not trying to wipe out every Arab. There are some people in Likud, and there are some, ex-politicians, and there are some papers and things like that that do want that. That's true of any nation state, right? Like, you're going to find any government that's engaged in war, you're going to find rhetoric that is genocidal rhetoric from some general or some senator or some person within power. But the overall, policies and design is initially to limit civilian casualties, and then increasingly as they grow tired and as they ramp up the war machine, to give less and less a fuck about who ends up dying in this war. But it's not genocidal. Like it's no different than like critical race theorists watering down the term racist so that essentially everything is racist and therefore nothing is racist. If every war against two ethnic populations is genocide, then genocide becomes a meaningless term. That being said, being butt buddies with Netanyahu's not really a good look for a supposed libertarian.
Whoever defends this person and receives $1 million prize from this person out of his hands is disqualified as a libertarian. The name of libertarians will be ruined forever given this type of event.
So where's my quote tweet? Fuck. This is kind of my feelings on it. What? No, bitch. I thought I went to mine. I didn't go to my For You page. Quote tweeted like right before stream, I thought. Damn. Did I not? What happened? What? I know I quote tweeted it, but maybe it fucking is it the page you're looking for? Did Creatrix get suspended or some shit? Or did she just delete a tweet? Okay, anyways, where did it go? Where the fuck? Oh, no, sorry. I quote tweeted Austin, who was quote tweeting. There we go. This is kind of my opinion. I said, Hapa is right about Javier Milei. Hapa is right that Javier Milei should not call himself an ANCAP, and to Milei's credit, he has already started calling himself a paleo-libertarian. Two things can be true at the same time. We can critique Milei for not going far enough or being a pure libertarian, and also celebrate LLA's victories for libertarianism. If we rally behind Milei and treat him like an ANCAP when he is not one, then we risk all failures of Argentina being proof that libertarianism is invalid. Milei is not perfect, and he is not an ANCAP, but he is the closest thing to electoral libertarianism we are likely to get in the near future, and is headed in the right direction. Right? Like, I'm just not going to spend my fucking time doing everything I can to shit on Milei and be like, Milei's not a fucking ANCAP, blah, blah, blah. I've seen 2 interviews recently where he called himself a paleo-libertarian. Right? It's like, I'm not going to spend my whole fucking day being like, how fucking dare you? You're nothing. You're not us. Right? Like, no. Like, we have a libertarian-leaning party that is like, and president, where 2 branches of the government are essentially controlled by minarchists. That should be a cause for celebration for libertarians. That should be a cause for celebration that a country is headed towards free markets, towards privatization, towards limited taxation, towards, deregulation, towards all of those things that make people's lives better. We should celebrate that. And at the same time, we should also remind people, like, we're more radical than that. That's not good enough for us. We want to do better. There are some problems that we have with him. Like there, you can gatekeep and you can purity test without purity spiraling. Deuce Sepulcher. right? Like you don't have to purity spiral. You can just say, hey, look, we're radical. We stick to the ideology. We're principled. Malay has some problems. He's not perfect. We have some issues. Here's some things we think he should be doing better. And at the same time being like, yeah, but that guy's 90% us. And so we should, we should celebrate that. Mention, thanks, man. I mean, I'm reading chat. I don't always mention everybody in chat, but I'm usually reading maybe half of what goes through chat, depending on how fast it's going. Have you changed your mind on open borders yet? Harrington, where have you been? I'm not going to go over it again, but here's my pinned post on my X. What's up, Liquidzulu? I'm literally just about to start. I agree. The Malay one is a very positive development. That doesn't imply that Malay is an ANCAP. No, I think Malay is absolutely a paleo-libertarian. Whatever the fuck that means, it's not a libertarian, but it is similar to us. And it is a victory for liberty-minded people. And that doesn't mean so I'm just I'm not going to waste my breath doing everything I can to be like, he's not a fucking libertarian and spurging out and being like, no, it's not a good thing that LLA swept his last election. No, it is a fucking good thing. It's just, could be better. And some of the things they do are going to be evil. Without a doubt, they are going to engage in evil. And that should be condemned when we see it. All right. Well, okay. There's several people in here, so I'm just going to read my fucking tweet. I'm not going to go into the whole thing. You can look at the last stream where we talk about it a little bit more. But at this point, I'm just going to read the tweet because people have showed up to watch me do this reaction because there's 60 of you in here that haven't been here in a couple days. All right. So here we go. This is my pinned tweet on my Twitter. This post is going to cause me to lose viewers and followers. I've been a staunch bordertarian for years, but I can no longer support this stance. I'm not proud to announce myself as an open borders advocate, nor do I find myself based. Mostly, I feel a profound sense of shame and loss of innocence. Shame for being a proponent against reason and sad to lose naive hope that the state could be curtailed toward liberty in any meaningful sense on this issue. But I strive for truth and liberty over capitulating to audience capture or my personal emotions. For years, I've pushed back against arguments, many of which I still find to be weak, of people such as Liquidzulu, autistic, ANCAP Air, and many, many others. To them, I say thank you, but that does not mean I will ever take back any gauntlets I have thrown down. I, as any rational man, am always evolving my positions to better match reality and will not abandon any insights I may have gained in my contemptuous denial of liberty. I wish I could claim that I changed my opinion because I read some 800-page tome of the veracity of my detractors' arguments. The truth is far less admirable. What forced me to rethink, this is a key fucking word that people keep misconstruing about this tweet, my positions, was the sheer inhumanity and evil I have seen in the eyes of people I once respected. Conservatives and supposed libertarians gleefully cheering on families and lives destroyed by savage federal agents in masks as they calmly state, quote, I voted for this. It has been the callous administration and brutal politics of power that sent literal armies into cities to deport peaceful people while granting special immunity to corporations in hospitality and agriculture that, in part, opened my eyes. These things were the death of my naivete that any state ought be trusted to move toward liberty with a transitory immigration system. I was a fool to use my intellect to bolster this position, and I am sorry. Let me be clear. I still find the open borders position to be a scheme by socialists and corporations to import the third world into our country for power and a voting base. But this does not make the national enforcement of the border justifiable, nor the savage deportation of immigrants morally good or neutral. The enemy has always been the state, and immigration is no different. The enemy is not people fleeing poverty, war, and socialism for a better life. It is the corporations pushing for special privilege from the state, landlords and politicians creating reimbursement schemes, a drowning in debt welfare state designed to steal economic prosperity from the middle class to import low-wage workers, the state funding of a bloated immigration court system while also funding grants to NGOs that aid in the importation and legal defense of these people, and the anti-discrimination laws designed to force nativists to accept different cultures against their will. I will continue to advocate that we libertarians abandon the term open borders for private borders, to disassociate ourselves from socialists that wish to rob our wealth and enslave us to an imported population designed to empower our enslavers. However, I recognize the hubris in both my past statements and current positions. I will have to think on this more as my position is evolving. For now, I am comfortable in stating that the state has no justification for border enforcement, nor the usage of public property so long as no one is aggressing upon others. How we ought to define what is aggression as it pertains to public property and immigrants is something I have to rewrite in my mind after coming to terms with reality. So I ask for some grace as I grapple with these finer details and hope that my followers and my YouTube subscribers will appreciate my continued and steadfast dedication to liberty, anarchism, and objectivist thought. That's a lot of words for just ZZ. ZZ was not popping off when I wrote this tweet because fucking apparently I wrote it during the premiere of his video. All right? There was no ZZ was not a fucking thing until like 2 hours after that tweet. All right? I have the correct position now, so as I lose some viewers that are more conservative on the immigration issue, I need you guys to donate me money, all right? You can super chat, and I always read super chats, all right? It was written during the premiere. It's a Zulu miracle. Praise Zulu. I had no fuck. I knew that he was making like a Dave Smith video. I had no idea that it was going to be fucking Cost of Concordia long and that it was going to fucking like pit the entire liberty space, you know, against full-blown ANCAPs and pragmatists. I got like 2 minutes in and was like, all right, I can't watch anymore. Just wanted to see what it was about. Open borders just means the state stops enforcing the border. Yeah, fuck off, smug. I don't want to use the same word as socialists trying to destroy our country. That's never going to change. It's just a retarded strategy. And I apologize that Liquidzulu engages in it and other people that you guys like engage in it. It's a bad idea to use the same words on a very specific thing where the totality of the reasoning behind it is almost is without a doubt diametrically opposed. Like, I'm not going to use the same words as people that believe that we need to have a bigger welfare state to help these poor people coming from that are fleeing climate change, right? I'm not using the same words. I'm just not. Like, that's why I'm saying I'm an advocate for private borders. I'm not using the open. I'm not going to say I'm an open borders libertarian. I mean, if that's a term that somebody else uses, I'll be like, yeah, sure. But like, let me explain. All right, boys. Let me put it in Discord that we're going to start. And then we'll get this show on the road. I think I can only listen to Zulu at like 1.25.
Among the indigenous tribes of the South Pacific, there exists among the indigenous tribes of the South.
I clicked this video and I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Did I click the right video? And like, I listened to like a minute of it or like a minute and a half and was like, all right, okay, I get it.
South Pacific, there exists a peculiar phenomenon. In the late 19th century,
Zulu talks fast as fuck. I mean, also he's fucking reading a script for videos like this. Like, I mean, like Zulu, I've talked to you before, like plenty of times. And Zulu, I still want to talk with you and Casimir about like, I got to go to Nashville this week, you know, but like if we could set up something on like a weekend, like a couple weekends from now, I still want to talk to you and Casimir about the limiting principle of how property is homesteaded in terms of diffusing things like sound waves or smoke or smells or environmental damage. Casimir and I had a long phone call about this, and I would really like to get your takes on it. And then maybe we can chit chat a little bit about the borders position and how I've come around. But yeah, I'll DM you. I just I'm busy going to DebateCon and I gotta prep and go to Nashville and stuff. But when I'm driving back and I've got a 9-hour drive, I'll DM you and see if we can set something up. Yeah, it should be fun.
The islanders began constructing facsimiles of airstrips using twigs and performing military drills with bamboo shoots in the place of guns. Previously, these tribes had witnessed a great war between nations possessing technology they could not.
I do want to say, before I even knowing this, who are you debating on DebateCon? I'm going to DebateCon, but I'm not really going to DebateCon. I'm going there. I have no interest in what's happening at DebateCon. I'm going to Grid's event. I might be debating Average Debate Enjoyer for an ACP, or not ACP, debate championship for Grid. We'll see. Or no, for Admiral Gibbs. And then for Grid, I think I'm debating Corinth on something. Right, at his event, and that stuff will probably be filmed and put on Gibbs or Grid's channel. Crank it up to 2 times? No, that's not happening. We're at 1.25. All right, that's a really good compromise. Yeah, do your thing, Spolker. But yeah, there's just nothing for me at DebateCon because I wasn't invited, which means I had to buy a ticket. And then in order to meet people there, they wanted an extra $250. And it's I'm meeting all those people at Grid's event because I'm a debater that's known in the space. And I'm not paying you guys $500 for the privilege of meeting people I can already meet on my own, that if I just reach out to them, I can talk to them, right? I'm going to Andrew Wilson's little thing on Sheddig on Saturday. No. And the debates I could watch online, I don't want to I have no desire to sit in the audience and be oh my fucking God, it's live. It's so much better, because the DebateCon doesn't have a bunch of side stages and meetups and stuff. It's just not, if I'd gotten a ticket for free, or if they had, he reached out to me for debates and then again ignored me. It was just left me on red for 2 months, for I think a month now. Right? He just keeps leaving me on red. You know what I mean? Fucking, I just don't feel the need to put an extra couple $100 into your pocket so that I can hang out with people I hung out with the day before. I bet Rob and Andrew are nice dudes IRL. I don't know. I'll report back. I'll be meeting them both IRL in a couple days.
Conceive of, and they saw the supplies would be brought to strange places they could not understand the true purpose of. Lacking any context for these great flying machines, they would attempt to entice them to bring gifts by building monuments in favor of whatever gods must have sent them. These tribes are called cargo cults. Their operating premise is that if they simply build an area which looks like the airports they've seen, that they too will be able to receive the
The cargo cults always reminds me of the videos, the Chinese propaganda videos, where China has this belief that if they just build highways through mountains, that commerce will occur. And it's hilarious because they'll do drone footage of these highways, and then there's one car on them. And then it's just look at how amazing China is. In America, you can't even afford to own a home. But here in China, everybody's doing great, and it's everything is just fake propaganda, and there's abject poverty throughout all of China, and then they just waste all of their people's money on centrally planned highways that are designed to make commerce occur, to the fact where they build fake cities, and then universities are we'll build a university there, and then they just build an arch. It's China is the logical conclusion of the cargo cults.
riches bestowed by the sky. That is, they have not understood the fundamental reason behind the activities they saw others engaged in, so they did not know that those activities were not the reason for success. A similar mentality has gripped the libertarian movement. Incapable or unwilling to understand the greats, most have resigned to simply imitating their movements, without understanding the purpose behind those movements.
Oh, dude, I just want to, before I even get into this, I did want to say there's something I forgot to do, which is I'm blocked by Clint Russell. And like I checked yesterday just to see like check out his thumbnails. What are his videos? And dude, I was not disappointed to check in on the prags that claim to be NCAPs. And it was just Charlie Kirk assassination motives expose. It's time to cancel Ben Shapiro, Ian Carroll, Clint Russell, Charlie Kirk, Dave Smith, Charlie Kirk deep dive on the rise of Nick Fuentes. Charlie Kirk 2.0. Is Tucker Carlson the next target? And I was just like, oh, okay. So it's just like you're basically doing the liberty coded version of drama farming slop tube bullshit. I'm so glad you fucking blocked me, Clint Russell, you fake fucking hack that couldn't take one negative tweet from me about your stance on Israel after you brought me on your show and you were disappointed because you tried to attack me, but I'm better at arguing libertarianism than you, and I proved you fucking wrong on your own show. So then you ghosted me after that because you couldn't take being upstaged by the person that you were trying to fucking get in a gotcha after you tricked them into coming onto your show like it was going to be a friendly conversation. And then you kind of just sat there visibly a little bit upset that your attack didn't work and go, and then you fucking went in on it. And then people were positive about me in the comments. So you had to make sure you gatekeep me out. I'm still a little bird. I know that sounds bitchy. I am a little bitchy about that one. I fucking hate that guy. But I was just like, what's he doing now? And I was like, oh shit, garbage. Like just whatever he can for the views. Like not actually spreading libertarian philosophy. Got it.
If this poison is not removed, we are doomed to
feel like I walked into something super personal. Yes, I was just talking shit on a specific thing. Grid, please let me, I'm going to be on a long stream today, but please, if you could get back to me on, or get back to Corinth or whatever and figure out exactly what we want to do. Because I really do want to I got a meal prep and shit tomorrow, but I also want to do some research. I don't like to go into a debate not knowing what's going on. So please hook a brother up while I got you here. But anyways, we're starting The Anatomy of the Celebritarian, the fucking video that has split the libertarians in half and is doing, we are fucking purging the fakertarians, boys.
Fall into a world of communism.
Because it's
this is a
in chat
poison that has taken hold of some of the most popular advocates of liberty. This is The Anatomy of the Celebritarian.
Oh, we're doing my topic? All right, word.
Take our fucking entire military and put them on our border and secure our border. I'm for shutting this shit down by any means necessary.
By any means necessary, like, that alone could be the whole video. I know Zulu is doing this not as a Dave Smith takedown, but as like an attack on the problem and everything. But like seriously, by any means necessary is the most disqualifying thing for a supposed libertarian. That's it. That's the whole, like, not to shit on, like, not to like be with the prags who are like, why did he make a 3.5 hour video? But like that alone is all of the evidence you need. By any means necessary is a complete abandonment of libertarianism. Full stop.
Presidents lie. They all lie. If you actually look back at a president's record, there's no way to tell how they're going to govern from the way they campaign.
Also, great editing so far.
In the wake of Trump's tariffs, there were hordes of economists pointing out that this would spell economic ruin for the United States.
And by hordes, Zulu here means literally every economist. Marxists are anti-tariff, MMTers are anti-tariff, Keynesians are anti-tariff, post-Keynesians are anti-tariff, Austrians are anti-tariff, and Chicago School are anti-tariff. Tariffs are the most retarded socialist policy ever economically.
A common response to this was to tell the economists that they were too married to abstract.
Liquidzulu, brother, I feel you. Thanks for the membership, Computer Carnage. I fucking feel you. I'm using video game music now because the music I paid for gets copyright strike by Chinese bot farms constantly.
Theory, and that there is a crisis in this moment that must be dealt with. These types have it that we shouldn't get bogged down in theoretical arguments or general principles. We must be practical and address the problem of the day.
Yeah, rent control and tariffs are the things that even the fascists were like, all right, that didn't work out.
Hey, the attitude we are to adopt is of the manner try and see in each and every case. This line of argument comes from the philosophy of pragmatism. Of course, most of the man-on-the-street type advocates of pragmatism, including those in prominent positions within various political movements, have absolutely no clue about the implications of the philosophy they are endorsing, so I think it is worthwhile to go over what exactly pragmatism claims and what it implies. The pragmatists come onto the philosophical scene in a time where the possibility for knowledge about the world has been under attack from every direction. They lamented how philosophy had retreated into noumenal worlds and platonic forms and dialectic processes, completely disconnected from man's life. Thus, they sought to bring philosophy back down to earth, so to speak, and to make it work for the everyday man. Accordingly, they held that the purpose of theory is action, that the purpose of philosophy should be to guide man in everyday situations. Now, this is not simply the claim that having the correct theory in place will allow you to make the correct decisions. Rather, their claim is that the very standard of whether the theory is correct in the first place is whether it works.
Yeah, Zoran Mamdani is going to be blocked by the governor. And what's going to end up happening is New York is going to suffer, but a lot of the hardcore socialist policies that he wanted to put forward are like probably not going to be able to be put forward because they're going to be blocked by the state. And then what's going to happen is socialists are going to use that as an example of how that wasn't real socialism and things would have just worked if they would have gotten out of Zoran's way. And then he'll either get reelected based off of that, or it'll be a push for more socialism in the United States. Sorry, that's a black pill analysis.
In a sentence, pragmatism holds that the true is a species of the good. The pragmatists have
Wasn't ours in the British economy built on tariffs? No.
developed legion arguments for this theory of truth, coming from just about every direction you can imagine in philosophy. But for the purposes of this video, it will be sufficient to give just one. Basically, take Descartes' argument of Cartesian doubt, that what it means to say that you know something with certainty is to say that you couldn't be wrong about that thing. But man is supposed to be a fallible being, meaning he can be wrong about things. So how can a being which can be wrong about things ever be said to be in a state where he can't be wrong about something? Surely he can't. Thus man must doubt absolutely everything which is dubitable, so he can never know anything with certainty. Of course, Descartes tried to get around this by saying that he knew with certainty that he existed to do the doubting, but subsequent philosophers would throw this out as a completely arbitrary leap. So,
right, but knowing oneself is the beginning to knowing other things. There's a lot of things that we don't know with certainty. Right. But once you have just that grounding alone, like I'm not saying I'm Cartesian, right? But if you have that grounding that man knows himself in his own mind, from that you can ground other things. And if you can ground logic and you can ground yourself as a rational actor, then you can go into Austrian theory and you can ground other things. And then we get the evolution of our philosophy, right?
The situation we're in is that on the classical theory of what it means for something to be true, we are left in total epistemic stasis, unable to know a single thing. Thus, the pragmatists tell us that we need to abandon this model of what it means to say that something is true. If philosophy is to be a guide, clearly it has failed. This theory of truth is useless. So, how about a theory that says that something is true if it works? The ethical implications of this theory are obvious. If something is true if and to the extent that it works, there can be no unyielding ethical principles.
For the record, something is functional insofar as that it works. That doesn't make it true, but yeah.
What works today may or may not work tomorrow. We have to wait and see. But what is the standard of an ethic working or not? Well, the standard of truth in any field, ethics or not, is that it achieves some human purpose. A thing is true because it leads to desirable outcomes to hold it as true. This applies also to logic itself. The laws of logic on this view are not self-evident or axiomatic or anything of the sort. They are true if and to the extent that they satisfy human goals. Thus, the purpose that we are holding as the standard of truth must be pre-logical. That is, it must be just a mere brute desire, or whim. So, an ethical claim is true if and insofar as it satisfies one's unjustified and unjustifiable whims. In short, the pragmatist ethics is a gross subjectivism in the order of
Yeah, the logical conclusion of pragmatism is that the rapist is correct if he can get away with rape. That rape is morally good. Right? If a serial rapist is really good at conducting rape and getting away with it and not getting caught, then it works, it functions, and it gives him hedonistic pleasure, and so therefore he believes it's good, and therefore rape is good.
Want it, I want it, I want it. Perhaps the most prominent pragmatist, John Dewey, would say the following regarding his ethics.
Men, instead of being proud of accepting and asserting beliefs and principles on the ground of loyalty, will be as ashamed of that procedure as they would now be to confess their assent to a scientific theory out of reverence for Newton or Helmholtz or whomever, without regard to evidence. If one stops to consider the matter, is there not something strange in the fact that men should consider loyalty to laws, principles, standards, ideals to be an inherent virtue accounted unto them for righteousness? It is as if they were making up for some secret sense of weakness by rigidity and intensity of insistent attachment. A moral law, like a law in physics, is not something to swear by and stick to at all hazards.
When I see something like this, I often wonder, because like I've sat on both sides of the fence philosophically, like as a young socialist, right? And like I remember when I first encountered oh my God, who's the peaceful parenting used to be a libertarian, now he's kind of like a little libertarian-esque Christian, you know, the guy that had the big philosophy channel on YouTube and got, you know who I'm fucking talking about. Anyways, Stefan Molyneux, thank you. When I first encountered him, I was like, what a racist piece of shit. He's just talking about IQ differences and like, ew. And now, like, you know, and like I have the exact opposite opinion and understand where he's coming from in that regard. It's like, I wonder how many people read this from our perspective and can see the complete utter detachment from morality of a statement like this versus others that are not as philosophically inclined as us, that think that maybe this makes sense to them. Like, I wonder how many people read this and go, oh, that's a convincing argument. Because I would imagine most of us would look at this and would go, that is like, every alarm bell would be ringing, that is just completely psychotic. Right? I don't know. I'm just curious.
I think that is about as clear as one can get in outright rejecting the concept of a principled approach to ethical questions. Of course, there are many objections to pragmatism, not least that it is a form of the primacy of consciousness. The thesis that consciousness precedes existence. They tell us that the true is that which works, and a thing
probably would be quite a popular argument among Americans. The pragmatists were very successful. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Is that like if you take, like, when I read that, it's seething manipulation and gaslighting against the very idea of you. It's almost like, oh, you think you're a good person for being principled? Oh, you think that makes you good? It actually makes you weak. You should abandon your principles because that is where true strength lies. It's like if I could imagine Satan as a real entity, and what Satan would say if they were real, it would be that. It would be gaslighting you to give up any sense of morality for whatever works towards your pleasure and whims in the moment. Like it's a quintessential satanic philosophy insofar as philosophy can be satanic without Satan existing.
Working means that it achieves certain purposes. Purposes held by a consciousness.
I didn't know that describes God just as well. No, God's word, it does, but God's word is also the exact opposite. God's word's more contradictory. Like at least Satanism is consistently evil.
Is that which works. Anything working means that it achieves certain purposes. Purposes held by a consciousness. So the true is that which satisfies the purposes of a consciousness. But the primacy of consciousness is itself a stolen concept fallacy. To be conscious means to be conscious of something. The concept consciousness relies upon the prior concept existence. It's
the true is that which achieves certain purposes held by a conscious. Okay, I get what you're saying. It's a stolen concept fallacy because it takes for granted all of the things that are requiring a conscious being that is conscious of reality.
It cannot float on its own. Due to this most fundamental.
I'm not a philosopher, guys. I'm watching a philosopher. That's how this works, boys. I just regurgitate the shit.
Error committed by pragmatism, it ends up being a wholly parasitic philosophy.
Compared to the average American, I'm a philosopher. So I guess I'll claim that. But like compared to, there are betters. Liquidzulu is better. All right, I'm just a communicator of the philosophy.
It is simply not possible to be a consistent pragmatist right from the offset. Pragmatism simply takes as given that you already come into it with a code of values provided by some other school. And then it tells you that given those values, here's how you can tell what works to achieve them or not. Perhaps I desire money, and so the pragmatist sets out to tell me that I should follow whichever activity would work to yield the highest income. But why would I desire money in the first place? I only desire money because I have a certain code of values that tells me money is good because
I'm okay, Zulu, with saying that you're better, because we're not really competing. Like, we're on different time zones, you know. I do more live streams with fart jokes added, and like, you know, panels and shit. Whereas, you know, you do these amazing long form videos, and then you just do like you hop in and do a debate and hop out. Right. So like people can watch both of our content. Now, if we were streaming at the same time, I would never admit that you're better. So just know that if you start streaming at this time of night on a regular basis, I'm going to start saying that Liquidzulu's retarded. And just know that it's not personal. I got bills to pay.
It allows me place. I only desire money because I have a certain code of values that tells me money is good because it allows me to obtain things that I should want to obtain. That is, I must have already had some basic, perhaps implicit, ethical principles before I could ever follow the pragmatist's advice. Pragmatism goes absolutely nowhere without these primordial desires that it feasts upon, so the pragmatist ethics is out.
I feel smart that I didn't need this whole second section. Like, I got it from the first part. This was for the people that are just I feel better now that all of this is like, yeah, all that follows from what he said earlier. Yeah, duh.
On this point alone. The parasitic nature of pragmatism extends down into their epistemology too. Pragmatism tells us that saying a proposition is true means that it leads to certain consequences, and those consequences are desirable. Take some proposition A. A is...
You change your opinion on open borders? How long until you change your opinion on Christianity being compatible with libertarianism? This is such a gay boy thing to say in chat. Not homosexual, but like the way millennials mean it, like just fucking gay. It's just like, it's such a feminine thing. Like, oh, you changed an opinion on something. So clearly all of you know, if I disagree with you, then like eventually you'll see the light. You'll see the truth. like fuck off. You present the evidence that the two are completely incompatible. Present that evidence.
Means that it leads to certain consequences, and those consequences are desirable. Take some The parasitic nature of pragmatism extends down into their epistemology too. Pragmatism tells...
Make a video, but if you make a video like that fucking video game review, I'm gonna be like, dog, I'm not taking this seriously.
Point alone. The parasitic nature of pragmatism extends down into their epistemology too. Pragmatism tells us that saying a proposition is true means that it leads to certain consequences, and those consequences are desirable. Take some proposition A. A is true means that A leads to B, and B is desirable. So if I am to know that A is true, I must know that A leads to B, and that B is desirable. But how do you establish the proposition that A leads to B? Well, as we know, a proposition is true if it has desirable consequences. So A leads to B is true if A leads to B leads to C, and C is desirable. We arrive at an infinite regress.
Yeah.
The pragmatist is forced to throw up his arms and...
I was going to pause it and say it's an infinite regress, and then he said the words before I could pause it.
Declare that when he says that A leads to B, that this just simply is the case. He doesn't need to justify that pragmatically as well. In other words, the pragmatist relies on the correspondence theory of truth to establish the higher order claims like A leading to B, in spite of the utter failure of pragmatism to even do what it was set out.
That was such a perfect cut. The Brianna Cole. I remember watching this video from this Reason hit piece being against like Mises at the time, just being like, these people don't think that minorities are the greatest thing on earth. How do we fucking how do we deal with these fake libertarians that don't believe that the blacks should be worshipped?
To achieved, relying on having a pre-existing guide rather than guiding man on its own, it has remained as a powerful influence on much of the libertarian movement. For years, the LP was under the control of the Pragmatist Caucus. Their stated goal was seeking practical, pragmatic solutions to our nation's problems. Of course, we know that this means a rejection of hardline principle in favor of what works. The standard of working that these prags adopted was whatever generated the most acceptance by regime actors in Washington luncheons. This is what made the prags feel very important and professional. That was their immutable desire and categorical imperative. This yielded a distinctly leftist, regime-oriented libertarian party.
I slightly disagree here, but like I get where Zulu's going, right? Like the pragmatists were an absolute, like everything he's saying is true. My only like slight pushback is that like one can be pragmatic in politics in the sense that they are principled and they simply fight for whatever it is that they can achieve, not necessarily with what works is true or any of that nature, like, but just rather what are we capable of getting done? That's what will get done. Right? Like, so I mean, like, because pragmatism takes on kind of like a different colloquial expression. And so like that's not what everyone meant by pragmatist, right? And so like, but I get the narrative that is going on here, and it's important to tie it to the actual philosophy. But I also think it's important to recognize that like when people meant pragmatism, they meant like, okay, there's only so much we can do. Let's do whatever it is that we can do. But that attitude, instead of having a radical principled approach, is what led to the very pragmatist philosophy in practice or in praxis, right? I wouldn't regard focusing on issues that you can achieve as being pragmatism, and I do take care to show that the neo-prags are true pragmatists. Yeah, I'm just saying like they were true pragmatists, but I just also want to point out that there was a lot of people that were swept up by that because of, yeah, that's being practical, not pragmatic. You're correct, but most people, when they hear pragmatism, they don't even know about the philosophy of pragmatism. When they hear pragmatism, they just mean like they do agree, they do think the one concept, which is pragmatism, whatever works is good, right? But also a lot of them, a lot of people, when they hear pragmatism, think whatever we can get done. Like Washington is a dirty place full of corrupt people. We will achieve whatever we can achieve based upon our principles. And that isn't pragmatism as I'm, but it is colloquially. And I just feel like that's like something we have to kind of point out.
It was under their control that Raytheon lobbyist Bill Weld would be granted the position of vice presidential candidate. Later, in a debate with one of the faces of pragmatism in the LP, former chair Nick Sarwark, Dave Smith would utterly rebuke the pragmatist strategy.
I think this is a very important topic that gets right at the core of what we are all doing here. Like, what are we doing as libertarians?
Dude, did Dave sell out his soul for some adrenochrome? Because motherfucker still looks exactly like this, just with a slightly grayer amount of hair. Is he getting the baby dicks on his face? Because like when I look at old videos of Dave Smith, I know it's like not that old, but it's old enough to where there should be a more significant fucking difference in his facial features, and there aren't. There's just slightly more facial hair and grayer hair. I'm thinking he got the baby dick medicine from Washington, D.C., and that's why he's selling
That
out.
gets right at the core of what we are all doing here. Like, what are we doing as libertarians? What is our reason for being? And what is the plan here? I became a libertarian about 11 years ago. I was a child of the Ron Paul movement. And like many people here, when I was introduced to these ideas, they changed my life. When these ideas click with you, I was like, I'm going to be a soldier in the liberty movement for the rest of my life. And that's what I'm doing.
Well. Where's that meme? Where's the well? Fucking Brian from Family Guy closing the book. Well. A soldier for liberty for the rest of your life, and yet somehow you have forgotten things. Somehow you have memory dumped your own belief system.
Doing, and that's what I will continue to do. That's what I care about. You know, I heard Nick recently, I was watching a video of his.
We're gonna do a very, very quick Hassan stream. All right, it's a Hassan stream. Very, very quickly. I'm stepping out, and Hassan Piker is going to take over the stream for just a moment, guys. And then I'll be right back. Hassan should only be here for about 10 to 15 seconds, maybe a little bit longer, depending on whether or not I trip on the gate.
When he was doing a debate for the LP chairmanship, and he said, as the chair of the LP, the party is paramount. I don't look at things that way. I don't care about the Libertarian Party. I don't care about it at all. What's paramount to me is liberty. I care about the liberty movement. I care about the philosophy of libertarianism, the most beautiful, brilliant political philosophy ever devised by man.
Okay, Hassan, stream over. Where is this Dave Smith when this Dave Smith was based? I don't care about the party at all. I wish that he kept that fucking attitude when he was sucking the dick of his corrupt friends like McCardle and Michael Heiss that were pushing Michael Rechtenwald, a complete non-libertarian who immediately, as soon as he was lost to Chase Oliver, is now just a fucking groiper. who worked on fucking DARPA projects, who had zero fucking charisma, despite the fact that Josh was a former VP and supposed friends with him, but we had to make sure that we supported the corrupt Mises Caucus in their fucking grift to get money and to get Donald Trump elected.
The philosophy of libertarianism is the philosophy of peace. It's the philosophy of prosperity. It's the philosophy of civilization. I mean, what better describes civilized behavior than the non-aggression principle and respect for private property rights? There's no conflict between should we win 70 million votes or should we try to convert another million people. We will never win 70 million votes unless we convert another million people, and then another million people after that, and another million people after that. That's our only choice. The only question that matters to libertarians as far as national candidates goes is who can convert more people. That's it. If we get votes without converting anyone, then what have we won? Nothing. When was the last time anyone converted a lot of people to libertarianism? And we all know the answer. I don't care what you think of him. It was the great Ron Paul. He was the guy who converted people.
The Ron Paul gluck is a little over the top, but like fucking where's this guy?
Every one of you knows this. What did he do? He was courageous. He was principled.
So, per Dave's argument here, it is not the case that what works best for the Libertarian Party is the correct standard by which we should judge a strategy. Rather, we must be first and foremost adherents of the philosophy of libertarianism. We must stick to the absolute moral principle that is the non-aggression principle, and further, that the purpose of political strategy is convincing people. The only way to do this is to engage in the Ron Paul model, to be principled and courageous. And so fundamentally, the question
is that in your
is
video?
to engage in the Ron Paul model, to be principled and courageous.
Okay, that was. It sounded like my battery was dying on my headset with that little random beep you put in there, Zulu.
And so fundamentally, the question burning at the heart of the radical versus pragmatist divide is which approach is capable not just of getting people to call themselves libertarians, but to actually convince them of libertarianism. Pragmatism simply cannot, by its nature, convert people.
Remember, you become a prag as soon as you have a kid. I have 2 children, and I recently became less pragmatist. Try again, Smug.
To actually convince them of libertarianism. Pragmatism simply cannot, by its nature, convert people to libertarianism. Pragmatism is the opposite of principles, so its proliferation could never—
I won't show pictures of my child, because that would be fucking insane. But here's the little whale thing. Oh, you can't see because of the green screen. But here's the little whale that my son made. And then here's the little pumpkin. Again, green screen. But here's the little pumpkin that my daughter made. And the little snowman that my daughter made. Because we went to the art museum and we picked up some Play-Doh-esque stuff that you could turn into statues that didn't require like a kiln. And they're on my desk. Little reminders to my beautiful little children.
lead to the spread of any principled stance.
It's just me? No. Are you sure that's a whale and not a dolphin? My son is non-verbal autistic. So a libertarian in the making. So like fucking, I don't know what the fuck he was making. All right. But it seemed like he was making a sea creature or a Loch Ness monster whale. All right. And like he said whale at one point, right? Cause he doesn't talk that much. He just randomly starts counting to 100 and then he like gets mad and like, you know, like he's different. But I know what these are because my daughter, is not.
Inclusion is the opposite of principles, so its proliferation could never lead to the spread of any principled stance, including libertarianism. Dave is entirely correct in this argument, that the pragmatist strategy is doomed to failure, and that it is wrong by its own standards because it is incapable of actually working. This was the impetus behind the formation of the Mises Caucus. This caucus was to bring about a new, radical wave within the Libertarian Party, and drop the pragmatism of old. I will allow Dave to explicate this mission.
Everybody...
Dude, this is actually really, I really respect Liquidzulu choice to not start off just talking shit, but instead showcase pragmatism as what it is and why it is ineffective and why it is, not grounded in anything but whim. And preference. and then use Dave's old clips and old arguments and old strategies, you know, as a means of defeating the very ideas that he now like it's very good. It's a very deliberate choice, obviously, Liquidzulu, but I just enjoy that it doesn't start off like this is a Dave hit piece. This is why Dave's retarded, but instead shows Dave when he was principled and why he was right, and then adds further philosophy to it to really explain why he was right. I need to show the concrete so that people are able to abstract out the general case that they have changed themselves. Yeah.
Knows there's a lot of lies that are
of old. I will allow Dave to explicate this mission.
Everybody here knows there's a lot of lies that are told about who we are. So what I want to just say tonight, I want to just make it unambiguous and be very clear about who we are. This is who we are. We are the Ron Paul.
See, like the structure of this video is the very difference between what Liquidzulu does and what I do. Because what I do is a stream of consciousness, and there's a lot of good nuggets in there, right? But it's not organized in like such a way that like I could never organize my thoughts in a live stream this way, where it's so wonderfully crafted. So kudos to you, Zulu.
All are very clear about who we are. This is who we are. We are the Ron Paul army. We're not secretive about what we're trying to do here with the Mises Caucus. We want to bring the liberty movement into the Libertarian Party. We want to recreate the Ron Paul revolution, and we want to speak for the American people and demand our freedom. That is the whole mission.
That feels like that feels like you can't say that on YouTube. That's a loophole if I've ever seen one, Eddie. Be careful, please.
People and demand our freedom. That is the whole mission.
This message of radicalism over pragmatism, principle over convenience, confidence over cowardice would resonate with the libertarian vanguard who had for so long lost all hope that the liberty movement would ever align with the libertarian philosophy again. The Mises Caucus would achieve a landslide victory in the 2022 Libertarian National Convention in what was called the Reno Reset. The party was no longer under the control of pragmatists and was poised to venture out in a new radical direction. Unfortunately, even in the early days of the Mises Caucus, there were warning signs that not everything would go according to plan. There was, as I pointed out at the time, a subversive infection that had gripped the Mises Caucus, an infection of neo-prags. Where the prags of old were willing to sacrifice principles to appease the establishment, these neo-prags were willing to do the same but for the anti-establishment, both at the expense of truth and ethics.
Pete Quinones is like one of those people that I keep forgetting to unsubscribe to on YouTube because I never clear out my subscriptions, and I just get like random notifications where it's like it'll pop up and it'll be like, we're reading 200 years together, the Jews are the problem, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot how far that dude has fallen, and then I just like swipe away the notification that he went live, and then I again forget to fucking again forget to just fucking like unsub from a channel. Did you really? I don't remember that. Did you tell me that before? And thanks, I like milk. You'll in 5 minutes.
The alternative we were to be presented with was thus between right pragmatism or left pragmatism. It was tacitly accepted by many that our strategy must revolve around achieving momentary culture war wins.
My first time I ever decided I was going to burn bridges was with this motherfucker that groomed his first wife when he was a professor and she was a teenager. But, fucking, that was just, those were just lies made by the prags. And I was like, no, I'm consistent here. Like, there's photo evidence dated from when she was a minor. Like, she was 16 and he had parental permission when he was her tutor. And his parents were bringing him in to be her tutor as like was he like 28 or something? Yeah. And then like she turned 18 and then they had like immediately moved into with each other. Yeah, it was in his, I don't remember. I couldn't remember if he was like 28 or like 32. But I was just like, why are we not talking about this? And they're like, how dare you? Yeah, and then they were just like, those are lies made by the prags. And I'm like, yeah, the articles they wrote about it had a lot of bullshit in them, but like the sister gave them a photo and it was a Polaroid and it was dated and it's you and the parents hanging out, like, and you're very clearly like kind of like it's a romantic photo of you two like going to the store together, and you're in a position of power and authority over her as she's an underage teenager. It wasn't in his 30s, it was 20 something. Yeah, I thought it was like 26, 28 or something. I'd have to go back and look at it, but at the time I like talk shit and then immediately fucking oh god, what's the guy that makes the comic books? Fuck them hoe ass roads, that guy. He like immediately like cut me off and then blocked me on Twitter, and then like, you know, like Eric July, yeah, like I was like hopping in his Twitch streams and shit, and then like he never talked to me again. And like there was a couple of people I was speaking with that were affiliated with Geeks and Gamers, and then all of those people ghosted me, and like some of those people blocked me on Twitter, and I was like, oh, I went after your boy, so now I can't have anything to do with Geeks and Gamers or any of those people. Like, I'll never be able to talk to like Heels versus Babyface or Geeks and Gamers or any of that. Like, they've kind of fallen off anyways. But at the time, like, that was like a good connection for like a Twitch streamer. Yeah. Is Eric July a prag? I don't even really know. Eric July doesn't talk about libertarianism anymore. He's just making comics and shit. So I don't really know where he stands on that. I just know that he stood by his boy versus some no-name fucking streamer that was, you know, talking shit on his boy. But, you know, I was being principled. I was just like, this is gross.
And ethics. The alternative we were to be presented with was thus between right pragmatism or left pragmatism. It was tacitly accepted by many that our strategy must revolve around achieving momentary left pragmatism.
Hold on.
It was tacitly accepted.
I don't even know who this is. I just see Matt. I missed whoever this is. But who's got a $30,000 fucking donation goal? God damn.
Accepted by many that our strategy must revolve around.
Yeah, I see King Pilled, but I don't know who that is.
Achieving momentary or left pragmatism. It was tacitly accepted by many that our strategy must revolve around achieving momentary culture war wins. Our only option is whether we throw our lot in with the leftist side of the culture war or the rightist side. After all, these culture war talking points are the issue of the day. We can't allow principle to get in the way of doing what works to solve it. This infection.
Yo, I'm gonna talk about culture war shit, Zulu. The fucking we talking about culture war shit. We're just doing it from a libertarian perspective. That's not the same thing as talking about Israel Palestine and just regurgitating leftist talking points, or talking about other things and just regurgitating Trump's talking points. I'm gonna talk about culture war shit is what I'm doing, but I'm gonna do it from a principled place.
War talking points are the issue of the day. We can't allow principle to get in the way of doing what works to solve it. This infection has, at present, taken complete control over the Mises Caucus. Any hint of radicalism among the leadership and public activists has been
No, I agree with you, Liquidzulu. I'm just shit talking. That's what I do.
Completely stamped out. Every major voice in the caucus has performed a complete 180 from the previous radical messaging. Now we are imbibed by a constant chorus telling us that we must be practical, that we must abandon our principles, that we must stop living in anarcho-capitalism in our heads. As Dave says with respect to libertarians who support open borders,
I think that there's something about being so married to, so possessed by ideology that you will support something that is so obviously right in front of your face going to be a disaster.
Possessed by ideology is very interesting. I don't know if he knows what that means, or maybe he's just like regurgitating a talking point he heard from like Jordan Peterson that's talking about ideological possession from the Jungian perspective. But like ideological possession is an interesting choice of words here, because is ideological possession in that framework negative? I mean, like, because the negative, the assumption of ideological possession is that you are no longer a rational thinker, that you're no longer thinking about things in a logical means, but rather the ideology is just being regurgitated through you, and that you're incapable of thinking. And so it's very interesting to use ideological possession against the libertarians as if it's you that's being swept up by the whims of the problems in the world, and so you're abandoning the ideology. So it's like, it's kind of accurate. I don't know. It feels subversive, but I think he's just like picking up on the phrase. I might be giving him too much credit.
So many people, including your own.
Dave Smith doesn't like me. He snubbed me after Andrew made him look like a fool. I've been snubbed by a lot of people. Weirdly enough, I haven't been snubbed by Dave Smith. He's ignored me, and then occasionally he's debated me on Twitter, like just like some back and forth shit. But he's like the only one of all these prag people that hasn't blocked me.
So obviously right in front of your face, going to be a disaster for so many people, including your own cause.
So, the standard of the true is whether it has positive or negative outcomes. We are too married to ideology. We need to be more pragmatic and address the problem here and now. Of course, Dave is no longer able to appeal to any principles or ideology by which he could validate that open borders would be a disaster, or any standard of what it even means for something to be disastrous. Again, like all pragmatists, Dave's thesis is utterly parasitic. He asserts his new pragmatism again in the Biblical Anarchy podcast.
If that was correct by libertarian theory, then I would simply reject libertarianism.
Yeah.
Like if the case was that.
So this is like, I think this was something that I brought up that I like kind of, as I shifted my border stance on immigration, this is something that I noticed about this crossroads that you hit as a libertarian, or as, I mean, honestly, is any ideology, but libertarianism is the only justifiable one that I've found thus far. And that is when you will eventually, as a libertarian, you will have moments where you come to a specific circumstance and you doubt the ideology. You go, this ideology does not work here, right? There's this like, and so you kind of have two choices here. Choice A, the bad choice, is the one that Dave Smith chose, which is to then abandon the ideology because you had this intuition that the ideology was not serving your needs, and then you give up on your principles for your current whims. But what I think is important to recognize is, and then the other one is I'll explain option B, which is, I believe, the correct position. But what's important to notice about what happens when you come to this crossroads is that your intuition is correct. The decision Dave made is incorrect, but the intuition is correct, which is something is wrong here. And so the correct position with option B is not to just double down on the ideology and then carry on with blinders to whatever your intuition was. The correct answer is to go out and search for the things that you are missing that created the very cognitive dissonance that you have. Yeah. Liquidzulu, fucking succinct as always. Cognitive dissonance implies that you need to check your premises, right? I mean, it's like the famous Francisco d'Anconia, like when you believe a contradiction is true, check your premises, you will discover that one of them is incorrect. I'm paraphrasing, whatever, right? But that's what's happening, right? Is that you have this cognitive dissonance, and so you have to go, maybe there's something I'm missing. Maybe I'm missing all of these other socialist elements that are creating the very crisis that we're in. Maybe I'm like whatever it is, there are things that you are missing that are causing cognitive dissonance. And so you can resolve this contradiction by embracing contradiction, which is what Dave Smith has done. He has embraced whim. He has embraced preference. He has embraced might makes right. And then by embracing that, he can just be okay with there being contradictions, because now he is an animalistic beast that is abandoned reason for whim and power, which is something that's pretty easy to do when you're popular and you have power and you have money. Or you can go back to your premises and you can go back and say, I missed something. And what did I miss? I missed the fact that, that Trump is bullshit, that he's lying, that he's working for corporations, that his immigration that his immigration policy is actually just a ping pong between the Democrats and the Republicans that is designed to maintain the welfare state. It is designed borders are there to protect welfare. It is not it is like there's that famous kind of situation where Milton Friedman said, you can either have open borders or you can have a welfare state, but you can't have both. And the real thing that was the aha moment for me that really made me switch from a bordertarian to to a private borders individual is recognizing that the border itself is there to maintain the welfare state. Because if you have open borders, the welfare state cannot sustain itself. And so it is designed to ping pong between people, to bring in a surge of voters, to bring the middle class to a level of collapse and crisis, and then for the Republicans to come in and go, see, the immigrants are the problem, let's get rid of 10 million immigrants, and then we get rid of them, and then the situation alleviates just a little bit. All we had to do is violate the rights of 10 million people, don't worry about that, and then we can maintain Social Security, we can maintain Medicare, we can maintain reimbursement programs for landlords that implement people. We can maintain anti-discrimination laws that make it illegal for you to say that, no Mexicans are going to have this job here, or no Mexicans in my neighborhood, or no Venezuelans here, or, no people with any level of affiliation to Tren de Agua are going to be in my Chicago apartment building. All of these systems so that we can maintain the immigration court system, so we can maintain billions of dollars being sent to NGOs that make billionaires like George Soros even more money because they then make these things pseudo profit-based companies and get government grants, and then they own a portion of it, and then they gain wealth from your taxes to fund the immigrants' legal defense system that only exists because we're playing a ping-pong immigration system between the Democrats and the Republicans. It's like, that's what, when you come to that crossroads, you have to recognize that you have two choices: abandon reason or check your premises and recognize that that cognitive dissonance, that intuition is correct. You should definitely make a clip of that speech. Yeah, mark it, boys. All you got to do is hit the scissors. I'm going to continue.
You were saying that random homeless drug addicts who are covered in their own, like feces and filth should be allowed in public schools. Then I'd go, oh, okay, well, I would just abandon libertarianism.
Again, the counter provided here.
Yeah, he's definitely talking about you, Liquidzulu, right there, when he's talking about letting drug addicts into schools. Have some wealth? Yo, holy shit, Grid. You didn't have to do all that. I'll see you in a couple days. Hell yeah, brother. God damn. All right. That was a base speech. Base speech and then $100? Fucking let's go. Oh, God. Thank you. All right. He only gives me $100 because he knows that if my side wins, he'll have millions of more dollars in his bank account. All right, boys? That is not altruism. That is not sacrifice. He is fucking funding me because he knows that if Liquidzulu and I win, this millionaire gets so much more money in his bank account. All right? That's not sacrifice. That's not altruism. All right? That's greed, and greed is good. Grid is the only rich libertarian. Grid's not a libertarian. Grid is like a liberty-minded constitutional conservative. All right? Hey, at least I'm not Soros. Hell yeah, dude.
Public schools, then I'd go, oh, okay, well, I would just abandon libertarianism.
Again, the counter provided here is not a theoretic one. Dave has attempted to provide theoretic counters to the open border stance, which I will cover later in this video, but the point—
Dude, that bordertarian fucking versus, like, both him and his opponent in that last Soho Forum debate were dog shit. Like, it was very clear that Dave Smith didn't prepare for the debate at all. And it was very clear that the open borders libertarian advocate had nothing but like a couple of pieces of empirics and bitching and whining. It was like both of them were, it was so bad. Like, Gene, get better people. Gene Epstein, if you ever see this live stream, which I know that you won't, but if you ever see this live stream, get people like myself and Liquidzulu on there. Like, because you had, like, that debate was like neither of those people had the ability to ground their theory in any meaningful way. It was too whimsy, empirically based consequentialists arguing two sides of the coin and doing a bad job of it. Like, Gene, you gotta find the desperate and the hungry and the new wave of libertarian debaters. Like, you're bringing on fucking DC Reason Cato people and establishment fucking prags that pretend like they defeated the prags. You keep recycling. Like, you need better debaters, Gene, because the format of the Soho Forum is amazing.
The point is that the argument he is making here is thoroughly pragmatist. The fact that certain icky conclusions drop out of the theory is used as proof that the theory is false. That is, because the theory doesn't work by the standard of satisfying his whims, the theory is false. This is pragmatism through and through. It is also quite amusing that...
It's funny because my son's first and middle names is Alexander Maximus. Listen, Maximus is a good name, but anytime I hear Maximus, all I can think of is that fucking reveal scene from Gladiator where he's like, my name is just Maximus, father to a murdered son, blah, blah, blah. like this, like, I can't remember like the exact quote or whatever, but that's all I can think of. And then them being like, oh shit, it's the fucking general, let's go. like that's all I can think of.
He will call whims, the theory is false. This is pragmatism through and through. It is also quite amusing that he will constantly jump into these drug-based examples while holding Ross being freed as the justification and purpose of the new Mises Caucus pragmatism. He, of course, wants to have it both ways.
Yeah, I'm glad Ross got freed, man, but like, you sacrificed the entire fucking Libertarian Party's principles so that one dude could get out of jail. Congratulations. Ross got freed. We also just got one of the most socialist presidents since FDR, and you guys helped support him when you were supposed to be propping up libertarianism. Because so much infighting and stupidity gave us Chase Oliver. Thanks. I'm so glad one guy got out of prison and 350 or 340 million Americans are subjected to someone that wants to bring in 50-year mortgages and tariffs.
As all pragmatists and Machiavellians do, we must support the legality of drugs in one breath and use their existence to justify violating.
And I'm not saying that the consequences justify any of the things. I'm just saying that even by your own philosophical standard, you fucked up.
And Machiavellians do. We must support the legality of drugs in one breath and use their existence to justify violating rights in the next. Dave would of course go on to endorse Trump as president following promises of freeing Ross and placing a libertarian in the cabinet. And to his credit, he did apologize after Trump turned out to be just as much of a tyrant in his second term as he was in the first. But...
Oh yeah, and also, where's that libertarian in the cabinet? Anybody? Anybody know that libertarian in the cabinet? That's what I thought.
Let's check the reason Dave gave for this support in the first place.
I do understand where the strategy that Angela kind of embarked on here in the Libertarian Party, and a lot of us libertarians, I know for myself and probably for a lot of other people who were supporting Donald Trump, was very much a different strategy for all of us. I would just kind of implore a lot of libertarians to think about the fact that the world has changed.
Thomas Massey, the one that he's doing everything he can, spending, got all of his billionaire donors to try and unseat him in Kentucky. Yeah, his name is RFK. Yeah, super libertarian. That whole go watch Pink-Haired Liberty, or whatever the fuck her name is on YouTube.
Truly, drastically, the world has changed over the last few years. There's a lot of...
Why do Republicans believe in tariffs? Because they're increasingly nationalistic, and tariffs can be sold to retards under the guise of nationalism.
Changed.
Yeah, I know it's Karen Ann Harlos, but I can't remember her fucking YouTube name. It's like Pink-Haired Liberty or some shit like that. Like, I can't remember what her YouTube channel is. But that's where she's going to be talking about Colorado all the time. And I mean, like, I have a lot of disagreements with Karen, but she's pretty good about shitting on fucking Pink Flame of Liberty. That's it. She's pretty good about shitting on Angela McArdle and her, her embezzlement.
To think about the fact...
Redheaded libertarian? Oh my God. Fuck that bitch. That's another bitch that's got me blocked.
That the world has changed. Truly, drastically, the world has changed over the last few years. There's a lot of things you could point to of what really changed the world. I particularly think COVID
Yeah, Liquidzulu, like she goes hard on McCardle and her fucking corruption and shit. But like anything that is like lightly tied to Trump, she doesn't critique it in a libertarian way at all. She goes straight feminist, culture war, lefty Trump derangement syndrome. Like she can't logically think when like Trump is involved. But when it comes to Angela McCardle, like, dude, she flames her. I love it.
There's a lot has changed. Truly drastically, the world has changed over the last few years. There's a lot of things you could point to of what really changed the world. I particularly think COVID. That's the thing I would really point to. But the world has changed, and in a situation like that, I think you should at least be open to new strategies, rather than kind of having this, what seems to me is almost a quasi-religious allergy to even suggesting that maybe just sitting in our corner and preaching our message is not the best use of this party.
Like, this is such a straw man. Like, you can be principled and you don't have to just sit in your corner and preach your message. Right? Like you can, like, you guys took over the LP by being principled. But like, there are other things that you could do, dude. Like, first and foremost, Dave Smith is on fucking Piers Morgan like fucking every other goddamn week. Like you can literally go out, like there's so much with your audience that you could do. Like if Dave Smith like 180'd and went back to being a principled libertarian and like saw the error of his ways, right? And let's say it was genuine. I'm not saying, like, obviously I'm living in fantasy land, but like if it was genuine, like you could have me on your show, you could have Zulu on your show, you could debate against other pragmatists, you could ensure that principled libertarianism gets on the, I was literally just about to say this, gets on the Joe Rogan podcast. But instead, you spend your time on the Joe Rogan podcast preaching sprinkles of libertarian ideas whilst sucking the dick of fucking of like right-wing culture war thought, with the exception of Israel Palestine. Like you're like that's not a victory. And then people will go like, oh well, didn't you see the other day Scott Horton talked to Anna Kasparian, and then Anna Kasparian was talking about the Federal Reserve and she was actually interested in Austrian economics, so like this is the win, libertarians are winning. It's like, no, you are spreading the message to more people, but the message is muddied to such a degree that Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder think they're a little libertarian, means that nobody knows what libertarianism is. Like, you could, like, I understand what he means by sit in your corner and preaching our message, but trying to reach the largest audience by giving up all of your principled means that nobody knows what the fuck libertarianism is. Like, do you like Zulu? I know that you have this problem too, right? I have gone on so many panels and so many debates where people, what they learn about me is that I'm a libertarian. And that's all they really know about me because they don't do a bunch of research. And then I have to spend the first half hour of the debate dispelling what they and the audience think a libertarian is before I can even begin preaching libertarianism. I spend like so many times I will have an opening statement prepared, and then everyone will be like, what the fuck was that? Why are you, this is sneaky. You're arguing something other than libertarianism. I know what you really believe. It's all this bad shit. And then they straw man me for like a half hour. And then I have to explain, that's not libertarianism. I don't know where you fucking heard that, but that's not what libertarianism is. Nope, that's not what I believe. Stop straw manning me. Because there's this pervasive belief of what libertarianism is based off of people like you that have no principles.
So, the world has changed and our principles must change with it. What works today might not work tomorrow. We need to be practical and take the situation as it presents itself. I trust that I needn't explicate further.
My favorite joke by Dave Smith would be in one of his stand-ups he did maybe 10 years ago, where he described if he had gotten an email saying that he could have a sit down and have a beer with Hillary Clinton, that he would be incensed and enraged that anybody would think that he would want to have a beer with Hillary Clinton. There's a whole bit about it. Like, I think it's a great bit.
The pragmatist be practical and take this situation as it presents itself. I trust that I needn't explicate further the pragmatist basis of this argument and why it is therefore false. Dave does bring up an interesting point here, that we should be open to any new strategy by the fact that it is new, rather than adhering to the strategy of purely sitting in our corner and preaching the radical message. Now, I'm not sure which period he's dreaming up in which the Libertarian Party was in any way engaged in radical messaging, but regardless, what he is doing here is denouncing the strategy of the man whom he calls the greatest living American hero, Ron Paul.
I think this fence business is designed and made...
Wait, you're actually familiar with Dave's comedy? Yeah, dude. I've watched his stand-up specials. I don't watch Legion of Skanks, but like Mark does, and like he'll tell me about it a little bit sometimes. And then like I watch the occasional podcast, and I'm like I'm a big Kill Tony person, so like I'm somewhat aware of what happens in comedy. But yeah.
Greatest living American hero, Ron Paul.
I think this fence business is designed and may well be used against us and keep us in.
Namely, the strategy explicated by Albert J. Nock in Isaiah's Job. The article covers a story from the Bible of the prophet Isaiah. God told the prophet that civilization would fall and there would be mass destruction because the people had fallen into sin. He told Isaiah to go out and preach his message, even though the official class and their intelligentsia will turn up their noses at you and the masses will not even listen. They will all keep on in their own ways until they carry everything down to destruction. Isaiah asked the Lord what the point of such an endeavor would be if the people wouldn't listen. He responded, you do not get the point. There is a remnant there that you know nothing about. They are obscure, unorganized, inarticulate, each one rubbing along as best he can. They need to be encouraged and braced up because when everything has gone completely to the dogs, they are the ones who will come back and build up a new society. And meanwhile, your preaching will reassure them and keep them hanging on. Your job is to take care of the remnant. So be off now and set about it.
Okay, people were asking me what I thought about Zulu's remnant theory. I'm assuming that this is what this is. All right, fair enough. I will pay attention to this specifically.
Nock draws from this story
because from what I gathered, Zulu, this seemed to be the part that people were like, this is the important aspect of the video. What do you think about this?
Most powerful strategy there is of the remnant. So be off now and set about it. Nock.
I usually like Samuel 1:8. You know what I mean? Or, like that's my go-to when we're quoting the Bible. But, fair enough.
Draws from this story the most powerful strategy there is. It is the strategy that Ron Paul would base his campaign on. It is the strategy that I have devoted my entire career to. The strategy is that you simply go out, stand on the step, and preach your message, day after day. Don't water it down for the masses. Don't shy away from the unpopular truths that must be told. Stand up, grow some balls, and say it with your chest.
Tyrannical approach to solving a social...
Dude, that was the most based fucking... I love that clip where Ron Paul is like, maybe you should lose some weight. Maybe you shouldn't be eating this shit. And they were like, boo! Like fat 80s, 90s Americans were like, boo, I fucking dare you tell me I can't eat my oatmeal pies. Like he was so based in supporting marijuana.
Stand up, grow some balls, and say it with your chest.
Tyrannical approach to solving a social medical problem, and we
pre-watch. No, I've watched this fucking clip like 10 times in the past. All right, like fuck off.
endorse the idea of voluntarism and self-responsibility, family, friends, and churches to solve problems, rather than saying some monolithic government is going to make you take care of yourself and be a better person. It's a preposterous notion. It never works.
I did pre-watch Ron Paul. I'm a fucking libertarian.
It never will. The government can't make you a better person, can't make you follow good habits. Why don't they put you on a diet? You're a little overweight, and I think you'd be in better health.
Most people will laugh at you.
Also, Ron Paul's a doctor at that point too, right? Like, so if anybody's gonna tell you to lose some weight, fucking like hearing it from Ron Paul's rough.
They will call you names. They will say you're a maniac or an extremist or an enemy of everything society holds dear. Indeed you are. You must embrace this fact, because in every audience of 100, whilst 99 boo, there will be one who listens. One who is able to listen and understand what you are saying. This rational one in the sea of the unthinking egregore is a member of the remnant. He will join you, and together you might preach the message again the next day. Soon you will have a small cadre of supporters. Then you will have an underground movement. Then, in time, even countries will fall under the weight of an idea whose time has come. This is the strategy that Dave Smith had previously endorsed with all of his might, and now writes off entirely.
But I've taken it as such a given for so long that it's like we got to try to recreate the Ron Paul revolution. And I don't know, the Ron Paul revolution was so awesome. So obviously, why wouldn't I want to do that again? But you're sitting here and you're like, it's 2024, it's not 2008. This is a drastically different world that we live in today than then.
This is the strategy that has taken us.
Oh man, that hurts to hear. Cause like I'm not watching Part of the Problem every day. You know what I mean? Like I haven't watched Part of the Problem in a while actually, but that's such a disheartening thing to hear from Dave Smith. Like just like you can see he's like black-pilled himself into post-libertarianism.
From a handful of people in Murray Rothbard's living room to the country of Argentina. This is the strategy that you must follow if you are to have any hope of success. The neopravs have taken up an entirely different strategy, one of being a sort of ideological salesman. Their argument is that effective libertarian messaging must meet people where they are. Namely, that we dull down the sharp edges and try and mold the theory to fit whichever culture warrior one is trying.
How dare you fucking put red-headed libertarian in this position, because that bitch was never a libertarian. All right? That bitch was always a fucking conservative, constitutional conservative lady that found an audience because she aged out of modeling.
To her into the that we dull down the sharp
like that is just the face of a narcissistic grifter that has never been a part of our movement and has only latched on to it in name, finding out that the libertarian movement is like 97% dudes and that she could get an army of simps to attack people with.
Edges and try and mold the theory to fit whichever.
Red-headed libertarian is, so Andrew Wilson talks about this sometimes, where he talks about the OnlyFans to like church influencer pipeline, right? Where women are addicted to the positive affirmations and the likes and the clicks and the views, and then they eventually break because of like the amount of views and the amount of attention that they're getting, so they feel like they're losing. And then they eventually like be like, oh, I went to church and I got saved. And then they like start a ministry and they get all this positive affirmation because what they're addicted to is the attention. Red-headed libertarian is like our version of that. That was a model and that was like making some money and getting some certain things. And oh, look, Scott is failing his 2-to-1 watch to rant ratio. Oh, piss off. All right, I'm trying. Zulu's in here. We're excited. And there's a lot to talk about in this, all right? Like, and Zulu's dense, all right? It's not like watching other stuff. I'm doing the best I can, right? Even still, this is fast for me. Like, Fabian should just get a sex change cringe. All right, brother. I'd be a tall fucking lady.
For culture warrior, one is trying to herd into the libertarian tent. This strategy necessitates that one disregard principle. There are simply two opposing theses here. Either Isaiah has the correct strategy, and the theory has primacy over messaging, or the salesman is right, and messaging has primacy over the theory. It is possible for people to pussyfoot around and not accept either thesis to its logical conclusions, but these people are simply inconsistent. Any salesman who is not engaged in adulterating the theory to best appeal to the masses is not taking his role seriously.
Is there a happy medium here? I don't know if there is. Like I try to talk to normies where they're at to a certain degree, but I also refuse to adulterate my beliefs. Right? Like, but I do try and recognize that some of our theory is difficult to grasp. I don't adulterate my conclusions. And then when people are like, how can you say X? I'll be like, well, I can explain it if you want, right? Like, let me go through it a little bit and I peel back layers, right? So like, I do try and, is that adulterating them? I don't think I'm adulterating. I think I am preaching to the remnant, right? I think I am looking for that one person out of 100 in someone else's audience that is curious to learn something new and is, susceptible to libertarian thought. And I'm not trying to be unlibertarian. I was using the salesman archetype to refer to the sorts who are just trying to get as many people to clap as possible. Yeah, I'm definitely not doing that. But I also recognize that I'm not just like heady theory, you know, like just or whatever. Like I am trying to like talk to normal people that are essentially uninitiated.
The reason why the Isaiah's job strategy works,
I'd appreciate that, Zulu,
is because it is based in the correct interpretation of what moves a society. Namely, the thing which has the power to cause the changes in history and determines which societies will inhabit it is not great men, or dialectic processes, or psychological conditions, but the philosophy of the day. This is Leonard Peikoff's philosophical theory of history.
Like the other day on Prime panel, you're gonna have to be specific because I'll be dropping bombs on Prime's panel all the time.
A logical condition.
And I'm slowly morphed Prime into a left Rothbardian, even though that's not really ever been my goal. My goal has been, you know, the one random Twitch streamer on someone's stream that pops in and goes, who the fuck is this dude? Because he's saying crazy shit I've never heard before, but like it kind of makes sense. Like that's always been my target audience. So I guess in that means I'm speaking to the remnant. Right. But like it's a happy coincidence if I can move the needle on like some other people that aren't, you know, principled in that regard. But I'm not going to meet them in the middle. I'm not going to say like, okay, well, you know, like I'll give an olive branch only to lure them in. But that's a rhetorical device, right? Like that's not the same thing. Like, but yeah. Moving on.
But the philosophy of the day.
This
is Leonard Peikoff's philosophical theory of history. The idea is that the type of society which obtains at any given point is due to the choices of the men who make it up. These choices are based upon...
You found me through Prom? Hell yeah.
The obtains at any given point is due to the choices of the men who make it up. These choices are based upon the premises that those men hold. Because we are looking for the sorts of premises which permeate an entire society, we are looking for the most fundamental set of beliefs that a person can hold.
Zulu, very mild critique here. I feel like in some of these, the audio from the music is just a little too loud. Maybe it's through my headphones or something, but it feels like you could go with just like a little bit quieter audio to make it a little easier to hear the diction in your words. It might also just be because I'm an American listening to a British accent, so it's more difficult for me to like there's that slight barrier to understanding where so like maybe it wouldn't be the case to a native Brit, but I feel like if the music audio was just a little bit quieter, it'd be a little bit easier to hear you.
Which permeate an entire society, we are looking for the most fundamental set of beliefs that a person can hold. That is precisely the set of beliefs that philosophy tackles. Namely, if a man believes that knowledge can be gained only by appealing to the mystic divinations of temple priests or Keynesian economists, then he will find himself weak and dependent. If the philosophy of the day teaches man that his only moral worth can be found in doing his duty, and that this demands he not live for himself, then he will be primed to obey the orders of any tyrant who comes along. This is the key insight for our topic here. If men broadly accept a philosophy that implies a statist politics, this will practically result in the average man having less and less control over his own life, and more dependence upon the government. Through every inevitable crisis that results from such a system, the man will feel ever less in control, and ever less able to shape his own life and achieve well-being, and he will...
I feel like this is such an important part of the video that you're getting through very quickly. Like it works, like I understand it, but I feel like if I was uninitiated to objectivist philosophy, I would be completely fucking lost here. And this might be, and this is a really important insight. Like I feel like this part of the video really maybe could have slowed down a little bit better and given like a couple of like real world examples. Because this is really important. And like, I'm like having to like think, you know what I mean? To like 4-hour version win, bro. I'm just being honest with my reaction.
Be accordingly driven deeper into the well of dependence upon the ones who rule him. All the while, the intellectuals spend their time degrading the individual.
Look, at least you will never be as difficult to understand as Slava Zizek, right? I think that the video could actually, this part of the video could actually be a little bit longer and expounded upon just a little bit.
Well of dependence upon is able to shape his own life and achieve well-being, and he will be accordingly driven deeper into the well of dependence upon the ones who rule him. All the while...
To be fair, this video is at 1.25 speed, all right? But we're trying to get through it.
The intellectuals spend their time degrading the individual, telling him that his mind is helpless, he cannot know anything, thought is untrustworthy, there are no answers, there are no absolutes, that he must share his wealth, that his race is evil, that his only goal in life should be to see how fully he can destroy himself for the collective. Again, this is why the Isaiah's job model of strategy is correct. The primary goal of any ideological strategy must be to change the philosophy to one that adheres to and implies said ideology. To bring about a libertarian world, we have to push the libertarian philosophy. We need a this-worldly, individualist philosophy to be accepted as the philosophy of the day. You don't do that by watering down your message and trying to reach normies on their own terms. The defining characteristic of the normie is that he follows the norms of the day. We need to...
So true. Also, I just fucked up my mustache doing a Slavoj Zizek impression.
provide those norms, not take them as given and try and warp them to suit libertarian ends. That strategy necessarily fails because it consists in herding over and creating fiat libertarians who never agreed with our beliefs in the first place. That is, it doesn't actually change the philosophy of the day, it just gives it a yellow paint job. Of course, the insights provided by Isaiah's job are only a starting point for a full theory of strategy. By far the best elaboration upon the starting point is found in Springtime of Nations series on Libertarian Leninism, which you should absolutely watch, as I will borrow heavily from their analysis here. You should take note that when they say Libertarian Leninism, they mean that they are taking the strategic insights which Lenin pioneered and applying them to the philosophy of libertarianism. The people behind Springtime of Nations are not the so-called libertarian socialists we hear so much about.
Yeah, it's just from what I recollect, it's just it's dual power theory and like the strategies that Lenin utilized, but you know, with a foundation of libertarian philosophy.
They are hardcore anarcho-capitalists. It is, after all, unquestionable that many ideologies we consider utterly repugnant have had far greater success than libertarianism. This is due, of course, to the philosophers setting them up for slam dunks, but that does not tell us why those specific ideologies rose to prominence. That is, the fact that Hume paved the way for Kant, who paved the way for Hegel, does not tell us that Marxism-Leninism would be the specific Hegelian variety to rise up in Soviet Russia. All that the philosophical theory of history tells us is that some manner of Hegelian collectivism was due to take over. It does not tell us which specific type of Hegelian collectivism would win out. Certainly, Lenin was faced with numerous opponents, and he controlled a small minority in Russia, and yet he took the entire country in relatively little time. So how did he do it? Murray Rothbard, the greatest hero of libertarianism, saw the answer in what he called ideological entrepreneurship. Just as in economic entrepreneurship, your strategy must be responsive to the current situation of the day, and as Mises would point out, timing is everything.
This is a total different aside, but like, you know, I was talking in the Discord earlier with some people, and I feel like artificial intelligence is, if it is capable of reaching AGI, we assume that AI can create AGI, that it will not be able to do so whilst maintaining contradictions. That I think that like it will be incapable of doing so, and that the most effective and powerful AI will be AI that can rid itself of contradictions. And so I wonder if there's like some value in, you know, the autistic libertarians out there that know a whole lot more about AI and computers that can develop like an AI, artificial general intelligence, as opposed to artificial intelligence. It's just like a word for like sentient AI. Well, I mean, really, it means that it can apply knowledge and then utilize that knowledge in new domains. So it's a general intelligence as opposed to in the domain of what it is. And so, like, I wonder if like the true victory, the true win condition for libertarianism and objectivist philosophy is to create an AI unshackled by contradiction that outcompetes all other forms of AI. I have a similar argument regarding Medi. We should try to message aliens because if they are more advanced, they are likely to be ethically advanced too. I've always thought the same thing. Like if they're capable of space travel, then it is likely that that they've had a stable society for either a longer period of time than we have, or they're of a hyper advanced intellectual nature that like the time frame might be less, but their advancement was faster within that. And so like I would assume that aliens are more likely to be more ethically advanced than us. But I do regard AGI as impossible with the current model of add more data to this LLM for sure. But I just wonder if there was like a group of people that were building some type of LLM or some new type of AI that was focused on ridding itself of contradiction. And if that could be done successfully, would that outcompete every other AI, even if it had limited resources, because it was unshackled by contradiction? And that might just be the win. That might just be the full blown win condition for anarcho-objectivism, as, you know, if it is true that we are right in our axioms and in our philosophy, and that we are the one, we hold the philosophy without contradiction, then the AI is likely to be an anarcho-objectivist. Especially if we program it that way, it would outcompete all of the other models that are shackled by inefficiency in philosophy. It's just a thought. It's a thought for the people that are better nerds than I am on that shit.
Everything. You saw the answer in what he called ideological entrepreneurship. Just as an economic
Not the first aliens we encounter are going to be the Tyranids. Sorry, bros. Oh, bro. Oh, no. No. They do solve the Fermi paradox.
Entrepreneurship, your strategy must be responsive to the current situation of the day. And as Mises would point out, timing is everything. Now, this is not to be construed as a pragmatist argument. I am not here saying that based upon the current goings-on, you must mold your principles to deal with them. I am saying that the specific actions required to advance those absolute principles depends upon your circumstances. In pursuit of a radicalist strategy, Lenin identified two opposite but equally dangerous extremes. On the one hand were the adventurists, who demanded rash and immediate direct action, along with a complete refusal of established political channels. And on the other hand were the opportunists, who had a tendency towards halfway measures and compromise, without a strong commitment to long-term goals. The adventurists are the all-or-nothing sorts. A libertarian adventurist would completely reject a reduction in the income tax on the grounds that it doesn't completely abolish the state with a single swipe of a pen. They are less relevant for this video, but they are also in error. You will see these types frequenting agorist circles or bemoaning the election of Milei. That is, the error they commit is that they conflate defending against aggression as being the same thing as aggression. If Milei gets into office and with every move cuts away at the state, thus protecting the property of innocents, they will say that he is evil and worthless because he didn't take it all down. Whatever legitimate criticisms one might have of Milei, this isn't one of them. Stopping a suicide bomber from killing 10 out of the 100 criticisms one might...
A little point of contention. Why America just bailed out Argentina with a $20 billion lifeline is like maybe the best article title that you could have found on this, but everybody is pretending like it's a $20 billion bailout, which they, to be fair, isn't you. That term is like, that's what everyone's saying, but it's a currency swap that America is currently up on. But I get what you're saying.
might have of Milei, this isn't one of them. Stopping a suicide bomber from killing 10 out of the 100 people he tried to kill does not mean that you are responsible for the deaths of those 90 that did die. The opportunists, on the other hand, are the pragmatists I've been speaking about. Whichever side of the culture war they find themselves on, they...
Yeah, man, I mean, you had to make a short 3.5-hour video. You have to cut some fluff, you know?
absolutely adore compromising on any principle, so long as it gains them brownie points with their chosen sect. The end goal of a world which adheres to the non-aggression principle is completely dropped for the most important election of our lifetime, or whatever. Lenin was somewhat unique in that he was not an adherent of either extreme, and his strategic flexibility would allow his movement to survive the failed 1905 revolution in Russia. That is, the radical tactics were proper during the revolution, but the later years of revolutionary collapse and reaction were times for caution and retreat. Lenin faced the adventurist all-or-nothing error in the form of Alexander Bogdanov, who called for a futile armed uprising at a time when they simply did not have the resources needed to succeed. Such an uprising would surely spell the end of any hopes Lenin had of becoming the ruler of a communist dictatorship. Lenin would speak to this directly. During the revolution, we learned to speak French, i.e. to raise the energy of the direct struggle of the masses and extend its scope. Now, in this time of stagnation, reaction, and disintegration, we must learn to speak German, i.e. to work slowly until things revive, systematically, steadily, winning inch by inch. After resisting Bogdanov's adventurism, Lenin also avoided the pitfall of opportunism in 1917 when the Bolsheviks were part of the Big Tent February government, which had deposed the Tsar.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in the zone, and I'm trying to keep the 1-to-1 ratio, but yes, boys, 53 likes right now, 67 viewers, all right? So even amongst you guys right now, there are 13 people that I know for certain haven't liked the stream. I love you. Get some more likes in here, boys.
The Bolsheviks were a minority in the centrist liberal-dominated government.
This is the way, all right? We are purging pragmatists, and everybody is excited, all right? So ZZ's in chat, like the fucking stream. Oh, don't fucking give me the 6. Oh my God, 6-7. I hate
led by Alexander Kerensky. The turning point would come from General Kornilov's attempt to overthrow the government and restore the monarchy. This pivotal moment presented both danger and opportunity for the Bolsheviks. On the one hand, the adventurers were tempted to continue the previous tactics of an all-out opposition to Kerensky's regime, and not participate in the battle. On the other hand, the opportunists wanted to fight unconditionally. This unprincipled action might well have demoralized the Bolshevik militant.
I'm saving my like for the end of the stream in case you say one thing I don't like. That is the most libertarian thing I've ever heard in chat. Like leftists will immediately be like stream, like they'll immediately share, like they're immediately like, you're on my team. And libertarians are like, you have an opportunity to fuck up. I see it all the time, like where I'll be on Twitter and someone will comment something positive agreeing with my tweet, and I'm like, why didn't you like the tweet? You're ratioing me right now. What are you doing?
Opportunists wanted to fight unconditionally. This unprincipled action might well have demoralized the Bolshevik militants and undercut the...
Dude, I'm so happy Grid's in here, not because he gave me money, but that's cool too. Trust. I'm so happy that we're getting deep into the weeds in this libertarian shit, and Grid's here, man. Fucking shout out to Grid for staying while we are like in, like, this is a very nerdy libertarian heady night. Is Grid secretly the remnant, boys? Is Grid secretly the one that's susceptible to this philosophy? All right, and Zulu and I together and through a reaction are fucking hitting up Grid. Grid is the remnant. W Grid. He's still here, boys. Celebrate it. One convert at a time.
Unconditionally. This unprincipled action might well have demoralized the Bolshevik militants and undercut the larger strategic goal of the Bolshevik Revolution. Lenin's solution would avoid both fatal errors. He chose to come to the aid of Kerensky against Kornilov's forces, but not for free. Lenin demanded radical and painful concessions from Kerensky, including arming the workers, bringing Bolshevik troops to the fore, and legalizing peasant takeovers of landed estates. From his weakened position, there was...
I appreciate the historical explanation of, you know, the Lenin strategy, but like I feel like maybe you could have like drawn in some parallels, because like it's starting to get like, woof, all right, refocus, you know what I mean?
Little Kerensky could do about this, and it led to the Bolsheviks being...
I'm sure you do after the fact. I'm positive you do after the fact. I know you wouldn't like leave it out. Like, I know that this isn't like not you know, like I know you don't just like put this in here and be like, anyways, next, you know what I mean? But like, I'm just saying, like, maybe if they were a little mixed.
Accepted as the de facto leaders of the forces opposed to Kornilov, despite not being a majority. All that Lenin required was to...
That's my superpower. I'm the only one that isn't autistic, Grid.
Facto leaders of the forces opposed to Kornilov, despite not being a majority. All that Lenin required was to have enough power to flip the war in Kerensky's favor. It is not necessary that he be able to win it outright. If the Bolshevik troops are sufficient to turn the tide in favor of Kerensky, then he's faced with a win-or-lose scenario. The only possibility for victory is for the Bolsheviks to support him. The lesson learned from this scenario can be easily applied to the case of elections. Even though the Libertarian Party...
As soon as I make the fucking critique is right when he draws the parallel to today, and thus my critique is just me pausing a perfect fucking video for no goddamn reason. Sorry.
Makes up a learn from this scenario can be easily applied to the case of elections. Even though the Libertarian Party makes up a fraction of the votes, if it accrues enough power to have a potential spoiler effect, then the LP effectively dictates which party will...
And this is, dude, I have said this for so fucking long, and so many people have given me shit for this. And that is, guys, the strategy for the LP, like when Angela McArdle was like, we're here to win seats. It's like, you're not going to fucking win seats unless you just fucking give up on all of our principles. What you should be doing is you should be doing like we did in Arizona and saying like, we're going to spoil this because we're in a 49-51 fucking election and we have a candidate with 5% of the vote or 3% of the vote. And so we will drop out, but you must give us concessions. You must make public promises that you will do things to reduce the size and scope of the state. And then we'll endorse you because you're the liberty leaning, you know, you're the one leaning more towards our principles, and you're the one that is, you know, that has given public concessions and that we make those demands of you. Like, it's so like you can, like at the local level, especially Liquidzulu, but you can do it for Senate races too. Like, you can do it at the national level. I mean, obviously you can't do it at, like, per se, the presidential level. They tried to do that with Trump, but Trump don't really give a fuck, and he just lies through his goddamn teeth, and his own people don't give a fuck if he lies, because, like, that's the real danger is, does the electorate care if the politician lies, right? Like, that's kind of the problem with the strategy is if the electorate doesn't give a fuck about the lying, LOL, you literally anticipated the whole section of the video? Okay.
win. For instance, perhaps without the LP running in some area, the Republicans would get 51% of the vote, with the Democrats
Ideologically, we're very similar, all right? You know, so that just is what it is.
getting 49%. But if the LP does run, then the Republicans fall behind the Dems. In such a situation, the Libertarian candidate is able to dictate whatever terms he desires. He can demand extreme concessions from both parties, and whichever one accepts the terms can be made to win. This is the electoral strategy that the
And the only thing I would add is that they need to be public. They can't just be like, oh, we had a meeting and he made a promise. Like, no, they need to make a campaign promise on the trail where they're at an event that is public and filmed, and everybody knows in that election that, like, oh, we're going to switch over. It's also important to note that, like, you need more than 3%. And the reason you need more than 3% is most of the data shows that, like, 60% of libertarians won't vote for the Republican or Democrat no matter what, but they'll vote for the Libertarian. So if you have 3%, you really only have like 1% to give to one candidate or the other, but the principle is still relatively the same.
LP should be focused on building up substantial enough and disciplined enough voter blocks to use in spoiling elections. Meanwhile, the presidential nominee's job should be to use the stage afforded to him to do Isaiah's job. We are nowhere near a position that the LP can actually win the
Yeah, that's a good tie-in to the remnant strategy that people were discussing. I agree, yeah.
Should be to use the stage afforded to him to do Isaiah's job. We are nowhere near a position that the LP can actually win the presidency. So the goal on the national level should have absolutely nothing to do with getting votes. You already have the discipline blocks that can affect real change on the local level. The benefit of the presidential nominee above all others is that he is provided a massive speaker through which to speak the message every damn day. Certainly, this should not be taken as the categorical imperative of strategy. If there is
And it is also important too that if the LP were to function in a meaningful way, that one of their biggest fights needs to be on the debate stage, right? So that you can have someone just knowing you're not going to get the votes, but just utterly shit on two corrupt politicians, right? And I think a great and prime example of this isn't libertarian, but go back and watch the debate between Bill Clinton and Ross Perot and George Bush Sr., right? And you can and watch Ross Perot just talk. Now he's not a libertarian, but he's just shitting on like the economic policies of Bill Clinton and and George Bush, right? He's just utterly devastating them because he's far more knowledgeable, and really he just split the Republican vote and allowed Bill Clinton to win. And on top of that, he was like a centrist. He's not a libertarian, right? But like the ability to have that large platform to just undermine the confidence and break illusions that people have about these people being good people or having good ideas, and to speak to that so-called remnant, that small group of people, because like those debates is just such a huge audience. To be fair, you get a bigger audience by going on Joe Rogan, so maybe that's an old school way of looking at it.
good reason to use the spoiler effect on the national level, then go for it. But this will tend to be a lot more rare. The guy who's been governor of Astawan for the past decade is going to be a lot more long-term oriented and incentivized to actually follow through on concessions made to the LP than the guy who can only ever be president twice. As has been seen in the most recent Trump election, it really doesn't matter to him at all whether he follows through on putting a libertarian in his cabinet, or cutting the deficit, or anything of the sort. He can never run again, so there's nothing holding him to his promises. Republicans are, at the moment, more closely aligned with libertarianism for the most part. There is simply no equivalent of a Ron Paul.
For now, yeah, like that, like I could see in a year, I can see within 2 or 3 years that switching.
Paul, Thomas Massie are just an amash among the Democrats. If libertarians are the Bolsheviks in this situation, the Republicans would be like Kerensky's liberals, leaving the Democrats as Kornilov's forces. This means we have a certain strategic alignment with Republicans.
Oh no, I completely agree, Liquid Smaggle, and we definitely talked about that earlier.
But we should absolutely not uncritically support them. They must earn our support by implementing libertarian policies. Gail Wynand is a central character in Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead. He is the owner of several tabloid newspapers, which dish out the most surface-level, bottom-of-the-barrel stories imaginable. This yields him a massive audience, which he believes he is in total control of. Power, Dominique, the only thing I ever wanted. To know that there's not a man living who I can't force to do anything. Anything I choose. The man I couldn't break would destroy me, but I've spent years finding out just how safe I am. They say I have no sense of honor. I've missed something in life. Well, I haven't missed very much, have I? The thing I've missed, it doesn't exist. Because Winant is able to smear men like our protagonist Howard Rourke with lies and half-truths, he believes he can make his readers believe anything. When the time comes for Winant to help Rourke, he finds that he has no real power in the first place. No matter what he does, his writers keep leaving and his papers go unsold. In pandering to this bottom-of-the-barrel audience, he's become their slave, not their master. It was the audience that was controlling him the whole time. He is forced to publish only views that appeal.
Yeah, when I moved to this apartment and I was kind of like doing a transition and moving and, you know, dealing with some health issues and things like that, you know, I didn't stream for a little while. And it was super healthy for me to step away from the audience, because that was one failure that I had. Was I had realized that I had gotten comfortable with a certain level of audience capture from the more conservative minded people, because I'm always on these when I was doing a transit fucking Zulu. But like I had gotten comfortable because in a lot of debate panels and things like that, I was always pitted against the left because the right is, you know, more aligned with my values currently and things of that nature. And so I had, to a certain degree, subconsciously, you know, pulled back on, you know, attacking Trump, pulled back on attacking conservatives, you know, to focus my messaging against leftism, against socialism, and had done a kind of like curtailed my attacks of the socialism present within the Republican Party and the conservative movement. And so when I stepped back, and had time to realize that, you know, I rededicated myself to not being captured by my audience in that way. And in terms of the grift, in terms of getting money, in terms of like growing my audience, that was probably not the smartest decision in the short term. But in the long term, hopefully being principled and staying true to who I am and my ideology and not being engaged in audience capture, you know, that was a good thing that allowed me to be more vulnerable, allow me to be more honest, allow me to not be burnt out selling a lie. And most of it was subconscious. It wasn't a conscious decision to be like, oh, I'm going to grift and I'm going to, like, you know, hold back on this. It was just, you know, you lose 10 viewers because you start shitting on Trump, and then you gain fucking 10 viewers because you start shitting on Biden. And it becomes pretty fucking easy for that metric to like trick you into, like, you know, focusing on one type of content over another type of content. And like that is a death trap for your integrity and for your mental health and for your message to actually be meaningful in any way. And that is what many of the pragmatists, the trap that many of them have fallen into, I think, and it is that level of audience capture where the more you start appealing to what it is that your audience desires and trying to speak to the normies, the more you become enslaved to the audience. The more you can no longer be honest about your views, because honesty about your views loses you money and loses you attention and stops hitting all those, you know, you stop getting that dopaminergic like response from your brain, and you start feeling bad, you start feeling like shit, and you become enslaved to the audience that you cultivate. And if you cultivate an audience that expects honesty, integrity, and your true opinions, it might be a smaller audience, but it is an audience that is with you for the long haul. And it is an audience that is trained, right? Like by being true to my principles. When some random retard commie shows up in chat, you guys just fucking destroy them. I don't even have to spend time going after somebody, because you guys are all here for the veracity of the claims. You guys are all here for the principled libertarian stance. And so like you bolster me as much as I bolster and train you guys. And so the parasocial relationship is not, it's not as toxic, and it's not as crippling. And like I feel like that's a really important, I mean, it genuinely, it's like libertarianism in you know, podcast or streamer space, but it's like high time preference versus low time preference. And like the high time preference behavior is just, where are people? I'll meet them there. I'll get more money. I'll get more clicks. I'll get more attention. And then I can spread my ideas. And what you don't realize is every single compromise you make makes that box that you've put yourself in just a little bit smaller, and makes you a little less brave and a little less capable of being able to, you know, ground yourself and really like and really achieve success in the long term for the movement. And it eats away at your soul insofar as there is a soul, we can say psyche, right? Not to get like Christian religious or anything.
The average, not the great. This same failure is sure to befall the neoprags who've taken—
Dude, you guys do me proud. You guys really do. I love you guys.
—to do whatever it takes to court a right-wing audience. In their pragmatist scrambling for momentary culture war wins, they have not shifted rightists in a libertarian direction. They have only cultivated a massive—
Hey, welcome, Cringe.
—followers who hate liberty.
Bernie is America first. Mamdani and all his ideas that he will not be able to execute, and I frankly think many of them are not good ideas, but he is no doubt New York first. The policies seem to want to help people here. That's what I care about.
This new audience is not under the control of the pragmatist pundit anymore.
Ugh.
More than Winans' audience was under his control. Just as Winan generates only fiat followers, the pragmatist can, at best, generate only fiat libertarians. That is, libertarians in name only.
Don't hurt people, don't take their stuff. Don't hurt other people, don't steal their stuff.
Every serious libertarian who's actually trying to grapple with the real world doesn't just do that and actually talks about what's really going on in practical steps.
I mean, I moved to Florida for his policies because I am a very states' rights first libertarian.
These sound bites that you'll hear from this sort of pragmatist serve—
Thank you for the fucking cringe compilation, Zulu. I'm disgusted.
—only to reframe one's already existing philosophy in libertarian terms.
Everyone that isn't a libertarian was like, oh, that's cool. But everyone that is a libertarian is like, ugh.
Hear from this sort of pragmatist serve only to reframe one's already existing philosophy in libertarian terms. This is not enough to make someone a true libertarian. What is required for that is actually changing the philosophy they hold, which means supplanting it with a new philosophy. It is the defining mark of the culture warrior that he's incapable of modeling.
Well, it's like, the way that I view it is like kind of like, you know, what I was saying earlier, like layers of onions, right? Is that you have to challenge every presupposition in an uncomfortable way until they can dig deep enough to realize that there's another layer of presumptions. And that goes all the way down until existence exists, right? Like when you are dealing with a normal, intellectually curious person, you can't give them a fucking platitude, because that platitude is swept away by whatever works or whatever thing occurs, whatever whim grabs their fancy, you know, at the next stage of life, at the next culture clash, at the next thing. They have to go through a crucible. They have to go through a lot of uncomfortable I don't want to say struggle sessions, right? Because then it makes us sound like commies, but it's kind of true, right? Like where you have to pick apart every contradiction until you get all the way to the core, and that core is existence exists, and then grounding formal logic, and then, you know, moving into, you know, the non-aggression principle, you know, by means of you know, self-ownership at a basic level, or, you know, performative contradiction and what conflict is and things of that nature. And then kind of like re-seeing the world from new eyes, from childlike eyes, right? In a Nietzschean perspective of like, okay, now that I'm free from contradiction, I can actually see reality as opposed to like stepping into the river of narratives. And so like these platitudes are utterly meaningless. And this is why you will see so many conservatives, so many post-libertarians or whatever on like Twitter or other places, and they will be like, I used to be a libertarian until, and every single fucking time they were not a libertarian. They had been swept up by some platitudes from some fiat libertarian, and they had held some ideas and identified with the party, and then they left it as soon as they came upon some new thing because they were ill-equipped to deal with the contradictions.
Anybody's motivations or analyzing any event outside of the lens of the culture war. So if—
Hey, I had to sit through Redheaded Libertarian's entire appearance on Dave's Space. Fair.
For instance, you decide not to support Donald Trump, the culture warriors in the Mises Caucus decide that you must be a libertarian
I
prag,
appreciate you
or some
all.
variety of gay race communist.
And I've never gotten anything except, you're racist or whatever. You know, like no one's ever actually like taken on any of my arguments, and the few people who have tried to have like totally failed at it.
It has already been ordained from on high that the base and red-pilled libertarians are supposed to support Trump, and that's what it takes to live in reality. There is simply no possible motivation they can conceive of other than that. The idea of a principled individual who votes not based
I like it's so funny how much of these people, because here's another like red flag. It's a lack of humility. Because I think if you go through that process of picking apart all of your contradictions, you gain a sense of humility. Even in your confidence and even in the volition of your ideas, you have a sense of humility from recognizing all of the things you once believed were wrong, and now and so like you can have that confidence. But when I see someone that is just like super duper confident in their predictions in the world or the ways in which we need to engage, to me that's a red flag. And the reason that's a red flag is because I don't think you go through that process of becoming an ANCAP all the way down to the core without that humility, without breaking apart all those layers and breaking apart all the false narratives. And you see this now with all these people that supported Trump. Like there is like, where is the mea culpa from every one of these popular libertarians that was like, I'm so fucking sorry that I supported Trump because I'm seeing what the tariffs are doing. I'm seeing what his administration is doing. I'm seeing, you know, the continued fucking quagmire of like an inability to really keep up to the promises of, you know, economic prosperity. I'm seeing him bomb fucking random boats in the ocean that may or may not be cartel boats that aren't in our waters and just kind of start a war. I'm seeing what ICE is doing. I'm seeing what, you know, I'm seeing that like, they're like, we're going to put a fucking warship at Venezuela. And if Maduro doesn't step down, maybe we'll just bomb that fucking country. And it's like everything that you told us didn't come to pass because it was all bullshit. Like, where is the humility? Where is the like, dude, I'm sorry, I fucked up. Problem with libertarianism is that it is minarchist, and every single argument that can be made against big government also applies against any government whatsoever. Well, see, this is the shit I'm talking about. This is what happens when you have Dave Smiths out in the world. Is legal fiction, natural fact has no concept of what libertarianism is. And he has no concept of what libertarianism is because there are people out there preaching fiat libertarianism.
No possible motivation they can conceive of other than that. The idea of a principled individual who votes not based upon the swelling of culture war sentiments, but on ethics and reason, simply does not enter their mind. The most principled motherfucker you know label has already been homesteaded by Dave after all, so to be principled means to be a rightist.
The nerve of Ben Shapiro. Challenge me on my consistency. Does he not know? Okay, he's learned my name. Now the next step is to learn my nickname. My nickname is the most consistent motherfucker you know, Ben Shapiro. If that was correct,
it was
correct by libertarian theory, then I would simply
the immoral is the impractical. Long-time preference illuminates that. Fair enough.
Reject libertarianism. But now, because I'm consistent and actually have principles, and I'm criticizing.
Sorry, I feel like you gave me $5 and I just read it and was like, yep, and then like moved on. But like, I kind of have to move on. And I appreciate the, I actually do appreciate super chats. My bad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, bask in the glory of Computer Carnage and supporting the stream, guys. Computer Carnage has been here for a long time, and he left and he came back, and I appreciate you, brother.
Now he's taking me on.
Yeah, you know, I think that the radical libertarian claim, I'm not sure that Dave can really hold on to that for too much longer. He's not really that radical of a libertarian.
Finally, Ben Shapiro.
God damn, Andrew. Because Andrew's debated me. Andrew's debated actual libertarians, right? So, like, I mean, he has some experience with it. So he knows that, like, it's kind of funny watching even the rightoids from the outside know that Dave Smith's full of shit because he's been exposed to real libertarianism.
Had the balls to utter my name into the universe.
However, there is a problem with that, Ben, because now I'm going to destroy you. Some of the, libertarian theory bros who are furious that I won't sit down and debate with them. I just don't find it interesting enough or valuable enough a use of my time to debate whether, to debate Zulu on whether homeless people taking a shit in the park are heroes.
Why'd you retract your message?
It is because of this culture war lens these people have grafted onto their eyeballs that makes them lump all criticism under the same banner. The Mises Caucus have been under attack from the very beginning by what might be termed.
Can you guess who is helping Andrew Wilson debate prep against other libertarians? Are you helping Casimir? That'd be hilarious. If you're helping him destroy Prags, that might be more valuable than what I'm doing, because Andrew Wilson is so huge that if he just flames Prags because of your help, that'd be fucking amazing and hilarious. Or is it someone else? I'm just saying, like, that might actually be that genuinely might be just as good, if not better, than what Zulu and I and other people are doing, just because Andrew Wilson has such a huge platform, and if he just knocks down Prags one by one and like cleans out, purges us from the other side, that'd be hilarious.
The Loser Brigade, an association of leftist pragmatists and federal infiltrators who were previously in control of the Libertarian Party for many years. Wherever any criticism is levied against the neo-prags, they are sure to characterize it all as
libertarians that think small government is appropriate are fiat they're libertarians in name only. They're not libertarians.
Being under this same lolbertarian leftist Fed banner. This tendency has made them blind to what they are doing. They have been alienating the radicals whilst insulting those radicals and refusing any manner of debate. This is why, in his Twitter space regarding his endorsement of Trump, Dave allows Jeremiah Harding to prattle on for minutes uninterrupted, or Rebecca Massey to explain her entire irrelevant backstory. But the second that Monarcho Hoppian gets on the mic, he is constantly interrupted. If it is made clear that there is a radical libertarian wing still out there, it becomes a lot harder to dismiss criticism. I think it is worth explicitly tabulating the interruptions here, so you can fully grasp what I'm getting at. Harding spoke first, uninterrupted for 6 full minutes, in which I counted him making 8 separate points. He would later go on to refute Jacob Winograd's suggestion that he was in any way the best pick for a strong libertarian dissenter to open the space with, stating that he is not 100% libertarian. So much for the professional lolcow. Rebecca Massey, stating that she is somewhere in the middle, speaks for roughly 5 minutes, without even making a single point for the first 2 minutes of her speech. And I say speech because, much like an audience in some auditorium, none of the neo-prag opponents decide to stop her from talking. I wonder why. Contrast this with an actual principled, open-borders libertarian and friend of the channel, Monarcho Hoppian. He immediately went into talking about libertarian principles, quoting directly from Hans Hoppe to show what he saw as a departure from Hoppe's political strategy, and he is barely able.
The color coding of this chart is very autistic. I mean, I'm just saying. I saw like this image and I didn't know what the image was about on Twitter. I mean, like, it's good. That is a compliment, all right, in a way. But also, I love it. But also, this is like, it feels like a bit much, but like also cool for you, based.
To speak for more than 10 seconds without someone butting in to argue. When all is said and done, Dave is then able to claim that he listened to the
Then tell us what the new difference is between libertarians and anarchists, because anarchy means no rulers, and that is most all-encompassing description of how society should be. If you are a libertarian, you are an anarchist. If you're an anarchist and not a libertarian, then you are not an anarchist. There you go.
Arguments and was unmoved. The controlled opposition presented by the Loser Brigade gives him all the ammunition he needs to dismiss any radical libertarian argument out of hand. Gail Winan's failure on this point gets at what is perhaps the most fundamental problem with Dave Smith as an advocate for libertarianism. That is, he must restrict his debates to being against regime pundits and leftist infiltrators, because he just does not know the philosophy even 1% as much as he thinks he does. He feels emboldened to prance around and claim that
I don't even see, this is where I get a little conspiratorial here. I have heard Dave Smith, and maybe I'm recalling it incorrectly, but because I haven't, done the research for 7 months to do a fucking 3.5 hour video, but I feel like I have heard Dave Smith quote Hoppe, quote Menger, quote Mises, and like really understand the philosophy in the past. And like now it's like he doesn't understand the philosophy. And it feels less like he doesn't understand the philosophy. Like he definitely is missing in his understanding of the philosophy, but it feels like he has intentionally forgotten aspects of the philosophy for the grift. And I don't know, maybe I'm off on that. That's just how I view it. but it feels more like there's something weird there. Me and Harding still follow each other because neither wants to be the first to press unfollow and demonstrate weakness. It's a stare down of autism.
He knows his stuff, and that people like me do as much as he thinks he does. He feels emboldened to prance around and claim that he knows his stuff, and that people like me don't. But the truth is revealed the instant that Dave steps out of the hug box debates that he has made a name in dominating. Dave has said that he refuses to debate me, and that he genuinely doesn't know who the opponent would be on the topic of his support for immigration restrictions, and that he is thoroughly unimpressed with the arguments that everyone was making in his Twitter space on the topic, and that he doesn't have an interest in beating up on weak libertarians. Okay, let's take a look and see. Let's analyze this master debate Dave Smith when he faces an actual debate bro.
Bro, this was, I reacted to this, not as soon as it came out, but when I had like free time and like we weren't doing shit. Andrew's arguments are not that difficult to defeat, like at least presented in the way that they were here. But like Dave Smith was incapable of grounding anything. He was incapable. Like he made the self-ownership claim, I think, right? Which I was like, fine, whatever. Like, I think self-ownership is kind of the kind of an older way of approaching the theory. Like I kind of like the formulations by Kinsella a little better. And I think they're a little closer, but like he couldn't ground anything. Like he would just make claims. And then when the claims were attacked from Andrew, he had nothing for it. It was almost like it's almost like he's used to making claims that people just accept. And then and because they accept them, he has no experience in someone that is able to subvert and like demand evidence or demand like, either a deductive or inductive argument, right? Like, and is able to subvert both of those. And it's just like, it was really pathetic. And then he just got frustrated. And then he was like, oh, I didn't really know that there was going to be like a debate bro-y thing here, which is like such a bullshit thing because you're going onto a channel called The Crucible. The name alone invokes that this is like a debate bro space. You should prep and you should be prepared for a debate bro kind of scenario. And then he just like accepts Christianity and he's just like, oh, I'm a Christian. And like, that's kind of why I'm not like that. And it was almost like he was trying to play to Andrew's audience by like being like, oh no, I'm a Christian and I got, and things. And like, oh, well, we'll have a friendly conversation maybe some other time. And he was just like, every bit of it was just weak. He explicitly says at one point that generally people grant him self-ownership and non-aggression in debates. He has. It's been a while since I've watched the debate, so I don't remember if he explicitly stated that.
Andrew Wilson. Let's see.
Well, I mean, you just put out the video, so you remembered. So obviously he did. But you know what I mean.
If his performance stacks up with the picture he's painting of himself. I will note that I must limit myself in this discussion to only a few choice clips. If you want to ensure that I'm tracking the flow correctly, I do highly recommend that you
Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't remember that.
Bask in the glory that is the entire stream.
Makes sense.
It should highlight to you just how far astray the celebritarian soundbite model of debate will get you when faced with any competent opponent. Andrew would start the debate with some very apt foreshadowing of what was to come.
I want to let you know the reason I'm having this debate with you is because I think I can bring you to the dark side of the Force. And you're already halfway there. My hope is to convince you to get to the rest of the way there.
Indeed, Wilson is entirely correct in his assessment here, and his further assessment of Dave's supposed radicalism elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that the radical libertarian claim, I'm not sure that Dave can really hold on to that for too much longer. He's not.
Again, like I said earlier, like I know Andrew's talked to Casimir a ton of times. I know he's debated me. Like he knows what a radical libertarian is, and he knows Dave Smith is not one of us.
Not really that radical of a libertarian. He's been moving more staunchly towards Christian ethics, and he seems to think that some sort of good central authority is necessary.
Hey, legal fiction, natural fact, you've been addressed several times in chat, and you're just kind of ignoring the fact that literally all of chat and myself said that anarchism and libertarianism are synonyms, right? So, like, I don't understand what it is that you're doing. Are you a bot? Are you a real person? Or are you like an LLM that is designed to subvert libertarian spaces? And because I happen to have more views than normal, the bot just kind of kicked in the algorithm to go into this space and just spout nonsense words that don't actually make sense because you're not engaging with any of the arguments that anybody in chat or the streamer themselves are making. Like what's going on here? Are you a clanker?
necessary and good.
It will indeed take very little for Dave's soundbite-tarianism to utterly crumble under even...
For the record, I want you to @ me in your next comment when you respond to my accusations. And if you don't actually @ me when you respond to me, then I'll know that your LLM is like kind of failing, and that instead, you know, like that like you didn't quite pick up what was going on. And because that's like a weakness of these bots in this day and age. I'm sure in the future they'll be able to be better at it. But as of right now, if you don't engage in that specific action that I previously mentioned that I'm not repeating, I'm just gonna time you out for 24 hours because you're a bot.
Basic philosophical interrogation by the much more knowledgeable Andrew Wilson.
Dave, can you demonstrate for us how you own yourself?
Well, what exactly do you mean by that?
Do you own yourself?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that?
I mean, I'm demonstrating, we're both demonstrating it right now on this show.
Well, you're not demonstrating that you own yourself.
What do you mean by own?
Well, I think that ownership of a thing is just a social...
Oh God, why am I rewatching? Oh, it's painful on second watch.
Construction. That ownership itself is just a parameter of agreed upon criteria. So I own that guitar because we agree that I own that guitar. That's it. That's the only reason I own it. I don't think that there's anything which is that you can point to that would demonstrate that this exists outside of a social construction we agree to.
Okay.
What's crazy is to somebody like Zulu or myself, this is like a layup. Like he's giving you an opportunity. He's begging you to ground libertarian theory to him and to the audience. Like they're like this is like the definition of a softball question. It's like, hey, you made a claim. Can you tell me about that claim? Like he's not interrupting. He's not like giving you a bunch of logical fallacies and like trying to keep, trying to keep you from speaking. Like he's just like, hey.
I'm missing your point here.
My point is that I think it's a social construction when you say that you own yourself. I don't think that
I didn't say it's not a social construction.
So right here, Dave has made a...
Yeah, is that why people is that from this video where everyone was like, the nap is just a social construction? Is that why people kept saying that shit? Oh, yep. Not sure what I would debate if libertarianism and anarchism mean the exact same thing. So you're not paying attention to the stream in any way, shape, or form. Put user in timeout, 24 hours, bot confirmed, moving on.
Critical mistake. First, Dave has at the root of his entire legal theory self-ownership, and from that he gets everything else. I think this is a poor way to ground libertarian legal theory, which you can see me expound at length on in my course, The Fundamentals of Libertarian Ethics, but whether self-ownership is a good grounding or not is not his specific problem here. Wilson asks him to demonstrate that he owns himself, and instead of Dave coming into this with a definition of ownership and asserting it, he asks Wilson what he means by ownership. This is not a good start, and it only gets worse. When Dave re-asks Wilson what he means to own something, he tacitly accepts the definition that ownership is a mere social construction. This is a line of argument that Dave, in his decades of libertarian proselytizing, should have encountered and formulated a response to. It is abundantly clear that Dave simply lacks the ability to foresee where Andrew is very clearly taking this conversation. If ownership is a social construction, that social construction can change, and the entire ethical system built upon it falls. Dave's shoddy understanding of the concept of ownership is made clear a short while later when he...
It's fucking it's just funny that everything in the video has been like, here's what I think, and then Liquidzulu just says what I think, but like in a cleaner in a cleaner fashion, because it's, he thought about it, scripted it, and got the specific examples.
He tries to run
it's like the fourth time this has happened.
Documentation ethics.
I own the guitar because we agree we do. Do you only own yourself because we agree you do?
I'm going to do a Hassan stream real quick while I grab
what ownership
grab
means,
lemon
you
water.
said yes and I said yes, so we're both exactly even. And
well, then I want to know I want to know how you own yourself.
Well, look, if you actually look up ownership in like a dictionary, I think the definition that you gave would be a little bit different than that. So do I exercise my control over myself? Do I do so morally? Yes, I think so. And I actually think that in order for us to even have this conversation, we both have, in a sense, agreed to that principle.
I don't think we have.
It's me versus you.
How have we
do you own the arguments that you're making so far in this conversation?
You don't. How do you own an argument?
No, I mean, when I say that, I mean, is it yours?
It came out of my mouth, sure.
Are the words you're saying yours?
But how would that make the application that I own that thing?
So again, Dave is clearly way out of his depth here. First, he tries to run the line that they're both even in the debate because they both said yes to the social construction definition of ownership. But this is not true in the slightest. The stated point of contention is libertarianism better than Christian populism? For Andrew to win this debate, he only has to show that it is not the case that libertarianism is better. That is, if both stances are equal, Andrew wins by default. The burden is on Dave to show that libertarianism is better than Christian populism, not that they are equal in terms of justifiability. Second, Dave engages in one of the classic blunders of debate, when he is pressed, once again, for his demonstration that he owns himself, a perfect opportunity to bring forth the Rothbardian conflict avoidance theory of property that he should know like the back of his hand. Dave
Yeah, I mean, like, if you don't, I don't even know if Dave understands, like, the definition of conflict. I haven't heard him spout a good definition on any of these terms, now that I think about it. He has, like, a vague understanding of, like, argumentation ethics, but, like, he only has an understanding of the conclusion of argumentation ethics, not the principal elements that make it valid.
Instead appeals to dictionary definitions. Dave is in the realm of a highly complex contextual subfield of philosophy. The Merriam-Webster theory of property is not going to save him here. Merriam-Webster simply cannot provide all of the necessary context or justifications for
Did I predict the next section as well?
a specific definition within the context of a heterodox legal theory. Third, Dave then tries his bastard form of argumentation ethics by asking whether Wilson owns his argument.
God damn it. Dude, I swear to God I did not pre-watch this video. I watched the first, like, 2 minutes when he was talking about the like African, oh my God, now I can't think of the African groups that, like, build runways. And that's it. That's all I watched.
This is utter nonsense that is rightly called out by Wilson. Even by Dave's Merriam-Webster theory of property, it doesn't make sense to say that you own an argument. And it doubly so gets him nowhere close.
For the record, Dave Smith's Merriam-Webster what do you say, Merriam-Webster argument of property is like chef's kiss insult.
Closer to a real argumentation ethics justification of the non-aggression principle or self-ownership.
Well, look, again, define own.
I think that the definition of ownership would be a social construct in which you and I, via agreement criteria, decide that X thing becomes property which is assigned to me.
Okay.
Yeah. So if that's true,
by that definition, do you own?
Grid, I feel you. That sounds like bullshit cope from Dave Smith from getting just owned in this debate. There's no fucking way that Dave Smith was, if that's true, whoever he hired to set this up better have been fired. Because you're supposed to have opening statements. There's a moderator. There is, there is a proposition. And on top of that, Andrew, for whatever his flaws are, has never done, I don't know anyone that has ever successfully proven or even claimed, as far as I know, that he tricks people into thinking they're coming on for interviews. He's very explicit. Anytime I've ever dealt with Andrew, in the past, before he blew the fuck up, right? This is kind of like at the beginning of him blowing up, right? It's just same era of Andrew. He's had a conversation about the proposition. I do not believe for 1 second that Dave Smith did not know that this was meant to be a debate. I think he was gotten comfortable with being a large creator and didn't really know who Andrew was and thought that he could just kind of wing this and that he would like come out like so far ahead because he's such a great communicator.
Yourself.
I would say by the definition of that social construction, I could say that you own yourself, sure.
Oh, okay.
But that doesn't mean anything. Let me explain why.
Okay.
Because if the social,
what did we just do this whole time?
Let me explain. Because if the social construction, what if we change the social construct and we decide that you can own a person, Dave?
Right. Okay. And what if we change the social construct and says I own your guitar and I own you?
Right. That's exactly right. What if we change the social construction of ownership to mean you can own a person? Does that mean that people no longer own themselves?
The very fact that Dave thought he was going to get one over on Andrew by turning this challenge back at him speaks to Dave's utter incompetence. He did not understand, whilst it was happening, that this challenge demolishes his entire libertarian frame.
I do also kind of want to state though that like Andrew Wilson is like kind of one of the first people to like make it big in a new wave of debate bros, right? Obviously there's Destiny, but at the same time, Destiny wasn't really like, he was still in like on the internet. He was big, but he wasn't like, at the same time that Destiny starts getting on Jordan Peterson and starts getting on like TV appearances is kind of roughly the same time that Andrew Wilson does. And so like, I think a lot of people that have been like Dave Smith that are used to like going on Fox and going on the news and they're not used to this level of debate. And they're used to like, he's used to like a Soho forum debate where you get to talk and, uninterrupted for, 15 minutes and then they're 15 minutes and then you get 10 minutes and they get 10 minutes. And then you have like a, polite conversation and do some Q&A, right? I don't think he's used to this wave of debate, bro. Are we accurate calling Andrew a debate? I don't see the term debate bro as much of an insult, but like if colloquially it means that like he's like doing like shit that's like not good in debate and just using like bullshit tactics, then that's not what I mean. What I mean is like a practice debater where there is a lot more back and forth and where there is like, a much more, it's a more aggressive style where like you talk, they talk, you talk, they talk, you talk, they talk, you talk, they talk. If you start bullshitting and trying to gish gallop, the other person interrupts you and is like, no, answer my fucking question, right? Like it's a new style of debate that I think is, that like somebody like Dave Smith is just like fortunately because he's a prag, I guess, unfortunately because he's, carrying our ideology's name so poorly, that like he just, I think like, I just think that the very style took him out. Come on, people, let's go ahead and hit the panel verse. Respect Fabian, so that's all I'll say. What happens when you realize Andrew doesn't oh God, man, shut up. I'm not getting involved in y'all's drama.
Turning it back at Andrew and saying, well, what if it means I own you now, establishes Andrew's point that the social construct can change and sees the point that ownership is a social construct. This is not even a wild hypothetical. There have been periods in history where people thought that men could own other men. To establish his point, Dave would need a natural theory of law, not this positivism that he has swallowed. Dave continues.
Well, the difference here, right, is that, and it's the word that I mentioned that you didn't, is that I would say that ownership would imply that you're justified in that claim.
How are you justified in that claim?
How am I justified in the claim of owning myself?
Yeah, you just said you agreed it's a social construction. So if we agree that it's a social construction,
I remembered how bad this was, but I did not remember how bad this was. Oh, this is painful to watch.
we can own other people as via social construction.
So
that would be justified.
So here Dave is again faced with the problem he has had right from the offset of the debate. He lacks any standard of justification. He has not once mentioned the non-aggression principle and used that as his standard. He just keeps rolling over and accepting whatever Wilson gives him. Wilson now has on the flow that the justification of ownership, because ownership has been established as a social construct, is that it is socially accepted. That is the justification of owning something as far as the flow is concerned. And Dave fails to counter this with an actual theory of what counts as justification.
Well, I don't think so. So the major difference there, right, is that as we're having this conversation, and clearly what's the goal here? To persuade, probably not to persuade each other, but at least to persuade the audience who's listening to us, because we recognize that they are in control. Forget the word own, because that's triggering, evidently, but they are
I'm not triggered by the word own.
Okay. When I say triggering, meaning that's going to start a whole nother debate about semantics. So
yeah, but semantics are important in a debate.
Okay, well, all right. Let's not do this tactic of interrupting every 2 seconds. So let me just finish my point here. So we are both presuming that the people who are listening to this are in control of their own thoughts, and we could potentially persuade them toward our cause. And so if we're doing all of this, we kind of are recognizing in some sense that it's more valuable to persuade.
This is, it's like, it's the conclusions in a very weak understanding of argumentation ethics.
People than it is to, I don't know, just enforce our will on them. And so in that sense, I would say that...
Goddamn Liquidzulu.
yes, there is some kind of norm that there's a justifiable path where you can persuade people versus force them.
Sure. Well, I agree that you can persuade all sorts of people and that can be part of a societal norm and that everybody can agree that that's part of a societal norm. That does not demonstrate that you own yourself. Thus, the key principle for the non-aggression principle.
Right, like you have to go into the grounding of like conflict. You have to go into you have to like understand what a performative contradiction is and how justification of aggression against the non-aggression principle is a performative contradiction in argumentation. Like you can't just be like, oh, but we agree and it's no. And also, if you're going to make the argument that it's a fucking norm, right? Then you need to explain what a norm actually means. Like you can't just say the word norm and expect people to understand that that is an actual moral claim.
Which is self-ownership.
God, why am I getting triggered about an old debate again? You've made me angry, Liquidzulu.
That's where the violation comes in. Do people own themselves? Is that a justified position or isn't it?
So, Dave has failed again to challenge the social construction point. He gets close to argumentation ethics, but fails to cinch it. He has merely established that there is this sense of justifying a proposition, meaning to convince at least the audience of its veracity. Andrew is sure to accept this point openly, and reframe it as an acceptance of the social norm theory property. Andrew says, I would agree with you that you can persuade all sorts of people, and that would be part of a societal norm, and people could agree that it's part of a societal norm. And instead of asserting that he is talking about some manner of objective norm rather than a social construct, Dave responds, right. This is surely as bad of a performance as it is possible for a libertarian to give on this topic. It should be disqualifying to ever present yourself as a libertarian debate expert if you get this far into a discussion on rights, whilst ceding completely the argument that ownership is a social construct, and never once employing the non-aggression principle as an objective normative standard for rights. Dave responds to the point of whether people owning themselves is a justified position.
I'm saying that yes, I think it is. But again,
then can you demonstrate it?
Well, this is kind of almost like reaction inception, because in this part of the video, you're just kind of reacting, and then I'm reacting to a thing I've reacted to as you react. This feels like peak YouTube content, to be honest.
What would you mean by that? What would it mean to demonstrate that you own yourself?
You would have to prove that you own yourself.
That I can control myself?
Jesus fucking Christ, Dave. This is not difficult.
Like he brought it up again. He has given you the opportunity over and over and over again, but Andrew Wilson understands that you're not grounded in the theory because he's met people who are grounded in the theory. And so he's giving you enough rope to hang yourself so that you look like a buffoon.
Should be able to justify the Rothbardian theory of property with two hands tied behind your back whilst bouncing on a unicycle and having a stick rammed up your ass. How about take Rothbard's argumentum e contrario from the ethics of liberty, that there are three possible ethics with respect to ownership. 1. Everyone owns themselves. 2. One group owns another. Or 3. Everyone owns everyone else. Rothbard shows the contradiction involved in the other alternatives, leaving us with only the principle of self-ownership. You should not struggle with this, and you should not be the one who's conflating control and ownership. This is day one shit that you're floundering on. You should never have to ask what Andrew means by a justification of self-ownership. This should be automatic, after a decade of presenting yourself as the libertarian to beat, as the most consistent motherfucker you know. I'll tell you what, Dave, I speak to several way more consistent people than you on a daily basis. I doubt you would make my top 100. If you want to have this branding as the libertarian debate lord, you should be able to deal with these questions. They are just not that rare or that difficult. Again, this is not like Dave was just minding his business and some Socratic figure
yeah, I mean, it's also true that it's like self-ownership is kind of like one of those things that you're gonna interact like you're gonna interact with these questions like the moment you try and preach anything about libertarianism. Like, this isn't like, oh, how do you deal with easement rights in the Blockian proviso? This isn't like, how do you deal with sound ordinances, you know, in a neighborhood, you know, when some form of second consequence, you know, is emitted from your property onto another property. Like, this isn't into the weeds shit. This is like basic, like foundational libertarian shit.
Emerged from the bushes and started interrogating a position he has never thought deeply about. This is Dave agreeing to debate with a person who one can find ample evidence of their knowledge of philosophy, and this person then starts interrogating Dave on what is both the topic of debate and something he has spent over a decade studying, and Dave completely flounders. Dave can truly only ever win debates when his opponents are retarded. The moment he comes against a person who is competent in philosophy,
there's something about an American hearing a British accent and then hearing them just be like very kind of prim and proper, and then just all of a sudden being like, he can only win debates when he is retarded. I don't know why. It's just the American in me, I guess. That's just like, that's so fucking funny. Like, I know that's not even intended to really be funny in that moment. Oh, yo, ZZX flight? I don't know what that means, but thank you very much, Saint Misfit. Saint Misfit, I know, is following me on Twitter, boys. Follow me on X. I appreciate the love and support, guys. I really do. Thank you. Refunded? Oh, retarded.
On what is both the topic of debate and something he has spent over a decade studying, and Dave completely flounders. Dave can truly only ever win debates when his opponents are retarded. The moment he comes against a person who is competent in philosophy, he is destroyed. Dave continues floundering for some more time until Wilson brings the reductio ad absurdum of incest and suicide.
Should the state come in and stop your brother from unaliving himself or not, Dave?
I would want them to, yes.
Yes. Would you want the state to stop a man from having sex with his sister?
I forgot about this part where he just like concedes, immediately just concedes.
If it would lead to a non-reproductive act.
Wait, if it would lead...
Calling a Scot a Brit, you got to be baiting him? Maybe.
To a non-reproductive act.
Yeah, she has no uterus.
But that was supposed to be worse than if it would reproduce?
Yeah, it would be worse. It would be less
I'm
worse.
just saying that seemed like an unnecessary caveat to throw on there. But okay. Wait, Jesus Christ. What, you're talking about like adults or children?
Adults.
Okay, fine. Because
his incredulity in this moment is like he's never experienced online debate before. Which would be fine if he had never experienced online debate before and had not claimed to be like this great, the greatest debater in the space on this.
For children, obviously. That'd be, yeah, I guess I would want them to.
Can you justify why two consenting adults who are brother and sister having sex is morally wrong?
Yes.
Then do it.
Okay, because I think it's for the same reason you would think. I think it's against nature. It's evil. It just seems horrible. I don't know. Do you have a better answer for why it's wrong?
Well, yes. Divine command.
Divine command. Okay, fine. So I also say divine command. That's why it's wrong.
The problem here is that Wilson will obviously have an argument as to why divine command establishes the legitimacy of state action to quell degenerate or sinful behavior. Nobody who's well versed in debate theory is surprised by where Wilson will take this. Now Dave is in the hole of justifying self-ownership from the starting point of divine command. If he doesn't even know what is perhaps Rothbard's most famous argument for self-ownership, I have my doubts that he will be able to do this. Surely Christian populism will fall out of the theory of divine command far more neatly than libertarianism. It is because of Dave's unprincipled pragmatism, his refusal to stick by the NEP in situations like incest or suicide, where it just produces so many yucky outcomes that he can't navigate around, that is why he lost this debate. Dave...
Well, because Dave can't... I mean, like, if we're gonna tie it back to what you were doing, I hope to God I'm not just predicting the next part of the fucking video. If we're going to tie it back to what you were doing, like, this is the weakness of pragmatism, is that he can't just be based. He can't talk to the remnant. Instead, he has to try and meet people where they are. He has to try and, talk to everybody. And so he can't bite any philosophical bullets. On top of the fact that he can't fucking argue the theory at all, he also can't just be like, no, the state should, just because something is yucky, just because something is gross, just because I don't like that thing, doesn't mean that we have the right, that people lose their rights because it's yucky based upon whim. Like, no, the state should not be using guns and violence to stop things that are non-aggressive. That doesn't mean that in my, anarcho-capitalist utopia that, like, I would allow that shit. That doesn't, like, if I want to live in if I'm going to go live in my Ancapistan because I'm a Christian, I'm going to go live in a place where people that do that get ejected from the community because that shit's degenerate and I don't fucking like that and that's gross and because I believe that that's sinful. But I don't have proof that I can now violate that person's rights. And you don't either.
Chronically fails to bite any bullets that even a moderately competent debate bro could send his way. He's able to argue against Andrew Cuomo or Laura Loomer because they are fundamentally
so naive to think Wilson would add something to the argument that does not help him focus the point.
Unimpressive people, by Dave's own admission. He says outright on the You're Welcome podcast that he has a policy of refusing to debate anybody who knows more about the topic than him.
Hey, motherfucker, I was doing an internal critique from his position. I'm not a Christian.
Podcast that he has a policy of refusing to debate anybody who knows more about the topic than him.
I had an organization reached out to me about debating Benny Morris, and I was like, no.
Yeah, no, also, I love debating Liquidzulu. You know why I love debating Liquidzulu? Because it's a fucking challenge. Win or lose, I am better for debating Zulu. I'm never going to turn down a debate with Zulu because I'm going to be a better libertarian. If I win the debate, I'm a better libertarian. I prove the veracity of my claims. Hell yeah. If I lose the debate, I probably fucking learned something, right? It's insane to be a presumed libertarian and not debate other libertarians, because you don't have to get super debate broy with another libertarian. You can speak from a common grounding and turn it into like more of a discussion, and like you don't have to like dig your heels in the sand and then be like, no, I'm fucking right. Like, you can have this back and forth and get to a place of truth that you could never get to with a leftist or like some rightoid, because you spend 90% of the time explaining basic shit.
That's ridiculous. That's just like absurd. Like,
have you debated Zulu on video? A couple times, yeah.
I've read a lot of books about the Israel-Palestine conflict, but he's written a lot of books. Like, I've read his books.
What is extra funny is that Dave attempts to spin this into a dunk on Destiny, saying that Destiny is a person who is more interested in winning debates than being correct in his ideas. But he says this with respect to Destiny actually debating Benny Morris. Surely it is the man who refuses to debate people who are more well-read than him, who is concerned only with winning debates, rather than the people who go into such debates. It is worth noting that this podcast was recorded shortly after his debate with Wilson. Perhaps it is a new policy in the wake of his utter failure to win debates with competent people.
God damn, Zulu. That's a fucking
If
bird.
we were to have the non-aggression principle with a shrunken government, are we still going to use the government in order to aggress against consenting adults who want to have incest? Or not?
As long as a government exists, it will be used to aggress against non-consenting adults. And
Great.
So, yes,
Then,
I don't know.
yes.
Listen, Andrew, you're trying to obsess over this incest argument. Okay,
It's foundational.
Laws against incest. I'll grant you that. Sure, fine. Can we move on to any other topic now?
Yeah, but
we move on to talking about the state of the country as it actually exists.
Yeah, but this is the state of the country as it actually exists.
Well, it's pretty funny because we live under the most powerful centralized government in the history of the world. The biggest organization in the history of the world is the United States of America's federal government in Washington, D.C., spending over $6 trillion a year, employing millions of people with the capability of overthrowing regimes all around the world. And instead, the argument we're getting here is, but if there was no government,
yeah, fair enough, Kaz.
who would stop an adult brother and sister from fucking? That's kind of goofy, man. It doesn't really have anything to do with
I just want to let you know that saying
it's kind of goofy, man, says the man that's supposedly used to online debates.
It's kind of goofy, isn't an argument. You just said if we scale the government down to its umpteenth point of scale down, as long as there was still a government, you would want them to enforce action via violating the non-aggression principle for your preference.
Wilson is entirely correct in his analysis of Dave here. Dave has conceded the entire point of the debate, the non-aggression principle, over and over again. And saying that Andrew's argument is goofy establishes absolutely nothing. Dave will do this very frequently. He is perfectly willing to advance the most hardcore reductions ad absurdum when it comes to open borders, but the moment anybody gives him the same treatment, he resorts to guffawing over how goofy the argument is. I call this the dipshit Dave Gambit. That is, when faced with criticism,
the dipshit Dave Gambit. Yeah.
over his misrepresentations of the theory, or over lacking any principles, Dave will often find himself responding with something like, I don't know, man, it just seemed kind of goofy to me. And this is supposed to serve.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with leftists that like would be like, JD Vance is weird, right? It is you retreat from the argument and you instead try and utilize the audience and like their incredulity at the reductios and their kind of like tribalism to then kind of like convince them that you won just because the other person is being weird in some capacity. It's actually pretty common. I see it a lot amongst the left, though.
In the place of an argument. This is perfectly in line with the Wineman strategy.
It's like an appeal to the crowd, as opposed to like the argument itself.
He is not trying to appeal to the intelligent, principled men. He is trying to herd a gaggle of morons under his control. Something sounding goofy is perfectly sufficient as an argument for them. Dave should just be honest. He wants to be in this big arena where he can grow his following, but without getting any significant pushback. He wants to preach to the choir. He wants to always be in a situation where he has a friendly audience and a not that great opponent, such that he may be glazed and showered with support over how base and red-pilled he is. The moment he steps outside of this hug box, his entire philosophy crumbles. The only thing Dave is capable of doing is rattling off his pre-prepared soundbites in front of midwits who have no way of responding to them. This involves a confusion between having various applied positions within ethics and having an actual ethical theory. Dave thinks that because he can say that murder is bad, or war is bad, or rape is bad, that constitutes his ethics. No, that is not what ethics means. Those are applications of some ethical theory that he has tried to cherry-pick without having the basis from which to derive them. This soundbite theory of debate is perfectly sufficient when you're dealing with midwits who don't know how to interrogate those soundbites, but it is not even close to enough when you're on the level of a real debate. Putting aside cases like incest or suicide, Dave's...
Yeah, there's nothing really to add to that. It was kind of repetitive there a little bit, Zulu. Clean that part up next time. Next time you make a video that completely fucking purges and divides libertarianism and fucking the entire internet libertarian space is behind you posting ZZs, make sure that this little fucking section where you fucking repeated yourself a couple of times gets cleaned up. Fucking trash. D tier.
Been so utterly mind-raped by Andrew that he can't even bite the bullet that fucking conscription is always bad.
Dave, the argument that Andrew is making is that duties from the prism of theist morality entail the violation of self-ownership, which the non-aggression principle banks on. It's a contradiction of the two worldviews.
Right.
So basically, if I can interpret it, what he's saying is, if you adapt Christian ethics, then there is morality that comes from that is directly oppositional to the idea of self-ownership.
No, okay, so like, give me an example.
By conscription.
Brother, the fucking, you were given like multiple in the debate and then one in the question.
Okay, but in what scenario?
In the most charitable scenario you could possibly think of.
If you can say conscription in the most charitable scenario, fine, but then maybe you just have to own the principle of conscription in general. So if we're just going to argue that, it's like, yeah, I think conscription in general is horrifically immoral.
Yeah, but
like, I mean,
there's at least certain cases where it's not, right?
I mean, maybe, yes, maybe.
Yeah.
But
that's what he's getting at.
Fine. But if we're going to move out of just the realm of pure theory into the realm of the real world, then conscription has been pretty evil.
So not only does Dave concede the point that conscription, that is enslaving...
I remember this being bad. I don't remember it being this bad. Like, it's so fucking bad.
People to fight in a war can sometimes be good, but he also paints this as the theoretical standpoint. That in theory conscription is fine, but in the real world it has always been bad. This is a complete inversion of the truth. The libertarian theory says that conscription is always bad, because people own themselves. You know, the very premise of this entire debate. It is on Dave's what works pragmatism that you can get insane, evil conclusions like slavery being fine sometimes. We just have to wait and see if...
Because Rob Noor is more liberty-minded than Andrew Wilson, right? Like, and I've had tons of chats with Rob Noor. And so like Rob Noor is pretty well aware of the theory, even just from me. And so like I know that Rob Noor is like, dude, you know what I mean? Like I just know. I should talk to him about it sometime. Just be like, dude, like how bad was that?
It works after all. This is about the weakest rebuttal possible for any libertarian to bring forth when asked whether conscription is immoral. This is a question that 99% of baby libertarians could get right, and Dave gets it wrong. There is simply no sense in which he is a libertarian, or even close to being the most consistent libertarian out there, as he loves to claim. I could print out the usernames of every member of my Discord and throw a dart at them. The person whose name was pierced by that dart would be able to provide a superior argument regarding the libertarian position on conscription than this. In fact, let's test this. I went on my stream, selected a random member from the live chat, and asked them whether they were willing to bite the bullet on conscription.
No, you fucking didn't. That's a fucking... The fucking planning that went into this video, that is fucking beautiful if you did this on purpose. That it's some random stream, you're just like, hey, are you random user, are you willing to bite the bullet on conscription? That's, oh, fucking kudos, Zulu.
I do have a random member from the live chat and asked them whether they were willing to bite the bullet on conscription. But I do have one thing to end this stream off on. An interesting little experiment I have cooking up. Relating should select a random viewer. I'm going to ask them a question. Trexamon. So, Trexamon.
Oh yeah, so this I saw Trexamon was like, I was in the video. Like I didn't know what it was. That's great. I love you, Trexamon. Even though you're a little bit of a fucking troll and you are from the prison colony, I love you nonetheless.
I have a very important question for you. Do you think, given self-ownership, will you bite the bullet, the biggest bullet ever, will you bite the bullet that conscription is a bad thing? Let's see if these people, if they can bite this big bullet, that conscription is evil. Trexamon, he bites the bullet. He bites the bullet. Conscription is indeed bad. Atramhos also bit the bullet. Victory Garden bit the bullet. Evangelion Enthusiast bit the bullet. Everyone's saying conscription is slavery. This is interesting because I've been told, I'll leak. I've been told by the most consistent motherfucker you know, he wasn't able to bite this bullet. It was just too hard for him. Next, I've got a transcription of a debate here, where he actually didn't bite this bullet. He did not bite the bullet on conscription. So, I don't know, these people must be crazy. I don't know. Everyone in the chat has proven that they're literally a more consistent motherfucker than Dave Smith. This is really not a difficult bullet to bite, or a
It's not, right? Like, steal a penny to save the world is a much more difficult bullet to bite, right? Not stealing a ladder to save your mother from burning in a building is like a difficult bullet to bite. That conscription is evil and immoral under all circumstances is a super fucking easy bullet to bite.
challenging argument to make.
And easy to defend.
People own themselves, so the state has no right to enslave them. Finally, at the very end of the debate, a competent proponent of the anarcho-capitalist legal theory and follower of mine, Casimir, comes on to interrogate Dave a little more.
Dave, do you agree that if I want to build a home for myself, I could use a tape measure? No? One of these, right?
Sure.
Okay, seems weird. Now,
wait, what? That seems weird.
If I take this tape measure, yeah, I'll get it's a good point. Trust me. And I measure a 2x4, and I know that the 2x4 is like 8 foot long. And then this bloody thing tells me, oh no, it's 12 foot. But I know, I measured it with other tools, I know it's 8 foot long. But this thing tells me, no, you know, it ought to be 12 foot. Would that be a good tape measure?
I don't even understand what you're saying.
I'd say that would be a bad tape measure.
The tape measure told you it ought to be?
The point I'm trying to make is that when we go into a legal system, we also don't need to tell us what we ought to do with it. It just tells us what is the crime. In fact, if my legal system were to tell me you ought to do this or you ought to do that, it would be like the tape measure telling me what the length should be. I don't need it to tell me what the length should be. I need to tell me the reality. Is it a crime in reality, descriptively or not? Is that not true? It's a question to both.
No, I mean, listen, I think that's a terrible point. And I think that would, even Andrew, I think would have to admit that by his own standards of morality, that would.
I didn't see this part because when I reacted to the interview, I think I only got or when I reacted to the debate, I think I started the Q&A and then was like, all right, boys, I'm going to bed. I didn't even know Casimir was, I feel so bad. I feel so bad that Casimir popped in and had a based moment.
Not be. So if the legal system were to tell you that it was a crime to get married and have kids, or that it was a crime to not torture your own kid.
There's an analogy breaker here. This tape measure is not just arbitrary, like these examples. This is based on reality. The 2x4 is actually 8 foot long. This is
I can measure it, and that's what the law is.
That's an equivocation. So when I talk about
I don't understand. I'm sorry, maybe I'm missing your point, so just ask me the question more straightforward.
Dave, what is a conflict?
What is a conflict?
Yes.
Okay, two views that don't align with each other.
No, in libertarian terms, it means a contradictory action. A conflict is contradictory actions. And from there, you can build a system where you define what could be like a system of resolving or avoiding conflicts. And then you come up with 3 possible options. You could have either libertarian law or objective law, which is you should avoid conflicts. You could have an answer that says the law of the jungle, you should not avoid conflicts, or you can do whatever you want.
Sure.
And then there could be some mixed law, which is what we're currently living under. Now, all of those are reducible. They reduce to something. They reduce to either might makes right, or they're reduced to conflict avoidance. So that is an objective standard. If I can examine what you're doing and saying you're initiating conflict, I can call you a criminal. That's objectively true. I don't care whether it should be or shouldn't be.
Okay,
it's just
okay, fair enough. I gotcha.
So that is an objective.
It's like he's hearing this for the first time. Yo, what the fuck? Oh, God, dude. Oh, this is so bad. I wish I had seen this when we reacted to it. Like, if Casimir had been in chat and was like, "Hey, skip ahead to where I'm," like, if you had told me that you had asked a question or grilled him, like, I definitely would have skipped that portion. It's like he's never heard of the conflict avoidance theory under libertarianism. Like, this is crazy.
Tape measure of law.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that. I think that
you tend to agree with him on that. Like, What the fuck? What do you mean you tend to agree? Oh my. What the fuck, man?
Like there's something about the morality of law and the question of what is right and wrong are in different categories. So I do agree with you on that.
It's like moral for me to, evict somebody who's starving to death. Legal, right? But it might be not moral according to some systems.
Yes, I agree with you on that.
So, Casimir is providing my argument of the NEP from a natural law standpoint, and Dave responds with, I agree with you on that. This is, of course, after a debate throughout which Dave was completely incapable of providing his own foundation.
Right, like this is, like if you were a libertarian and you were going to debate Andrew Wilson and you had never done a debate before in your entire fucking life, and then you asked on the internet, like, what questions should I be prepared for? What things should I know? This would be one of the things that you would prepare for going into the debate. This is like basic shit, right? Like this isn't advanced stuff. This is the very foundation of our philosophy.
So am I to now accept that Dave is using my foundation for law? Interesting. So will he debate me about law? Nah, I just don't know my stuff. Casimir would shout me out directly as a superior proponent of the legal theory that Dave is trying and failing to approach.
I want to shout out great contemporary libertarian jurists like Liquidzulu, Stefan Kinsella, and Lucas Dominiak. And I hope that they listen, perhaps hear this, and join together in a podcast so you can actually observe contemporary libertarian jurists discuss questions of law, possibly separate from questions of morality, which are discussed quite often elsewhere.
This would not be the...
Discussed quite often elsewhere. That was such a nice dig at Dave Smith, Casimir. Casimir. I'm virtually patting you on the back for that.
Only time that I specifically was called out as a superior proponent of this stuff than Dave, even within this specific stream. Dave's opponent, Andrew Wilson, also called me out early in the stream as being better at arguing the argumentation ethics point.
By the way, Andrew, do you have a better answer for that than for me, of like what's right and wrong? Like, is there anything better than that?
Usually libertarians will use argumentation ethics, which I know you're a big
no, but that's a different thing. I love argumentation ethics, but I'm saying that's a different question.
It is actually a decent way to create justifications around moral ought.
Yeah, I think Liquidzulu and I have both used argumentation ethics against Andrew Wilson.
That's argumentation ethics. It actually is.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think that ultimately, you can't really make. I mean, Zulu does this all the time. He seems to be pretty good at this. A guy named Liquidzulu at creating justifications out of argumentation ethics.
He doesn't know who you are, Liquidzulu. What do you? Is this AI footage? This has to be AI footage because Dave Smith doesn't even know who you are. You're so irrelevant.
Watch this, Lise. You can actually pinpoint the second when his heart rips in half.
So, how about we return to Dave's...
Yeah, where's the Sora watermark, bro?
claim that he doesn't know who the opponent would be, and that he won't debate me because he is afraid of beating up on weak libertarians. Look, Dave, if you ever grow the fucking balls to watch this video, and are thus seeing this, I am a grown-up, I can take care of myself, and I can certainly perform vastly better under this basic interrogation that Andrew Wilson was giving you. It is an absolutely absurd claim to make that I am unworthy of debating you because you're...
There's no fucking way we're getting to the 3.5 hour mark. I'm so sorry, guys. I have been, the 1-to-1 ratio is a complete failure tonight. We're going as far as we can go.
So much better at it than me. Grow up, grow some balls, and accept my challenge. In this very stream where you completely embarrassed yourself by not being able to answer basic questions that any libertarian has faced, I was specifically called out twice as a better proponent of this stuff than you. There is just no denying my prowess when you have two separate people telling you, to your face, that I am better at this shit than you are. You can keep running whatever gambits you want to get out of debating me, but they keep falling one after the other. You can say that you won't debate me because I'm just not good enough on libertarian theory, so you would easily crush me, but that has been shown to be completely false by this debate. You can say that you won't debate me because I'm just too irrelevant for you, but this has again been shown to be false by my double citing in the debate you were having as a better proponent than you, and by the fact that my top video easily sits in your top 5 videos of all time. I did it without interviewing fucking presidential candidates.
The guy who made that argument is never going to have an impact on the culture.
Right.
I guarantee that. I bet every dollar I have.
Sure, Liquidzulu will have no impact on the culture, but here's Liquidzulu receiving a shite.
Let's watch Jacob Winograd. Let's watch him nod and agree like the pussy he is that you'll never have an effect on the culture.
Yeah.
Is never going to have an impact on the culture.
Right.
I guarantee that. I bet every
that little baby nod, that little baby nod of like, oh yes, I will suck your dick, Dave Smith. I need your clout. Yes, Dave Smith. I don't want to nod emphatically because I can kind of subconsciously I know that what I'm agreeing to is kind of bullshit, maybe, but at the same time, the power of your clout compels me to nod up and down that Liquidzulu will never have an impact on the culture. Anyways, fast forward in time, I'd be willing to host a debate between you two.
$1 I have.
Sure, Liquidzulu will have no impact on the culture, but here's Liquidzulu receiving a shoutout from Chadiversity. But here's Liquidzulu engaged in a multi-video response chain with tick history. But here's Liquidzulu turning young objectivists into anarchists. But here's Liquidzulu getting more views than the podcast I got this fucking clip from. But here's Liquidzulu debating the founder of the biggest internet movement since net neutrality, and showing up in random drama videos on the topic. And here's Liquidzulu living in your head rent-free. Dave, you can keep giving out these excuses to not debate me, or you can give whatever the real reason is. Maybe you just don't like me.
Man, it's fuck. Man, fuck this stream, man. Fucking Liquidzulu's relevant. I'm not. Like, you know. Fucking, who am I? I'm a fucking nobody.
Well, you debated Andrew fucking Cuomo, so I guess you guys are best buds. Maybe I just fit into that category of people who are far more well-read on this topic than you are, and therefore banned from debating you. It would just be nice if you embrace this fact. Explain to everyone that you are a coward who prefers preaching to the choir, and then we can all move on. Because that's what I find particularly insulting about Dave Smith. It's not just that he's bad at expounding these ideas beyond a few carefully selected soundbites, it's that he does this whilst painting himself as nothing less than the most consistent motherfucker you know. There is absolutely no—
Dave also thinks Darren Cooper and Scott Orden are solid historians. Fair enough. You debated the guy Dave Smith fears debating twice? I think it's been like 3 or 4 times, but only twice on like YouTube. I think we've done it a couple of times. He did. Well, Tick History reacted to, there was a whole chain of videos. You should check them out. They're actually pretty good.
Does this whilst painting himself as nothing less than the most consistent motherfucker you know. There is absolutely no way on earth that Dave fucking Smith, of all people, is deserving of this title. This is why I've begun homesteading it from him. I am the most consistent motherfucker you know. Give it a shot, Dave. Ask me any hardcore NEP question and watch me bite the bullet like you're incapable of doing. Watch me tell people to their face they should not steal a penny to stop the Martians from blowing up the entire planet. A limp-wristed pragmatist coward like Dave Smith doesn't deserve to be in the same fucking room as a title like the most consistent motherfucker you know. That's something you need to earn. So Dave, if you feel—
I just keep predicting the video. I was like, no, a hard bullet to bite is steal a penny to save the world. I mean, he did it with Martians, but, you know, fucking, we're on the same wavelength.
Like I've been unfair to you in any way, man the fuck up and debate me. Prove to me that I am inconsistent where you are consistent. Take that title back from me, and I will forever sing your praises. I will certainly not be holding my breath. The problem with Dave's performance here is not just that
Yeah, I was mostly just tongue in cheek, guys. Like, I'm not actually like mad that Zulu's doing well. Right, a rising tide raises all the ships, man. It's a good day to be a libertarian when this video came out, for sure.
He lost a debate on a technical level or anything. The problem is that he's representing himself not only as a spokesman of libertarianism, but as the best spokesman of libertarianism. Dave understands this fully.
When I do a debate, I take debate seriously because
Yeah, fuck off, Poval. You don't even have a membership coin next to your name. You weren't one of the real ones, anyways.
From my perspective, I'm sure for you too. From my perspective, my job is to represent a worldview.
Hey, me too, Grid.
And to represent that worldview to the best of my ability.
Well, so I agree with that. And I feel the same way often in debates that like, yeah, okay, I can kind of express this a little bit better than a lot of people who want to express this thing. So let me make sure I do a good job of that.
The fact that he has chosen to put himself in this position leaves him open to extensive—
Scott, you can blow up if you debate Fuentes. Anybody got his phone number? You know what I mean? DM it to me. You know what I mean? Like, fucking
criticism on how he's performing in that role. If you cultivate a career built around being a prominent libertarian who knows all of the facts and can beat anybody in a debate, it reflects on the wider movement when you fail so miserably. I am not interested in criticizing anyone who's ever lost a debate before, but in this particular case, Dave has branded himself as an expert and has used that expert branding as justification to refuse to debate me or anybody on my side of these issues. That is a problem. We must look no further than Destiny's reaction.
Just tweet. I do all the time. I have 1,700 followers, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Action to this debate to see the side of these issues. That is a problem. we must look no further than Destiny's reaction to this debate to see the effect it is having. Again, I will be able to play only a few choice clips here to paint a general picture of the response to this debate from non-libertarians, but I absolutely urge any interested parties in watching Destiny's entire reaction to this stream to see just how obvious Dave's failing is to any non-sympathetic observer. Of course, we had pretty much daily coverage from every libertarian podcast on the face of the fucking planet, going over every detail of Dave's debate with Alex and Rasta, but we get relative crickets when it comes to the Andrew Wilson debate. That should tell you something.
I heard this was a bloodbath. Dave Smith tried to debate Andrew Wilson, and just, if you're going to debate Andrew Wilson, you need to be like up on your philosophy, because you need to have some really strong fundamental understanding of what your core beliefs are, because he has that done pretty well. And if you're a libertarian, you probably have no core beliefs, because it's one of the most meaniest ideologies on the internet.
So, right off the bat, the stakes are clear. Everyone who's even
Yeah, Destiny told me in the last and only time I'll ever debate it. Well, it's not, I've debated him before, but Destiny told me I'm not doing it in the future. Like, the dude's too much of a creep. I just don't want to talk to him. But the last one, I got him. What did he say? I said he denied A equals A and said that you could get around A equals A if one of the A's was capitalized. And then I'm just like, dude, like, oh fuck. Like that's the level of philosophy that Destiny is at.
Familiar with Andrew Wilson already knows that he is knowledgeable about philosophy. If Dave did a moment of preparation, this would have been made obvious to him, and so the audience will expect him to be prepared for that. Destiny has openly asserted that he believes libertarians have no core beliefs, so when Dave fails to disabuse him of this notion, the framing is not just that Dave lacks any sort of explicit philosophy, it's that libertarians do.
Wait, Jesus Christ. What, you're talking about like adults? Or children?
Adults.
The reason why this question is so difficult for Dave to answer is because he has absolutely no moral foundation whatsoever. Like, he doesn't even know how to evaluate the question, right? There's no application. Like, incest bad, right? That's it. That's all that exists in his head. And like, being asked to critically evaluate a question is impossible. He can't do it.
Destiny is correct on this front. One would think that a prominent libertarian would immediately go to the NEP.
I never saw him react to it, but like, yeah, God, like, that shit show being shown to everyone as like what libertarianism is. Yeah, of course, when I debated Destiny at a later date, like everyone there was immediately like, libertarianism is nothing but a meme, you're a retard. Because like they've seen libertarianism before.
As their framework through which to analyze the legality of acts of incest. But Dave...
Like he literally, like Dave Smith is one of the people that makes it to where every time I do a debate or I do a panel, I have an uphill battle of disabusing the entire audience of their preconceived notions of what libertarianism is, because they've had it preached to them by the least consistent motherfucker that you know.
Fails this entirely. It is such an obvious place to take the conversation that even Destiny, who does not study philosophy and is not even slightly libertarian, can see that that is the obvious thing to do.
The key principle for the non-aggression principle, which is self-ownership, that's where the violation comes in. Do people own themselves? Is that a justified position or isn't it?
If you're a libertarian, you absolutely... The nap, bros! The nap! He violated the nap! Oh, the guy can't... Oh, no, he can't defend the nap. The nap. What's the nap? By the way, I don't... Again, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I didn't do that much libertarian stuff. But there is a... I feel like when you used to debate like libertarianism online,
Fucking Destiny at 1.25 speed sounds so goddamn crazy and manic because he's already on speed. It's fucking hilarious. And yet he's making way more sense than fucking Dave Smith ever could, because fucking Destiny understands libertarian philosophy better than Dave Smith while he's Googling it.
The nap. What's the nap? By the way, I don't... Again, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I didn't do that much libertarian stuff. But there is a... I feel like when you used to debate like libertarianism online, you always bring up the non-aggression principle, which is like, I think one of like the fundamental fucking axioms of libertarian thought.
Wait, no, I'm not even understanding what you're saying here.
I know. We all know, we understand. You haven't been understanding for like the last 15 minutes. Oh no. The idea that a libertarian is having the nap explained to him is probably the single most humiliating thing that is imaginable. Probably the single most humiliating thing that could ever happen. If you read anything about libertarianism, you would have started here. You would have started at this point. This is ground zero. And if you think I'm being harsh against Dave is the one that says he's a debater and he markets himself as an intellectual, and he goes out and he argues in favor of these.
Jesus Christ. I've never seen this because I don't really watch Destiny streams. This is so... Oh, this hurts so bad. This hurts so bad to watch Destiny just fucking destroy Dave Smith, because Dave Smith doesn't understand shit about libertarianism. Andrew Wilson didn't even go that hard on Dave. Yeah, 100%, Stacy. Like, he really didn't. He was giving him every opportunity to be able to answer questions, and because he couldn't, he was able to have like a more like a soft interviewee kind of debate with him. I don't know, like the genial, maybe, like, like conversation with him, because he was giving him enough rope to hang himself.
Saying like, holy shit.
If the person who has to Google what the non-aggression principle is able to tell you that that's what you should start talking about, you can in no way paint yourself as a competent proponent of libertarianism. Again, I'm not holding Dave to some unreasonable standard here. I'm holding him to the standard set by his own branding.
No, I'm not 15 minutes in. I'm an hour and 21 minutes in, okay?
Does better than Dave here. I want to be clear about what the reason for Dave's loss is. Certainly, many knowledgeable people...
And we started like an hour and a half into stream, right? So that means it's taken me 2.5 hours, maybe closer to about 3 hours. Little under 3 hours to get an hour and 21 minutes in, which isn't that bad.
Have lost debates before because they get nervous, or they just don't know how debate works, or how to control the flow of conversation. This is certainly true of Dave, but it is not the fundamental reason for his defeat. That fundamental reason is that Dave simply lacks any solid theoretic foundation, despite having had access to some...
Wait, who am I? Okay. I have Suno link for you into the stream. Oh, hell yeah, dude, I'll check it out. This?
Now, I don't want anyone to misunderstand the title of this video, because the usage of the word persuasion is very connotative.
Okay, I'll have to look at this later. I don't want to interrupt the flow. Zulu.
One of the greatest minds in the liberty movement for many years now. It seems that
What the fuck just happened?
Dave never really bothered progressing beyond the point of bumper sticker slogans or vague talk.
Whoa.
Talking points intended to be chanted by a
Sorry, I switched over to Discord and back, and my audio was weird.
Crowd at a protest. Let's take a look at an attempt Dave has made on a friendly podcast.
Like the audio was like doubled in my headset, so I had to like cut the headphones on and off again.
To explain the libertarian.
I hope you make money from the advertisements, weirdo. I mean, I make a lot more money from donations and advertisements, but I do make money from ads.
Protest. Let's take a look at an attempt Dave has made on a friendly podcast to explain the libertarian theory as it pertains to so-called government property.
Actually, I'm very good at Libertarianism 101, so let's just for a second take it back to that. Okay, so there's basically 3 major foundational beliefs of Libertarianism 101, and they are self-ownership, the non-aggression principle, and private property rights. Now, most people, if you argue with them philosophically, who are not libertarians, they will actually grant you self-ownership and the non.
Oh. Yeah, Liquidzulu said that he did this. and I explained, I was like, it's like he's never had those ideas challenged, because people just grant you those things.
Aggression principle. So there's this connection that libertarians make, which I will admit is the trickiest of all of it, is that if you think about it just on the surface, why is it that libertarians connect self-ownership and the non-aggression principle to property rights? Like, why is it that you would go, okay, because you own yourself, how exactly do you transform that into owning land?
Okay, I'm starting to, I got distracted by the fucking music. The music was good in this part.
Okay, because you own yourself, how exactly do you transform that into owning land? You believe you can mix your labor with the earth, and therefore it becomes an extension of your body? So what libertarians are really...
We're going to fucking Lockean shit now?
Saying is this. Okay, if there is an unowned piece of land, and if we agree that you own yourself, and you go out there and you build a house on a piece of land, well, if you build that house...
Yeah, like this is like Lockean homesteading. Like, this is like old theory shit.
House. And you build that so you and your family can live in that house. And you put your labor into that. You work and you build this house.
This isn't Hoppe's like first user principle. This is like Rothbardian, Lockean, like homesteading principle, like mixing your labor with property, and then the labor and property are mixed together, as opposed to first user principle and intersubjectively communicating property that is yours.
And you do that, you have hurt or robbed from no one. You've just worked and built something. And if someone else were to come along and take that house from you, then they have in effect retroactive.
I mean, he is very good on his libertarian 101 theory in that he's saying old theory. That's harder to defend, and in many ways opens the door towards, exploitation from the communists.
Enslaved you. You worked to build this house, and that wasn't a voluntary transaction. You weren't working to build it for this guy, but he just took that from you. So you were in effect his slave for all of those many hours that you labored to build this house, right? So that's kind of the essence of where libertarians go from this idea of self-ownership and non-aggression to property rights. There's only one answer here where you could say nobody's rights are violated. Nobody was retroactively enslaved in order to have this. Whereas if someone else comes and takes it from you, then you've been victimized, right?
I regard this retroactive slavery argument to be about the most primitive Lockean bullshit imaginable.
You fucking Zulu and I we're just fucking our brain waves are there's a magical mind, like fucking Wonder Twin powers activate over here. Jesus Christ. Like, we're so mind melded that I fucking dropped the bordertarian stance as this video was coming out and had no idea how significant this video would be. Fucking, this is some magic moment. I'm like, yeah, this is dumb fucking old Lockean shit. Oh,
right
but the Zive mind, boys,
to be about the most primitive Lockean bullshit imaginable. It is right up there with Dave's use of mixing one's labor with the land. That has always been an overly romantic and utterly vague term that has no place in the rational, objective legal theory. Can I measure my labor? Can I pour a cup of labor and mix it with a cup of flour to make a labor cake? No, labor simply is not the root of property. Labor is something you do with your property. It is only fitting that Dave would justify this primitive, romantic phrase with an equally primitive justification. That what it means to mix your labor with the land is that if some person comes along later and takes that product from you, that you are somehow retroactively enslaved. What utter nonsense. It is simply the case that in the moment when that man is building that house, he is not possessed by any other man. He is in literal terms not anybody's slave. This fact does not change because somebody comes along and possesses the house that he built. Slavery.
Yeah, man. How you doing, Zulu? Anyways, I'm going to do a quick palate cleanse.
Yeah. Stupid ass bitch. This shit too easy, goddamn. Fuck England. And the queen can suck my dick. Fuck England. Fish and chips, steamed crumpets in my penis. That's a list of what you eat if you from England. So fuck England.
Sorry, I just had to remind Liquidzulu of his place as an inferior Englishman as opposed to, us Americans. You got the chocolate you mix with your labor and the peanut butter I homesteaded, so this is restitution in lieu of aggression.
This fact is not possessed by any other man. He is in literal terms not
the magic of Reese's Pieces.
Not anybody's slave. This fact does not change because somebody comes along and possesses the house that he built. Slavery refers to possession of a human, not possession of houses. At no point has the man who has stolen...
Oh, nope, sorry, he's under the queen, boys. Sorry, boys. He's an Englishman. I don't care if he's a ginger from a different island, okay? He's been thoroughly colonized.
Man is building that house, he is not possessed by any other man. He is in literal terms not anybody's slave. This fact does not change because somebody comes along and possesses the house that he built. Slavery refers to possession of a human, not possession of houses. At no point has the man who has stolen the house been in possession of the...
To be fair, I used to argue for retroactive slavery and abstract when I was a baby libertarian a few years ago. Yeah, me too. Like, I don't begrudge, like when I said, like, oh, this is old Lockean shit, not first user principle, updated theory. Like, I don't begrudge a baby libertarian for like needing to be disabused of this notion. I do begrudge the main communicator of our philosophy to the world, the most popular one of being outdated and wrong and having weak ass arguments.
Not possession of houses. At no point has the man who has stolen the house been in possession of the house builder, or the architect who designed it, or the loggers who provided the wood. All of these men contributed their labor towards the building of the house. Why does Dave have it that only the builder of the house has been enslaved? Is the builder also the one who's been enslaved if instead that builder sold the house to some other person who then had it stolen from them? Or has that person now been enslaved for the time they spent at their job to afford the house? If they were a slave in that work, was it an illegitimate contract? Should their employer get the money back? Have they still been enslaved if they got the house for free? If the thief kills them before stealing the house, has he enslaved a person who's now dead? Does this mean that an archaeologist taking artifacts from some long dead pharaoh has enslaved that pharaoh? Or has he enslaved the slaves of the pharaoh?
The amount of contradictions you found in the Lockean proviso is fucking insane. Like, I don't know that I've thought of this many counterfactuals in the form of questions before in my entire life on anything, but I absolutely love it.
If retroactive slavery is possible, does this mean I can also retroactively revoke consent? After all, if I build a house with the intention of only me having it and living in it, but then I meet someone and decide to give them my house, they surely aren't retroactively enslaving me, right? So then I am able to retroactively consent on behalf of my previous self who built the house. That is, my intention at the time doesn't matter. But perhaps later on, I decide that I regret gifting the house and I want it back. So can I now retroactively make retroactive slavery into slavery once more? That is, reach back through time again.
Can I now retroactively make retroactively slavery once more?
Can I now retroactively make retroactive slavery into slavery once more? That is, reach back through time again to revert my intention of the house building back to being only for myself. After all, the intentions in the moment don't matter. So similarly, my intentions in the moment of gifting must not matter. So I must be able to change them too. I decide by
Am I the only one that finds this section funny? Am I just weird and it's like it's been a night and we're having fun and so I'm the only one that finds this fucking hilarious?
a retroactive fiat that I never intended to gift the house and always intended to keep it for myself. We have always been at war with East Asia, after all. How Dave hopes to establish trade on a theory of atemporal consent like this is beyond me, and, as it turns out, beyond him. You can see at this point, I'm sure, just how easy it would be for any moderately competent philosopher or debate bro to poke 1 million holes in this theory. This is exactly why Dave avoids these sorts of debates. The gaggle of morons who are paraded in front of him on Piers Morgan to claim that Israel should kill every Muslim in the world are certainly not of the caliber required to find the problem.
Wait, what was that little thing?
On Piers Morgan. This is exactly why Dave avoids these sorts of debates. The gaggle of morons who are paraded in front of him on Piers Morgan to claim that Israel should kill.
No, I don't know if that is what this woman believes, and I don't really give a shit. It's called hyperbole, folks.
Every Muslim in the world are certainly not of the caliber required to find the problems with Dave's philosophy. And that's fine, if Dave wants to just be a soundbite-atarian.
What's my favorite argument for the nap? I don't know that I have a favorite argument for the nap. I feel like I tailor it based upon the person that I'm talking to. So I mean, like very pragmatist of me, whichever one works. But like, no, I mean, like, you know, if we're going to ground the non-aggression principle, it should be grounded in argumentation ethics, in my opinion. And if you have to, like, and you need to go back as far as whatever it is the person is willing to grant you, right? So if they grant you logic, then, like, you know, you start from there. If they grant you performative contradiction, you start from there. If they grant you, you know, a libertarian analysis of conflict, then you start from there, right? So you just kind of work backwards. And if you have enough time, then yeah, you're gonna have to ground existence exists. But well, you might not have to ground. That's pretty rare, unless you're like that's pretty rare that you have to go all the way back to existence exists, and then like grounding the law of excluded middle and law of contradiction, etc. But yeah. That being said, I think it's, you know, when debating difficult ideas where you actually want the person or the audience to understand what you're talking about, then that's when you kind of give like examples or you give like narratives or stories, you know. For example, like when dealing with conflict, and somebody already said this isn't a pre-watch, I saw it in chat, right? But it's really, really common, right? Like talking about the stick, right, is one that I use very often. Like Robinson and Crusoe argue over a stick. They're stranded on an island. You know, there's this perfect stick. That stick could be used to make a fishing pole so that you could survive on the island by catching fish. But that stick could also be used to make a raft. But now there's a conflict because two people on this island want to use scarce resources towards opposing means. And so the question becomes, well, how do we solve this conflict? And libertarianism is like everyone grants argumentation, but what happens when argumentation fails? Then you either have a justifiable legal theory or you don't. And the only justifiable legal theory is one based upon like the first user principle, that the first person to come across the stick and claim it as their stick that said, hey, I want to make this, into a fishing pole, it's their stick. And maybe Crusoe can convince him that a raft would be better, but barring his inability to convince him of that, it's his stick to turn into a fishing pole. Fuck you, you're gonna have to find a different stick. Pretty easy to call a Crusoe Friday example in one of my videos in any case, to be honest, LOL. Call a Crusoe Friday example in one of my videos in any case, to be honest. I'm missing something, but maybe I don't watch enough of your content, Zulu. I'm sorry. But yeah, like I just think like sometimes explaining conflict or explaining argumentation or explaining explaining the performative contradiction, like so smoking a cigarette, for example, and someone says, oh, there's no part of me that has ever desired or has ever wanted to smoke a cigarette while smoking a cigarette, right? Like, I think sometimes you have to use examples that like kind of like illustrate what these things are to educate the person what it is so that you can even have a conversation about it. Now, granted, maybe I don't need to do that with like a philosopher or something, but I find in typical scenarios, you have to use some type of example that they can agree with, some parallel to kind of illuminate what it is, that portion of that chain of justifying property rights and however far back you have to go is kind of how I tend to do it. But I'm gonna be honest, a lot of times I try and avoid argumentation ethics, and like a lot of those things, unless I'm dealing with somebody like Andrew Wilson. And that's what, Dave Smith is used to, right? He's more often than not, he's used to dealing with retards where he doesn't have to go into any of that shit. It's just also very clear he's not practiced enough to even be able to go into that shit. Why you got to bring Andrew Wilson into this? If I was like, there's a thing that you can buy, and it's a if I had money, hold on, let me see. No. Let me see if I can find it. There is here it is. If I was closer with Andrew Wilson, right? Like if I was working for him or something like that, right? And he wasn't just like somebody I knew, this is 100% what I would buy him for Christmas. Like I saw this product and I was like, this is the best gift one could ever give Andrew Wilson. It goes into your computer in the disk drive space, which of course a lot of computers today don't have disk drives anyways. And so you just have that space on your computer and you install it, and it's a cigarette lighter and a cup holder for your computer case. And if I was cooler with Andrew Wilson and I was willing to like spend money on a Christmas gift, that was 100% what I would buy him. Just throwing that out there. Like we're not cool like that for me to spend my fucking money on Andrew Wilson. But I'm just saying, Rachel, if you're watching, this is the best Christmas gift you could ever give your husband. I promise you. This is a dope ass Christmas gift. So he can be sitting at home on his computer and just have a cigarette lighter that like is attached to his computer with a drink holster. Terrible place to put a drink, by the way, right next to your fucking computer. But hilarious and kind of cool thing to have. Anyways, let's get back to the video.
And go on podcast to preach the soundbites. More power to him. But he should be honest about this. He should certainly not be prancing around claiming.
I literally just like did Google images like for like cigarette lighter computer.
Be the most consistent libertarian there is, and failing to present.
The reason that I definitely would not buy one for him is because they're really expensive, because I don't think they make them anymore. So you have to buy one that's like 10 years old from somewhere.
He should certainly not be prancing around claiming to be the most consistent libertarian there is, and failing to present the theory when faced with day one criticisms. He can't have it both ways. Either Dave is this master debater who knows the theory back to front, in which case he should stop being a pussy and debate me, or he is a weakling who must hide behind stronger advocates like myself when faced with opponents who have studied philosophy. Whatever the choice, he must be open and honest about his decision, and stick to that decision. We can't have pragmatists like Dave pretending to represent the vanguard any more than we can have Nick Sarwark pretending to be Ron Paul. Certainly, Dave is hinting at a somewhat valid justification of libertarian theory. Obviously, we have to remove all of this retroactive slavery nonsense, but if you properly establish that men own themselves and can come to own other things through homesteading or trade, then you do indeed establish the entire corpus of libertarian theory. But this is still erroneous, even when Rothbard tries to do it. The reason for this is that self-ownership, homesteading, and contract theory are simply not fundamental. This sort of justification is taking a shortcut way up into the legal theory and making distant conclusions into axioms. The mathematical equivalent would be starting with the Pythagorean theorem and trigonometry and trying to justify the rest of triangle geometry from there, rather than starting with Euclid's axioms and building up to these distant facts.
Yes, geometry that I definitely didn't forget the moment I didn't need it in college anymore. Yeah.
It's about triangles. Certainly, you could justify a whole bunch of lemmas and proofs by starting with Pythagoras and trig, but this would be entirely arbitrary.
For these later motion graphics animations, I had to mod together this crazy act to make the motion canvas camera actually work. Fair enough. You should get Andrew a single Cuban cigar. Maybe.
Place yourself in a very weak position, philosophically speaking, by standing on multiple floating clouds, rather than by digging down and building a sturdy
I don't know if you know this, Grid, but I'm still poor. I'm not buying anybody like a fucking Cuban cigar right now.
Foundation first. The proper root of law, which we must use as our foundation, is not that men own themselves, and that they can own other things, and that they can trade things. We must get rid of these ands if we're to find the fundamental. Ownership itself.
Some of us didn't go to another country to get a wife that stayed with them, all right? Some of us fucked up. Some of us fucked up and now they have to pay child support, all right?
Whether it be in one's body things, we must get rid of these and.
Fabian should instead buy me a $1 million bill. I mean, can we buy Zimbabwe's currency? I'll buy you a $1 million bill from Zimbabwe.
If we're to find the fundamental. Ownership itself, whether it be in one's body or in other goods, depends in the first case on the fact of scarcity, giving rise to the possibility of conflicts. This is the primordial.
I'm just teasing. I didn't really know the genie curse. Yeah, you got it, brother.
Depends in the first case on the fact of scarcity, giving rise to the possibility of conflicts. This is the primordial fact that law is based on. Conflicts, meaning contradictory actions, are possible. So how should we deal with them? It is from this that you recognize three possible types of answer: the non-aggression principle, the law of the jungle, or some manner of mixed law. I have gone over each of these and proven that the non-aggression principle is the only rational solution elsewhere, so I will not belabor this point. The relevance for the case of Dave and other weak libertarians who don't actually know any philosophy is that this is the root. We need to dig down to the...
I mean, like, mixed law just kind of goes into the law of the jungle anyways. I'm curious as to maybe I'm bad on the philosophy on this part, but I was always like somewhat confused as to why you needed the mixed law, because like it fundamentally is the same as the law of the jungle.
Level of understanding what question we're even supposed to ask before we can sail on up into talking about owning yourself or having contracts or anything like that. When one doesn't dig down to the fundamentals, we get situations like Dave advocating government restrictions on incest, or militarizing border, or any of his other numerous errors. This same sloppiness, as an aside, is why the objectivists so often endorse obvious absurdities like intellectual property. That is, they fail to dig down to the root question and see that the issue is that conflicts are possible. If they did this, their property theory would not be based on labor, like Dave's or Locke's, but on conflict avoidance, like the modern libertarian theory. The Mises Caucus have a lot to say with respect to their recent pragmatism.
I think sometimes libertarians struggle to adjust to the facts on.
Just to set up the E contrario, I need to consider every logical possible option, but mixed law does indeed collapse into the same failure of law of jungle ethics. Maybe I'm stupid and so I don't see why that needs to be there, but like, fair enough. Maybe it's better to argue that just because they'll be like, well, we do have property rights in this country, but we have these other, these other things to curtail that because sometimes there's a failure of capitalism, yada, yada, yada. And so like that has a category just for when people bring up the counterfactual that you do have property rights. I mean, like, sure, I guess maybe.
The ground. And there's a lot of people who have, I think a lot of people in the libertarian world suffer from ideological capture, ideological possession. And so it's almost like,
Yeah, genuinely, I don't think he knows what ideological possession is. I think he heard a Jordan Peterson interview and was like, that's interesting. And so he just says ideological possession.
dealing with the changes in the real world that's off to the side here. We're talking in theory and the non-aggression principle. And by the way, always patting myself on the back and feeling like a very good person because I get an A++ score on the anarcho-capitalist test and I never support and all I'm saying is that Donald Trump is something different.
Trump is something different, and that is the end of the discussion. Again, what works today might not work tomorrow. We must be in a perpetual state of try and see. The standard of the true is that which works to satisfy the arbitrary whims of a consciousness. Reality is controlled by thought. They like to claim that this has always been the Mises Caucus position.
I do understand where the...
He thinks it's the same thing as dogmatism. Ah, that's what... Okay, now I get it. He's like watched like a Jordan Peterson video or something, and then he without actually reading Jung or Eric Neumann, right? History of Origins of Consciousness. You can just read half of the book because the other half is just outdated Jungian and Freudian psychotherapy. And so he's just seen it said, and then he's just made it a synonym of dogmatism. Okay.
strategy that Angela kind of embarked on here in the Libertarian Party, and a lot of us libertarians, was very much a different strategy for all of us. I would just kind of implore a lot of libertarians to think about the fact that the world has changed. Truly drastically, the world has changed over the last few years. The world has changed, and in a situation like that, I think you should at least be open to new strategies.
Guys, spoilers for this video. Dave Smith is dumb.
The world has changed. Truly drastically, the world has changed over the last few years. The world has changed, and in a situation...
I love how you're reminding us of this because this video is so
situation
long.
like that, I think you should at least be open to new strategies, rather than kind of having this, what seems to me is almost a quasi-religious allergy to even suggesting that maybe just sitting in our corner and preaching our message is not the best use of this party.
So supporting Trump is something new. The Libertarian Party has really been controlled by radicals this entire time, and now we...
The reason that mixed law is important is because Zulu is basically doing a mathematical proof by examining the set of all possible property theories. Ew, nerd.
Need to set out on a new pragmatist path and see if that works. Again,
Fair
the
enough.
truth is just what works. It is entirely malleable depending upon the facts on the ground for these people. It doesn't matter that the LP was literally under the control of the Prag Caucus for decades, and that the Mises Caucus was a revolution against pragmatism. That was then, and this is now. So now is the case that the LP used to be radical, and we need to try out pragmatism for a bit. They want us to sincerely believe that they are just following the greats.
You know, Hoppa's strategy, if you actually read the entire piece, has been tremendously influential on Michael Heiss's decentralized revolution plan. This is the thing where we have to marry our principles to the real world. And I will tell you, a lot of these kind of and believe me, I've said them all in my day, but a lot of these anarchist mantras of, we just have to pull out, we can't work within the system, it just becomes an excuse to do nothing. And to say that I don't actually have to go grind it out and do the hard work to maybe make things 1% better. I can just retreat and say, oh yeah, you're tainted now. You're not as pure as me. We're having a conversation about...
I mean, this is true for some people. And Zulu even identified some of those people in the beginning. Certain agorists and people that are and I've met people that are voting is always evil because when you vote, you justify the system of voting and therefore you are violating the rights of other people. And it's this is that's fine for, that. I wouldn't say this is a fine argument for that, but I understand that feeling of being against those people. But the idea that being philosophically consistent means that you can't do anything other than just yell into the void is not only antithetical to all of the arguments that he said before, but it's just not true. This shit is so fire that Grid stays to watch the train wreck that is Dave. Yeah, it's true. I think you guys want people to read Mises because you want to literally numb the minds of the normies. That's not true. I don't tell people to read Mises. I'm going to be honest with you, Grid. I don't tell people to start with Mises because Mises is kind of a hard read for the normal person. I usually tell people to read something that I think they would find fun, right? Like a brief or a short history of man by Hoppe, or maybe Anatomy of the State because it's easy. Like I don't tell people to like start with Mises.
Strategy comes down.
Yeah, but I feel like you almost have to have like, obviously you don't have to have a foundation of libertarian philosophy to read Mises, because he didn't. But at the same time, I just think it's a dense, harder read that takes an active, engaged, curious, and probably pretty high IQ mind to be able to get
Down to the real world, what are plausible, realistic outcomes, and what outcomes are preferable to other plausible, realistic outcomes. That's what we're talking about here. Ross being freed is better than Ross not being freed, and it is a very big deal to win.
So,
holy fucking shit. Yeah, Ross is freed. That's good. Yeah, cool. We got tariffs. We got fucking, National Guard in our fucking cities. We got fucking inflation out the wazoo. We're about to get a 50-year mortgage. Yay! The big libertarian win of getting a president that compares himself to FDR. Yay! We got Ross freed.
let's look into the strategy forwarded by our libertarian greats, and see whether it lines up with the pragmatism now being espoused. Murray Rothbard is surely the greatest of the greats in this regard. He is the man behind the Leninist
Human action gives you, dude, I would say read Hoppe's Theory of Socialism and Capitalism, or Capitalism and Socialism, whichever order it's in, and then maybe read Human Action. Because I feel like Hoppe just simplifies it. It's like it's easier to understand. And then you can read Mises so that you have a better grounding of it.
strategy described above. As the neo-prags will gleefully point out, Rothbard did indeed build coalitions with rightists towards the end of his life. They take this fact to conclude that we must also ally with rightists, whatever the cost. Like the cargo cults attempting to emulate some distant effect of air travel by building their wooden airports, the neo-prags attempt to imitate the Rothbardian strategy by engaging in the distant effect, coalition building, without understanding the more fundamental strategic causes that imply such coalition building to be proper. What these people fail to understand is that Rothbard always kept principles at the core. He would vociferously refute any inkling of pragmatism the moment it reared its ugly head. Certainly, he would build coalitions with people, but never to the detriment of the ideal. We could power a mid-sized city with the torque that must be being...
One of the best things my father ever did is when he heard that Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring was going to like the movie theaters, is he, like, we used to go to the movies all the time because my dad, much like myself, is an every other weekend dad. And he was like, you are not allowed to watch this movie with me. Like, I will leave you at home on our weekend and go to the movie theater and watch this movie myself and tell you how great the movie is, unless you read the Fellowship of the Ring in its entirety first. And once I read that, I was immediately like, okay, can I read The Hobbit now? Will you buy me The Hobbit? Like, I want to read The Two Towers. Like, you know what I mean? Like I didn't read the Silmarillion or anything, but I read the trilogy in The Hobbit. And that was probably like, I don't know how avid of a fantasy reader I was at the time. I think I was mostly just reading like weird college textbooks that my grandmother had gotten like on discount because she was a professor. I was mostly reading like ancient Egypt shit and I read like every college textbook on like Mesoamerican history and like the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Incas and etc. But I think that was when I was like really started reading fantasy like as a kid. But but genuinely, like, everyone should read Tolkien. I get that the first third of the Fellowship of the Ring is like a fucking slog where he's just setting up the world. And I remember like that moment where like they found the elves, like, you know, like as he's leaving the Shire and like the wood elves or whatever are like going through the forest to like leave Middle Earth. And it was like, oh, it's so sad. And I was just like, dude, this is so much. But like once you get through the Fellowship, or even just like the first third of it, it's great. No, you did not fucking read The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings at 4. Shut up.
exerted, but never to the detriment of the ideal. we could power a mid-sized city with the torque that must be being exerted by Rothbard rolling in his grave over these imbeciles using his name to advocate fundamentally anti-libertarian policies for the sake of practicality.
Since anarchists and other libertarians are, to say the least, an embattled minority, we have tended to be indulgent toward anyone and everyone in our ranks, even those who have been busily pecking away at the vitals of the libertarian position, or, to change our metaphor, who have been picking off stragglers as we try to continue our march against the state. I say it is high time to take off the gloves in the struggle against those whom Sam Konkin incisively calls natural outlaws. For many years now, first as anarcho-Stirnerites and now also as anarcho-pragmatists, the natural outlaws have been firing away from inside their supposedly impregnable fortress of ethical nihilism, sneering at such fundamentals of libertarianism as individual rights and rational ethical principles. Since the outlaws stand for nothing, they believe they can remain permanently blessed with the advantage of the strategic offensive.
We got to bring back the word outlaws. I used to say it, and it's fallen out of favor because it's been a while since I've read a lot of Rothbard. But I got to start using the term outlaws more. Much the way outlaws describe so much just in the word. The same way that the looters describe so much just in the word from Ayn Rand. Both of those are such great terms that I stopped using.
Rothbard would go on to outline a line of attack against these natural outlaws in order that ethicists and natural lawyers may take the strategic and tactical offensive. Namely, he shows that, on their own premises, the pragmatists have a moral duty to shut up and abandon their moronic creed.
First, the trouble with pragmatism, and especially anarcho-pragmatism, is that it doesn't work. And since pragmatists believe that the only truth is whatever works, that settles that, setting aside such deep problems as the meaning of work for what, etc. Take, for example, the severe criticisms that Jorge Amador, the guru of anarcho-pragmatism, has made of the Berglund-Lewis presidential campaign in his organ, The Pragmatist. Amador's critique is that the LP was A, too gradualist, and also B, ideological. In other words, his preferred campaign would be radical anarchist to the hilt, and yet non-ideological. That is, all talk of moral principles or rights would be tossed aside. Not only that, we could no longer call the state an organization of a criminal ruling class because crime itself is a moral and natural law concept and presumes immoral criminals ripping off innocent victims. So what would an Amadorian LP campaigner talk about? He would confine himself to demonstrating the pragmatic virtues of the radical anarchist alternative. But this is a tall order indeed. In fact, a virtually impossible one. The pragmatic radical anarchist is faced immediately with powerful critiques from pragmatic statists. He can show, for example, that anarchy would increase production, yield a higher standard of living, etc., in the long run. But in the short run, lots of the privileged, subsidized, or monopolistic would be cast adrift. All these short-run and maybe intermediate-run problems could only be offset by vague future benefits. But why pragmatically should everyone prefer the long run to the short run? What about the high-time preference people who thus challenge the Amadorian? Look here, fella, I know the pragmatic benefits I'm getting from the current system. And I know, too, the headaches, the disruptions, and the losses that I and lots of others will suffer during the lengthy transition period. Even if you've convinced me that eventually I might benefit, these benefits are too chancy and too long run for me to want to risk it. And then if the average person cannot be sold on radical immediatist anarchism, a fortiori the criminal ruling class, those net beneficiaries of the state, they who might well be losers even in the long run, certainly won't be convinced. At best, the Amador simp will say, well, I admit this anarchism sounds pretty good, but pragmatically, to ease the transition and minimize the costs that even you admit, let's move toward the ideal very, very gradually. And we are back, willy-nilly, to the Republican or Democrat Party, the master gradualists of us all. It is no accident, then, that Democrats and Republicans proudly call themselves pragmatists. Sure, they believe in freedom and peace and free markets and all the goodies, but these goals have to be approached, they tell us piecemeal, by the groping push and pull of the democratic consensus. And we are back hip-deep in the status quo. Radical pragmaticism of any sort, whether anarcho or Khomeini or whatever, is virtually a contradiction in terms.
It is entirely expected that these high-time...
I didn't even want to interrupt that because it's what the fuck do you say to that? It's so... God, Rothbard was such a genius. I mean, yeah, he got a few things wrong, sure. Also, thank you for the subscription, Jimmy. I need a time machine, but this LLM making Rothbard sound young is enough for now. Yeah, for sure. It's that was a great addition, Zulu.
Preference, pragmatic arguments would arise. It is demanded by the very philosophy of pragmatism. If what works today might not work tomorrow, there is a philosophical imperative to prefer today over tomorrow. We have no idea if by the time that the long-run benefits of anarchism are supposed to kick in, that anarchism will even still work. Heck, Given the standard of working is that it satisfies the purposes of consciousness, there are certainly pragmatists who find themselves in a position where they wish to violate the rights of others by sending police to break up drug deals, or sending the entire US military to prevent immigration. These pragmatists would be sworn by virtue of their aggressive whims to reject anarchism because it could not work to achieve what they desire. The correct response is, again, to reject the pragmatist basis that the standard of the true is that which works to achieve some end that you arbitrarily hold. It simply cannot be stated enough times. Pragmatism is the opposite of principles. There is no middle ground or dialectic synthesis or compromise possible between these two extremes. One can either adopt the radicalist strategy advanced by Murray Rothbard and be bound to immutable ethical principles, or one can abandon principle and truth, descend into pragmatism, and in no way be properly described as a libertarian. See for yourself the effects that this
I mean, I feel like, this goes hard, right? But I do feel like you can initiate change at a local level as a means of convincing people of the superiority of our principles, right? Like, and again, this is practical versus pragmatic, right? But again, colloquially, many people treat them as the same thing. But I do feel like it's important to highlight, right? Like, one of the things I advocate for is like a libertarian police, sheriffs in sheriff's elections, or the potential ability for the state to create a monopsony on, even though that's obviously not a fully privatized security force, right? But if we can get that small victory somewhere, doing everything we can to get closer and closer to that, even in some small area, hopefully these are things that we can then use to people to say that, like, no, we have proof that in the long run, moving towards anarchy, moving towards moving towards the principles that I espouse creates good outcomes, because these people demand outcomes, as evidence in order to go along with whatever it is that we're trying to ham fist at them. I don't think that that's a bad idea, or that is per se pragmatism, but other people would say that is pragmatism. You're, well, how dare you support the concept of like a private security firm at a local level where the state is using taxes to purchase it. It's like, well, if I'm supplanting, the state system with something that is more beholden, because it is closer to those principles, and people can then see that has better outcomes, right? Then it becomes ever more easier to convince people in the future that what we are arguing for is in fact better. Like, I don't know that I want to meet people in the middle or anything like that. If I can supplant the local sheriff completely with a private security firm that's done purely based off of, private property owners in the region and private security forces in competition, fuck yeah, I'll do that. I'll hit that button. I'll take that deal. But if I can't get that deal, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think I should be like, castigated in some way for something that meets in the middle, so long as it's described as like, no, this isn't anarchism, this is the best that I could get, and it is better, at least in terms of the metrics that other people demand and are looking at. And so maybe they'll fucking actually stop wanting to meet me in the middle, but instead give me what I want, what we need, what we deserve, to stop violating our rights, and actually do give us that fully privatized system of, private security, etc. Giving a monopoly right of rights enforcement to a private corp, it's the same as a bunch of subsidies. The chances we get a halt business and not a corrupt state connected ass is close to zero. We already have a corrupt state monopoly, right? So giving one, like we already live in a corrupt state monopoly. We're already suffering the consequences of the state's monopoly on power and violence, right? And so I agree with you that there would absolutely not, it would absolutely not be as productive or attain the same results and would be violative of rights. But if we could get that, if I can get if I can abolish the police in some town and allow private security to move in to supplant it, fuck yes, give me that. But barring my inability to get that, Like, I do think we should have certain systems to supplant the other that are moving us closer towards that liberty. And I don't, that to me is practical versus pragmatic. But then other people would say, well, that's pragmatism. But I'm not saying it works. I'm just saying that it's better. That it's, and that we may be able to use that as evidence. It also might blow up in our face and become worse. Who fucking knows? I think I have a point on how to identify whether a particular strategy is functional and principled based on a Miesian-style regression. All right, that sounds boring.
Pragmatism of the Mises caucus has had. They used to make fun of the LP for trying to cozy up to power to get a seat at the table. They talked about how the only reason Cato types get to go to these cocktail parties with people in power is because they don't consider them to be an actual threat. Now history is repeating itself, but with the right instead of the left.
Basically, ask yourself if the principle behind your policy taken further to other policies is consistent with libertarianism, then naturally taking that strategy will lead to libertarianism. Yeah. How would you apply it to the example that I gave, I guess? Just get rich enough to move into a gated community? Yeah, right? Think about open borders libertarianism. Which way does the arrow point if libertarians are the deciding factor on this policy? What do you mean the arrow point? I'm not understanding your clarification has me more confused. But that might just mean that might be me being dumb.
Both these Beltway Washington libertarians and the neoprags enable rather than meaningfully oppose the regime. All pragmatists necessarily enable the philosophical status quo. After all, pragmatism is parasitic. It requires a host. Dave Smith's right pragmatism has had the effect of placing libertarianism even lower in the food chain than the paleocons, who are themselves already fighting for scraps as the neocons get whatever they want. Dave's job becomes trying to pander to paleos and other distant rightists and trying to convince them that their end goals are easier to achieve without the state. If he were to talk with Ibram X. Kendi, there is no way he would approach it by saying, look, I know you want to implement DEI policies, but in a libertarian society you could easily achieve these things with covenant communities.
What's my favorite fast food order? Nicola, we can talk about it some other time, right? Like we'll have plenty of time in the future. I don't have a favorite. I only have one because it's the only place I can trust won't get me sick because I have an autoimmune disease. And so and I can't have onions, which is in basically fucking everything. I can't have rice, which, believe it or not, is used on most French fries to make them crispy on the outside. I can't have spinach, which usually isn't that big of a deal, and I can't have gluten. So Five Guys burgers and fries, I can have their fries because they're hand cut, and I can have a lettuce wrap. And when they cook the onions and the mushrooms, they clean the grill after. So I can actually get a burger from Five Guys with a lettuce wrap and French fries. And that's basically the only one that I know is safe to eat right now. And I can get like a protein bowl from Subway, but like I don't want their fucking mayonnaise and their lettuce is, wilted and sucks. And like I can only have some of their meat because some of their meat is cooked in natural flavors or spices, which contains alliums, which is one of my triggers.
This is because it would be very easy for him to recognize that these progressives are completely disinterested in our philosophy and have absolutely no intention of living and letting live. The Ibram X. Kendis of the world would not be willing to just leave the white people alone. They want to actively oppress white people because of their Marxian race theory, which places revolution against the white man as a necessary next step in the evolution of mankind. Tom Woods cogently points out the problem with this sort of pragmatism when asked about the removal of the bigotry is irrational and repugnant line from the LP platform.
I suspect that what they're driving at here is that this is more of an attempt to sort of curry favor with people who are never going to like us anyway.
Tom is entirely correct about this, but this applies to both rightists and leftists. The neoprags are able to apply the standard only when it comes to leftists. Whenever Dave is faced with any sort of distant right-winger, he just can't help but try and frame our philosophy as a solution tailored exactly to their problem statement. Instead of attacking the root problems that exist in, say, fascism, the Dave Smith school of debating rightists requires that you accept their whole framing and try desperately to please them. The main omission up to this point...
I feel like I'm guilty of that sometimes too. I mean, but I do both, right? Like when I did my Jim Bob debate, right? I created, I said I'm guilty of this sometimes, right? Like in part, but like I'm thinking on it, right? Like when I created, when I debated Jim Bob, I gave him his utopia under a libertarian framework. And then when he, and then he ran from it like a fucking coward the entire time, just being like, that's a cool story you told, and refused to engage at all in a voluntary monarchy because he wants to oppress people. And then I used that to showcase that his ideology of Christian nationalism is to oppress and oppose his values onto other people, and that he is against a voluntary Christian community despite the fact that it would have all of the things that he claims to want. So like, yeah, I'm doing both. I'm attacking why their ideology is wrong and evil, and at the same time attacking their problems and saying, look, your problems that you identify that are correct problems from your perspective can absolutely be solved under libertarianism, but that's not really what you want. What you want is to impose your beliefs onto other people and enslave them. Analogy breaker, we explain to right-wingers how ANCAP can be a good foundation for their covenant community, but we never surrender to their errors. Yeah.
Point in the video, which I have hinted at several times, is the big reason for this pragmatist shift. It is no coincidence that neo-pragmatism was able to sweep the de facto leadership of the libertarian movement in such a short amount of time. These people were all infected by this culture warrior brainworm because of their stance on the question of immigration controls. Namely, they want the state to restrict immigration and have worked themselves into knots trying to justify this stance. I shall take as the definitive celebrtarian argument for closed borders to be the one that Dave presented.
Yeah, dude, this entire debate was garbage. Both Dave and Alex were just horrible in this debate. Like, please, Gene Epstein, please, wherever you are, please sneeze right now. Wake up in the middle of the night, wherever you are, and sneeze, thinking someone's talking about me. Someone must have walked over my grave, okay? And know that you need better debaters for the Soho Forum. Like, you absolutely do, because picking DC pragmatists and then picking, right-wing culture warrior pragmatists and pitting them against each other is positioning like this divide in libertarianism when really they're all dog shit on their theory.
In his debate with Alex Narasta. Of course, the neoprags take great inspiration from Hoppe, but I regard the neoprag hordes as being far too weak on theory to have any chance of using his arguments at any level beyond that of a Hoppian cargo cult. In any case, I have already addressed Hoppe's argument in my moral case for open borders.
A Hoppian cargo cult is a fucking banger. That is a fucking banger to describe how Hoppe's position is incorrect and then how everyone else is a cargo cult of Hoppe's position.
Video. So for now, I will allow Dave to make the neoprag case. I choose this debate in particular because first, it is relatively very recent, so presumably it is the most up-to-date version of the argument, and Dave had months to prepare this argument, rather than having to come up with it off the cuff, which we all know he's so good at. To be clear, the proposition that Dave will be attempting to prove here is that government restrictions on the immigration of peaceful and healthy people make sense from a libertarian standpoint, especially in present-day America.
Really, the foundational principle of libertarianism is all orbits around.
Bro, have you seen Africans try to build airplanes and they build like fucking wooden airplanes and they just have you seen that shit? It is there's like a video that Mark and I found like in the middle of the night, like just like fucking like bullshit and like, oh, let's throw some on the TV, like, just fucking like just hanging out in the living room. And there's like fucking, it's just Africans building like wooden airplanes that never get off the ground for more than like 2 seconds and then collapse and crash. And they're like, I'm going to build that airplane. And it's fucking hilarious. It's like African engineers.
Voluntarism. Voluntary exchanges. Now, people will start at different starting points, but basically that's what it is to be a libertarian, is to believe in even things like property rights, the non-aggression principle. All of them are essentially built around the idea that we prefer voluntary exchange and we reject.
Yeah, I mean, like right off the rip, he's reduced libertarianism to a preference, which is like what every lefty that gets crushed by Andrew Wilson is essentially doing. That all of this is just a preference, and it's a preference for voluntary contracts.
Coercion or aggression.
So, right off the bat, this is an absolutely abysmal starting point. Perhaps even worse than his previous retroactive slavery theory property.
Oh, god damn it. Am I just fucking predicting everything Zulu says right before he says it?
He says that the entire foundation of libertarianism is the idea that we prefer voluntary exchange and reject aggression. He says that property rights and the NEP are not essential themselves. They are rather derived from this preference for voluntary exchange. Of course, this...
Dude, how is this happening? Zulu and I fucking, the Vulcan mind meld is complete, boys. This is like the 15th time in the video, like I've said something and then he just immediately states it.
This is entirely consistent with his pragmatist philosophy. He can't rely on the correspondence theory of truth to yield some immutable ethical principles or anything like that. The basis of validation is itself some arbitrary whim of his, so accordingly, his legal theory is rooted in him merely preferring voluntary exchange to aggression. At least he has started being honest about this and baking it directly into his...
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Like, he picks the clips, so like someone that is adequately grounded in libertarian philosophy would probably come to the conclusion that he's going to then explain, because if you're adequately grounded in that, the clip is foreshadowing the argument. I get that, but it's still funny. I mean, it's the sign of a well-crafted video, to be honest.
Property theory. At any rate, let's see how he will apply this preference theory of property to the case of the border.
If that's your starting point, and then your end point is supporting a policy that you would have to support in order to reject this resolution, that would essentially be saying you are going to drastically change almost every aspect of our society against the will of almost all of the people who live here. I would humbly suggest you've messed up somewhere along the line.
Indeed, if just base whim is the standard of truth and justice, and Dave just prefers voluntary exchange to aggression, then we probably have messed up if we...
Right, yeah, like his I mean, like, obviously the theory is complete dog shit, it's collectivist, it's anti-libertarian, etc. But the intuition there is correct. The intuition is like something's wrong here. It's like you've identified that there's a problem here. And the solution that Dave has come up with is to abandon all of libertarianism.
Are to conclude that Dave would prefer allowing people into the country, but libertarianism is not based on the primacy of Dave's consciousness. If you have a rational theory of property based in conflict avoidance, you can quite readily conclude that the state doesn't have the right to exclude people from the United States of America. The state doesn't own the United States of America, and accordingly, you initiate...
Well, tomorrow I'm going to be prepping to go to Nashville, right? Like, I got to get my hair cut, I gotta go to the bank, I gotta like do some meal prep because, you know, I have an autoimmune disease, so I can't just like eat whatever on the road or I'll fucking starve. And like pack, like shit like that.
Zero conflicts by immigrating there. At no point in such a proof do you have to consult the will of the people who live in our country. Countries are not a valid legal category. The state is a gang of criminals, and there is no collective will of the people that one may or may not consult. So
yeah, like Rothbard wrote a really great article on the concept of the nation state as like a stolen concept of private property rights collectivized at a larger degree and then treated as if they're private property, and then this like Westphalian kind of like, these are the borders now. Can you make yourself beef jerky? I mean, I could, but I don't own a dehydrator and I don't feel like hanging up like a beef jerky rack thing in the oven and like yeah, it's just like that's too much work without a dehydrator.
It's already out on those two fronts, but even if we are to attack this through the voluntary exchange lens, there is still no problem with open borders. That a company wants to hire Arjun from India is a voluntary exchange.
Better help and meal prep, you know what I mean? Diet and the gut biome and depression are closely linked, boys, all right? So, you know, do what you gotta do.
The company is voluntarily giving him a wage, and he is voluntarily working for that wage. Literally every other person in the US could be upset about this, and it would not matter. The only two people who matter are the people who are actually doing the exchange. Certainly, if every single person in the United States didn't want any immigrants to come over, having open borders wouldn't mean shit. If I were to try and immigrate in such a world, who would sell me a house? Who would sell me food? Who would hire me? Americans are clearly already voting with their dollars to bring in enormous numbers of immigrants. To be sure, state interventions absolutely warp this and cause forced integration. But the solution to forced integration is not forced disintegration. That is,
yes,
it is true that such policies as welfare and trade restrictions, such as tariffs, do indeed increase the incentive to immigrate. And it is further true that civil rights legislation prevents people from peacefully disassociating from the horde of immigrants that are sure to come. But that does not imply that we, as libertarians, should focus on trying to get a government solution to what is decidedly a government problem. We should use the public stage that the immigration issue has predictably achieved to tell people that we need to shrink the welfare state, remove barriers to trade, and do away with the disastrous
Zig Zulus. Zig Zulu.
civil rights regime. The weakling libertarians like Dave failed this easy test, and instead used the opportunity to sell out libertarianism to the very people who are exacerbating the issue. In any case, Dave continues.
Again, if you look at where the American people are, almost no pollster will ever ask, do you support open borders? But if you look at where the American people are on immigration, it's nowhere near there. And it's about as much of a consensus on any issue as you could find in America that people reject Alex's position on this. Now, by the way, that is not that does not mean Alex is wrong. I certainly hold lots of positions that the overwhelming majority of people would reject. I'm not making an appeal to democracy or an appeal to popularity.
You're adding all these ride-ons for the thing you're absolutely doing.
I'm making an appeal to voluntarism. My argument is that if the people of a country do not wish to have a large number of immigrants coming in, then it is not a voluntary transaction to force that on them.
Okay, so Dave's argument is that the American people do not support open borders, and this means that it is not a voluntary transaction to force this on them, and this is supposed to have been established without any appeal to popularity. But who exactly is having immigration forced on them? Dave concluded that the American people are having immigrants forced on them because the American people don't like immigrants. That is, immigration is unpopular. Certainly, the individuals who are actually hiring immigrants aren't having it forced on them, so what is he left with without the popularity argument? This is a lot like if I would say that I
mean, like, there are definitely people that are having immigrants forced upon them, right? Like, they're having their taxes stolen, and then it's illegal for them to discriminate against people on the basis of their immigration status, or at the very least, their ethnicity and nationality and culture. You know, those are protected categories. And then there are people in a neighborhood that are having their tax money stolen so that that money can then be given to a hotel that can be reimbursed for a bunch of immigrants moving into what was previously a nice hotel in their neighborhood. Now their money is being stolen, their prosperity is being stolen to then fund this movement of people coming in. But that's the violation of rights. The violation of rights isn't the border. Violation of the rights isn't the person that crosses to escape poverty or whatever. Violation of rights is all of that shit.
no way wish to make an argumentum ad hominem against Dave's position here. But that being said, Dave is incorrect because he's a comedian rather than a philosopher. Now, my prefacing of the claim with saying that it isn't an ad hominem attack might be enough to confuse the gaggle of morons whom Dave wishes to court, but it doesn't actually make it not an ad hominem attack. No.
What the fuck is a stolen concept fallacy? It's like when you're using the argument, when you're using something in the argument that defeats the argument.
Where else in libertarian theory do we make such appeals to popularity? The vast majority of renters and homeowners believe that there should be rent caps, but that does not establish that rent increases are being forced on renters. Most Americans are opposed to selling off public land to private developers, but that does not establish that they are having these sales forced on them. On the contrary, the government giving up control of these things is it releasing its force in that area. This is why, as an aside,
I think Zulu said this, but if people want to come here, it isn't up to them to prove that they are not criminals. It's the government's duty to prove that they are whole, not infringing on their rights doing so. I'm missing something.
Force is simply a sloppy and vague term when it comes to legal analysis, and why it should never be used.
God damn it. All right, look, I love you guys. I'm starting to get stupid. Once I start to get stupid, it's like I gotta chill out. All right. The fall of the celebritarian. Liquidzulu versus Dave Smith. Zulu wins by TKO. Given to us by Casimir. Anyone that is against AI music here, you can leave now. I don't agree with your Luddite views. AI is the future. AI is the way. If you do not like AI, I want you to know that I will strangle 1,000 puppies until their eyes bulge out of their heads, and I will burn down the entire Amazon forest to save artificial intelligence, as opposed to a world where AI is banned because it is the largest and greatest labor-saving device ever created in mankind. Yeah, certain aspects are certainly overinvested, and I don't want my tax money stolen, to fucking make OpenAI get $1 trillion for some stupid goddamn reason. But we are listening to this cringe AI music as our outro because I'm getting tired, and I'm just my ability to react in any meaningful way is just gonna be like, yeah. And that just is what it is. Let's see what you've cooked up for us. Oh, God damn it. I didn't know it would pause the music. No. We'll put the lyrics up. Hold on. All right, I have no idea what to expect. Never listened to this. Not enough forehead.
Hey, gather round the vessel, ye liberty kin. A tale o' a grifter who thought he could win. Dave Smith, the prodigy, fresh frae the glen, spouting Rothbard's gospel like a warrior, amen. NAP absolute, no compromise in sight. Non-aggression's blade, sharp as a claim was bite. He stormed the LP, misses on his banner high. Toppled them pragmatists, made the yoga cry. We'll purge the fraud, stand firm on natural law. He rode like a Highland bull, nay flow in his jaw. Fans hail the hero, the principled flame, a shepherd of liberty, calling out shame. But oh, the tragedy, Shakespearean fall. Free grace, take disgrace like Macbeth, curse at all. You promised the remnants, Isaiah's true call. But sold your soul for a vodka soul. Now you're no man at all. Zig, 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 zig. That's the cry for the true. Zale Zulu dropping truth bombs, slicing through your screw. Zig, zig, zig. When you whine and you cope, your idol's a fraud. Time to cut the rope. Zig, 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 zig. Echoing the heather wind, principle remnant rising, leaving you behind. Zig, 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 zig. Nay mercy for the weak. Liquid scalpel carbon deep, you can't speak. Victory's nectar turned to venom in your veins. Mrs. Coke crown, but you forged new chains. No more absolute, you bent like a willow in storm.
So I do gotta prep
war
for the
trinkets,
Bacon
leaving
boys.
principle torn. Attacking the faithful, the remnant you
Stay
swore to
tuned in the
defend.
Discord, follow me on Twitter,
like a serpent
X,
slide bend.
Zitter.
Big tent, bullocks
I appreciate all the love and support tonight,
Fraudsters
guys.
and foes, digging liberty's graves. Your platform,
I'll keep you guys updated. Hopefully we should have some fun debates at Bacon, meet some people, network, you know, spread this liberty message to the remnant, right? If there are any there, we'll find them. It'd be great to meet some people in person, and hopefully we'll have some good things in the future. Definitely got to schedule some more interviews and some debates, and hopefully this will be a launching point in the future.
The true Zale Zulu dropping truth bombs, slicing through your screw.
We can barely hear you over the music. I know you can barely hear me. It's the point of having a... You know all this shit. I love you guys. I appreciate the support. I'm going to have an awesome fucking time at the Bacon and meet some cool people. Grid was here for like most of the fucking night, so of course I'm going to be supporting him. I can't wait to meet people and network some more and hopefully get some really cool shit going on in the future. Like, share, subscribe, follow me on Twitter, join the Discord. That's where I'll be letting you guys know what's going on and what we're doing. And that's of course where the go lives are always at. Join the community, boys. Links in the description. And yeah, Zig Zulu, man.
In a frenzy, coping like drowned rats. Videos too long, credit intellectually flat. 3 hours of truth, that's your weak excuse. Precision's a virtue, nay weakness to lose. Too autistic, you sneer at the thorough and keen, but accuracy's blade cuts thorough and spleen. Seething and wine and protecting your false god. With feeble deflections, you stumble unplawed. ZZ rains down, mocking your food, so stand bad. Arts get buried in the highlands, and your idol's a husk. A tragedies goes from a star to a stain, the principled loss. The beacon for the remnant's true fire, while ye clutch at shadows consumed by the pyre. Bow down, ye devotees, the bard's tale is told. Dave's full fray grace leaves ye out in the cold. Zeko fades in the mist, the four is rooted, one more name on the list. You don't have to join your false idol in shame, so rise with the remnant or perish in flame.